Chapter 1: Genetic Failure, Using Dowry to Attend Private School. Silently walking out of the evaluation center, Lennon looked at the holographic screen projected onto his personal terminal in mid-air, and his anxiety finally died. Name: Lennon. Genetic potential: 5%. Mental strength: 51. Physical fitness: 56. Overall assessment: average person. The Bright Moon City Public Martial Arts Academy Federation refuses to recruit. 5% genetic potential, a cold, despairing number. This means that he is 2 percentage points short of the minimum standard of 7% required to get into a public school. In this martial arts world where women hold an absolute advantage, innate genetic potential determines everything. Although men enjoy many privileges on the surface due to the legacy of the blood plague more than 300 years ago. But without sufficient strength, they will ultimately only be reduced to being kept as precious resources. Today marks the third year of Lin An's time travel. He originally thought that in this male paradise where the male-to-female ratio was as high as 1 hour 99 minutes, he, as a transmigrator, should become a formal martial artist and then live a carefree life with his left and right arms clasped and fists shaking the stars. But who would have thought he was just an ordinary person? I traveled all the way from Earth to the Ares 452d galaxy, and this is all I get? Damn it, I'm not reconciled. According to the Adult Male Rights and Obligations Act, since Mr. Lin is over 18 years of age, he has the following two options. 1. Apply for further study at a private martial arts academy. Expenses are the responsibility of the applicant. 2. Within 3 days, go to the rationing bureau to be assigned a first wife, start a family, and have children. The projection screen on his personal terminal flashed, and upon seeing the new notification, Lennon was utterly desperate. What kind of choice is this? The tuition fees at private martial arts academies are extremely high, and very few people can afford them. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, ordinary people are destined to live at the very bottom, contributing to the continuation of human civilization and relying on subsidies for their children from the star system government to make a better living. I am all alone in my past life. I was a beast of burden under the saddle of capital. What a life! I've become a stud for the galactic pioneers. What the hell is this? Lennon walked through the steel jungle, his heart filled with sorrow. The floating cars overhead are like a continuous stream, with light and shadow intertwining. Next, shall we go home? How could that be? On the day Lennon transmigrated, his father coughed up a mouthful of blood, took one last look at him, and then passed away. Over the years, Lin Jingzhu, the mother, has worked tirelessly on the farm. He and his sister barely managed to support their studies and lives with their meager monthly income and children's allowance, and were already overwhelmed by the burden. He had secretly listened to those debt collection communications more than once. Private universities, which often require nearly 1 million credits, are simply unthinkable for them. Am I really going to accept the rationing bureau's arrangement, marry a stranger, have as many children as possible, and then live a mediocre life relying on subsidies? Yes. Just like the vast majority of men in this era whose genetic potential is less than 5%. To become a precious reproductive resource? Ding. Strong resentment and reproductive desire detected in the host, meeting the binding conditions. Successfully bound to the many children, many blessings system. A harsh, mechanical voice suddenly exploded in my mind. Lennon abruptly stopped, his pupils shrinking sharply. System? Isn't this a perk for time travelers? Though late, it has arrived. New player benefits are being distributed. Reward, Gene Potential Points +1. Reward, Dragon Tiger Power Pill +1. System task issued, more rewards will be awarded as long as the host successfully finds a partner and conceives a child. Note, gene potential points can randomly increase gene potential by 0.11 percentage points. Dragon Tiger Power Pill strengthens the body 10 times a night without getting tired. Genetic potential points? Upon hearing this word, Lin An's heart began to pound wildly. According to the system prompt, even with the worst luck, as long as this 0.1% is added, his genetic potential will exceed 5%. Although it still doesn't meet the standards of a public martial arts academy. However, it's important to know that people with less than 5% innate genetic potential are ordinary people, but even if they have only 0.1% more, they are already quasi-martial artists. So, once I cross this threshold, it means my life has endless possibilities. Thank goodness this system arrived in time, otherwise I would have been preparing to time travel all over again. In an instant, the entanglement that had been lingering in Lin An's heart completely vanished. But how do we use these gene potential points? The thought had just formed in Lin An's mind. Ding! Gene potential point +1. Would you like to use it immediately? What are you waiting for? Use it. Gene potential site successfully utilized. Current host genetic potential, 5.5%. Lennon immediately felt a surge of energy wash over his entire body, and his body felt much lighter. It's real. I'm not dreaming. Is this what it feels like to become a quasi-martial artist? That's right. Although the genetic potential is only 0.5% greater than that of ordinary people, this breakthrough represents a leap to an entire level of life. Lennon felt his mental and physical strength almost double in an instant, making even his steps home much lighter. Mom, I'm home. As soon as Lennon opened the door, the aroma of food filled the air, and he realized that many relatives had come to visit. At the dining table, when his mother, Lin Jingzhu, saw him, a genuine smile finally appeared on her sallow and tired face. Ann is back? Go wash your hands quickly, it's time to eat. By the way, how are your test results? Although Lin An's genetic potential has increased, it is still only 5% as recorded on his personal terminal. He couldn't get into a public martial arts academy and could only shake his head regretfully. The light in Lin Jingzhu's eyes dimmed slightly in an instant. Oh, it seems it's not ideal. She paused for a moment, then continued, it's alright, even ordinary people have the potential to become martial artists. Let us think of another way. Don't worry about the money for private school, Mom will borrow it again. As a mother, Lin Jingzhu knew that Lin An's childhood dream was to become a martial artist. Since the initial conditions are not ideal, then we can just spend more money to go to a private school. Anyway, her body can still handle it. She can just work a few more jobs if it's tough. Seeing her mother's attitude, Lennon felt a mix of warmth and pain in her heart. In fact, he already had other plans. Now that we have the many children, many blessings system, we definitely need to send him to a private school, but Mom won't need to borrow money. Sitting across the table, Aunt Lin, who was slightly plump, suddenly chuckled. With your family's financial situation, you still want to send Ann to a private school? Lin Jingzhu, I'm not trying to criticize you, but our daughter Lin Yu's genetic talent is only 5.3%, but she is still at least a quasi-martial artist. Your Ann is just an ordinary person, isn't that just a waste of time? Upon hearing this, Lin Jingzhu was speechless. After all, what they said wasn't entirely unreasonable. On the other side, Aunt Lin, who had permed her hair, chimed in, third sister is right. I heard that private schools cost at least tens of thousands a year. Over 4 years, that would amount to over $1 million? Jingzhu, our third sister is lucky. She married a man who is almost a martial artist. He can afford to pay for this. But how can our family afford to waste money like this? Hearing this, Aunt Lin's face was full of pride. Her husband is a quasi-martial artist, which makes her status a level above ordinary people. Her daughter's genetic potential has also reached the standard of a quasi-martial artist. Then look at Lin Jingzhu. Her husband was an ordinary person who died young, and her own genetic potential is less than 3%. How much can her son achieve? What are we even comparing? Aunt Lin turned her gaze to Lennon, looking him up and down as if he were a piece of merchandise. But if you ask me, you should be content. Look how good your Ann is. If I had gone to the rationing bureau earlier, I bet there would have been a long line of women waiting to marry me with all my dowry. If we have a few more children in the future, we won't be short of money just from the children's allowance. The other relatives clearly agreed with this. That's right. Ann is a boy, and he's good looking. If he can be matched with a potential martial artist as his first wife by the matching bureau, he'll be set for life. That's for sure. Our Lin family only has one boy like him. These days, the dowry for the chief's wife starts at 1 million credits. With Ann's looks, asking for a dowry of tens of millions isn't unreasonable, is it? You know what, it's really true. In this world, it's good to be a man. As long as you're not too bad looking, women will line up to marry you. Lennon felt that these people were not his relatives. Are these human traffickers just trying to sell themselves to higher value buyers? However, it must be admitted that this is the reality faced by ordinary people in this world. Lin Jingzhu's expression grew increasingly grim. Her son is a person, not a commodity. How can you measure his worth by his dowry? Stop talking. Ann is my son. He can decide his own path in life. If he says he wants to go to a private school, I'll sell everything I own to support him. Although the voice was not loud, the tone was very firm, and the surroundings quickly quieted down. Looking at the wrinkles around her mother's eyes and the white hair at her temples, Linen felt a surge of warmth in her heart.
Mom, I've made up my mind. I'll go to the rationing bureau tomorrow. Lin Jingju was taken aback.
Aunt Lin immediately looked like she had been ungrateful for her good intentions.
See? I told you so. Aranin is so sensible. She was born an ordinary person.
If you don't have that kind of fate, then don't have those unrealistic dreams. Lin Jingju turned her head and asked, "Anan, didn't you say before that even if you couldn't get into a public school, you had to go to a private school?"
To be honest, are you worried about Mom?
Before she could finish speaking, Linen shook her head.
You've misunderstood.
I will still attend private school, but you won't need to pay for it.
Everyone was bewildered, not understanding what he meant. Linen smiled faintly.
I plan to use my dowry to enroll in a private martial arts academy.
Chapter 2 only selects school beauties, mainly those with small feet.
Having lived for over 30 years in his previous life, Linen had witnessed too much of the ways of the world and was too lazy to bother with it. Unexpectedly, in this world of advanced martial arts, it's even more extreme. His idea was a complete joke to all of Lin's relatives. With only 5% genetic potential, even if you spend hundreds of thousands to attend a martial arts academy and eventually succeed, you'll most likely still be a useless person.
Is it worth it?
Fortunately, Lin Jingju's attitude is to fully support her son, no matter what the outcome. Having made his decision, Linen arrived at the Personnel Allocation Bureau early the next morning. The hall was spacious and bright, with soft white light guides on the floor to help each interstellar citizen find their corresponding service window. The vast majority of people who do business here are ordinary women who are looking for a husband. Although they are ordinary, they still want to experience the wonderful feeling of marriage and childbirth, but it's just too difficult. Because men are so scarce in this world, they have to wait in line for a match. Linen, a citizen of the Ares 452d galaxy, identity information confirmed, ordinary person. Behind the window, the staff member was an ordinary woman in her early 20s. She looked at Lin An's handsome face, so handsome it made her legs involuntarily tighten, her eyes sparkling. The staff member said in an extremely gentle voice, "Mr. Lin, please provide your requirements for a suitable partner." As she spoke, she handed over a chip. Linen silently accepted it, but couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment in his heart. The woman's gaze was full of flirtation, as if she wanted to devour him alive.
Pooh. They're really going all out.
After inserting the chip into his personal terminal, a light screen projection quickly appeared in front of Linen. The options for filtering the criteria for the first wife are shown above in great detail. This includes, but is not limited to, height, weight, face shape, bra size, personality, hobbies, etc. Linen was also slightly shocked.
Holy crap, you can do that? An oval face is beautiful, and it's best if the skin is fair. This fetish, masochism? It seems really exciting, I like it. Foot size, must be size 37 or smaller, I like small feet.
After working on this for more than 10 minutes, Linen finally handed the chip back to the staff member with satisfaction. The data stream on the window screen scrolled rapidly. A minute later, full body images and detailed information of the 3 candidates finally appeared.
Candidate, Li Wan. Age, 19. Genetic potential, 4.4%.
Occupation, clerk.
Family situation, ordinary working class. Dowry, 1 million dragon coins. Note, gentle temperament, no desire to have children.
This one has a D cup, which isn't small, and she's quite young. I'd rate her looks a 6 or 7 out of 10.
Unfortunately, for my many children, many blessings system mission, I can't be without the desire to have children.
Linen had no choice but to silently switch to the next one.
Candidate, Wang Qian. Age, 23. Genetic potential, 2.9%. Occupation, junior nurse.
Family background, father is a prospective martial artist.
Dowry, 1 million dragon coins. Note, dislikes housework, strong desire to have children. Having a father who is a potential martial artist is considered above average by the Rationing Bureau.
Whether or not they do housework is not a big deal, after all, given their family's circumstances, it's not a big problem to call a cleaning company regularly.
But, given that her family is well off, isn't giving only 1 million credits as a dowry a bit too insincere? Linen decided to take a look at the third candidate first. Candidate, Shen Qingdai. Age, 21. Genetic potential, 6%.
Identity, quasi-martial artist.
Family situation, Shin family. Dowry, 1.5 million dragon coins. Note, special circumstances, urgent desire to have children.
As soon as he turned to this page, Lin An's gaze was instantly drawn to the pure-looking girl in the portrait. It really is Shin Qingdai, the daughter of the Shin family. The undisputed beauty of Wuhua Academy, the top academy in Hao US City, is indeed a vision of beauty. Although Lin had only been in the world for 3 years, he still knew a little about the Shin family. This world consists of countless ordinary families, a small number of quasi-martial arts families, and a rare number of formal martial arts clans. The specific boundaries are naturally defined by the overall genetic potential of the family. 100 years ago, the Shin family was one of the most glorious formal martial arts families in Hao US City. But for some unknown reason, the genetic potential of the Shin family descendants suddenly declined with each generation. To this day, it is said that only the genetic potential of the Shin family patriarch has exceeded 20%, making him a formal martial artist. Even so, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. The Shin family remains among the quasi-martial arts families. So, how did she end up registering for a match at the rationing bureau? Lin couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Of course, Lin didn't really care about any prestigious families or such things. What he really cared about was that Shin Qingdai had the highest dowry among all the candidates, and the note in the remarks, eager to have children. Isn't this exactly what I wanted? Just then, a staff member said in a very gentle voice, "Mr. Lin, do you have a preferred candidate for your first wife?" Lin no longer hesitated. She's the one. However, when the staff saw the selected candidate on the screen, they hesitated for a moment. Well, if it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't say a word. But Mr. Lin, I'd like to confirm with you again, are you really sure you want to choose this mission? Lin immediately realized that the other person's words clearly had a hidden meaning, but as a staff member, she seemed to have something she couldn't say more about. But just look at Shin Qingdai's pretty face, her bust size, her small feet, and what more could Lin possibly need to consider? It's Miss Shin, I'm sure. The staff member remained silent for a moment, then could only smile regretfully. Okay, we'll process the matching for you now. However, whether or not you agree to enter into a marriage contract still needs to be confirmed by Miss Shin. Lin nodded politely. In fact, given his appearance, he could easily eliminate a few filter terms and choose a partner with far superior criteria than the Shin family. He's so insistent, what can anyone else say? On the other side, Shin Qingdai finally received the notification from the rationing bureau that a match had been successfully made. But when she saw the message, she felt only a pang of sorrow. As the daughter of a family of potential martial artists, she couldn't even find a potential martial artist willing to marry her because her genetic potential was only 6%, and in the end, she ended up queuing up at the allocation bureau. Even so, she waited for almost a month. Shin Qingdai thought sadly, perhaps this is my destiny. Whether he's an ordinary person or not, I just hope that the man I'm matched with won't disappoint me too much. Private meeting room. Shin Qingdai gently knocked on the door, and soon a clear and pleasant male voice came from inside. Please come in. With a click, the door was pushed open, and she saw a very gentlemanly man standing by the small round table. For a few seconds, she was momentarily stunned. The man was dressed in very ordinary casual clothes. His eyebrows were deep and his nose was straight like a mountain ridge. His gentle smile was as warm as a spring breeze. This is the future husband I was matched with, Lin. Hello, Miss Shin, I'm Lin. Please have a seat. Lin greeted her calmly and politely pulled out the other chair for her. In a world where there are more women than men, his gentlemanly behavior made Shin Qingdai feel more favorably toward him. Shin Qingdai quickly adjusted her state of mind. Now is not the time for idle thoughts. As she sat down, she said, Mr. Lin, I think we should get straight to the point. My situation is described in the documents. I need to have children as soon as possible, but I can't say more about the reasons. Secondly, I think holding a wedding is too much trouble, so I hope Mr. Lin can agree to cancel it. If you agree to these two conditions, I can increase the dowry to 2 million. Her voice was gentle, with a hint of caution, yet it seemed unable to conceal her predicament. After all, for men in this world, the fact that the first wife cancelled the wedding is almost unacceptable. Which man hasn't fantasized about getting married in style? Don't men have any pride? I have no problem with either of these conditions. Lin agreed without even thinking. Cancel the wedding, and they're asking for an extra 500,000 yuan in dowry? It can only be said that the Shin family is indeed very powerful. Anyway, as a transmigrator from his previous life, he had long been fed up with this kind of ridiculous ritual that made him suffer for the sake of saving face. Wouldn't it be better to use that extra 500,000 yuan to buy some nutritional supplements for his mother? Chapter 3 Wedding Night, Brown Pill. Linen knew very well that Xin Qingdai's desire to cancel the wedding had nothing to do with whether she found it troublesome or not. She was the daughter of the prestigious Xin family, yet she married an ordinary person like him from the bottom of society. How could she possibly make a big fuss about it? Fortunately, Linen didn't care about any of this. As long as he can save enough for the tuition to attend a private school, with the help of the many children, many blessings system, a glorious life won't be far away. You agreed? Xin Qingdai was taken aback by Lin An's resolute decision. She had already prepared herself for rejection, but who knew the other party would be so open-minded? Lin An smiled and nodded. Of course, but we have a deal. The wedding is cancelled, and the dowry becomes 2 million credits. You can't go back on your word. Xin Qingdai was certain that Lin An was not joking with her. What else is there to say? The two hit it off immediately and went straight out of the meeting room to the rationing bureau hall, where they quickly completed the formal marriage procedures. At this moment, ding! Host has successfully matched with a partner. Partner, Xin Qingdai, affection level 10%. Reward, gene potential points +1. Reward, Dragon Tiger Power Pill +1. Reward, Hunyuan Qi and Blood Technique +1. Primordial Qi and Blood Technique, Level 1. Note, Hunyuan Qi and Blood Gong is a basic cultivation method. Through practice, one can advance to higher stages and enhance physical and mental strength. This system can even reward cultivation techniques? Hearing the system notification sound again, Linen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. You should know that in this world, even the most basic cultivation techniques are extremely rare. Moreover, without a teacher's guidance, one simply cannot cultivate. After all, even the slightest deviation in movement can lead to nothing. However, Linen had no such worries at all. Because in the next second, countless pieces of information flooded into his mind, all the standard movements of the first stage of the Hunyuan Qi and Blood Technique. This information is like it's engraved in my mind, there's absolutely no way I could practice it wrong. Immediately afterwards, Linen saw another section on the panel in front of him. Xin Qingdai's favorability towards me is only 10%? This number clearly indicates that the other party is not satisfied with her husband, whom she has matched with. This was somewhat expected. In any case, all Linen wanted was to complete the system task. As for the relationship between the two of them, let's talk about it later. System, use potential points. Linen was already very familiar with the process this time. Ding! Gene potential points successfully used. Current host genetic potential, 6.1%. Luck was a bit better than yesterday, with an increase of 0.6 percentage points. Linen immediately felt that his physical fitness was significantly stronger than before. Just by getting married, I've already received so many benefits. If we really have more children in the future, wouldn't that be? Linen clenched his fist, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. Turning his head, he said with undisguised joy, "Let's go, wife, I'll take you to meet our mother." Upon hearing the terms wife and our mother, Xin Qingdai's body stiffened involuntarily. She wasn't quite used to such intimacy, but she didn't object. Soon, the two returned home. Lin Jingzhu was both surprised and at a loss when she saw that her son had brought his first wife back. This girl is incredibly beautiful, and she's even a quasi-martial artist. She greeted Xin Qingdai warmly as she entered, which made Xin Qingdai feel a little awkward. After exchanging greetings, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law shared some basic information. When the topic of the couple's plan to cancel the wedding came up, Lin Jingzhu's face immediately fell. "Qingdai, your mother-in-law can tell that you are a good girl. But Ann's father passed away early, and I raised him all by myself with great difficulty. You said it was his first marriage, and he didn't even have a wedding ceremony, this. She was, after all, a kind-hearted mother. She wanted to say, this is really outrageous, but when the words reached her lips, she felt they were too harsh and couldn't bring herself to say them. Xin Qingdai also looked embarrassed. She was well aware of how unreasonable her condition was. Mother-in-law, I don't want this to happen, but I hope you can understand that I also have my own difficulties. Lin Jingzhu wanted to say something more, but Linen hurriedly got up and pushed his mother to sit down in a chair. Mom, I agreed to this. Now that Qingdai has become my wife's family, we are all one family from now on. She has her difficulties, so we should be understanding. Upon hearing this, Shin Xingdai was slightly taken aback and glanced at Linen.
Is he defending me?
In this era, almost every man is pampered from childhood and is unwilling to suffer the slightest grievance. Linen not only agreed to cancel the wedding, but also defended his wife in front of his mother.
Such a man is truly rare.
Feeling truly apologetic, Shin Xingdai suddenly pulled out a credit point chip and handed it to Lin Jingzhu.
Auntie, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. This chip has 500,000 credits on it. It's a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't be too angry.
The age-old saying money makes the world go round holds true everywhere. Seeing the pretty girl's sincerity, Lin Jingzhu's expression immediately softened. However, she wasn't the kind of woman who would be greedy for money. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to refuse. Linen advised, "Mom, my wife's family isn't short of money. You still have loans to pay, so please accept it."
Lin Jingzhu saw the guilt in Shin Xingdai's eyes and couldn't bear it either.
"Alright, I'll take the chip, I'll keep it for you. If you need it any time, just ask me."
"But Xingdai, don't blame me for scolding you, Anen's dad."
Linen replied helplessly, "My dad passed away early, and it wasn't easy for you to raise me all by yourself."
"We all know that."
"Mom, Xingdai and I haven't eaten for a while, and we're starving.
Could you please go and cook for us?"
Lin Jingzhu received the 500,000 credits, and everything went much better afterward.
They're already protecting her before they're even married. She gave a token reproach before turning and going into the kitchen.
Only 2 people remained in the living room. Shin Xingdai sat in the chair, her head slightly lowered, stealing glances at Linen. She was indeed very heartbroken when she first received the message from the rationing bureau. After all, she came from a family of quasi-martial artists, and marrying an ordinary person meant that the resources she could obtain from the family would be greatly limited in the future. However, it seems that being with her husband in the legal sense is not as bad as she had imagined.
Linen was unlike most of the men she had ever met.
He was not arrogant or domineering, nor was he self-centered and only knew how to take. This was the first time in her life that Shin Xingdai had felt the warmth of being protected from Linen. Just as she was thinking this, a system notification suddenly sounded in Lin An's mind.
Ding! Shin Xingdai's favorability has increased by 5%.
He turned his head with some suspicion, not understanding why the girl had suddenly increased her affection for him. The moon rises above the branches. The sky had become completely dark without anyone noticing. The 3 of them enjoyed a cozy dinner and were all quite satisfied. Before leaving, Lin Jingzhu looked at her son, who had officially started his own family, and her eyes welled up with tears. After 18 years of hardship, Linen is leaving now, but she doesn't know whether she should feel relieved or reluctant. She gave Linen and Shin Xingdai many instructions, and the 2 listened attentively and responded. But there's always an end to the words of advice. They'll have to live their own lives from now on. After leaving the mother's house, the 2 took a hovercar back to the welfare housing allocated by the interstellar government to encourage childbirth. The new home isn't big, it has 2 bedrooms and a living room, and is fully furnished with all kinds of furniture. Linen and Shin Xingdai sat on the soft bed in the bedroom, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment.
Our promise.
As a woman, Shin Xingdai felt that she should take the initiative to say something. However, she stopped in her tracks, embarrassed, halfway through her sentence. In his previous life, which spanned over 30 years, Linen was no longer a fledgling eagle inexperienced in worldly affairs. But in this situation, seeing such a stunningly beautiful and pure girl who was both nervous and shy, he couldn't help but tense up as well.
Agreement?
Oh, of course, the agreement must be kept. Why don't you go take a shower and relax? Upon hearing this, Shin Xingdai's entire face turned red to the roots of her ears.
Yes, that's fine.
After saying that, she simply ran towards the bathroom as if fleeing. Soon, the sound of dripping water could be heard, and Linen felt both expectant and anxious. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that there was a Dragon Tiger Mighty pill in the system rewards.
Just from the name, this thing sounds fierce? I don't know how effective it will be. System, how do I use the Dragon Tiger Mighty pill?
The thought had barely formed in his mind when Linen felt something appear in his palm, a dark brown pill. Without thinking, he threw it into his mouth.
This tastes similar to Lu Wei Dihuang pills?
As he chewed, Linen suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy erupt from his abdomen and quickly spread throughout his body. The next second, he felt as if he had been injected with 10 stimulants.
Holy crap, the system's description wasn't exaggerated at all.
This feeling, even if it were 20 times a night, let alone 10 times, I probably wouldn't get tired.
Just then, the bathroom door finally clicked open.
Dai walked out gracefully, wearing a silk nightgown she had brought from home. Her hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, water droplets sliding down her fair neck and disappearing into the cleavage below her neckline.
I'm done washing.
Her voice was so faint it was barely audible, but to Linen it sounded like a delicious meal was being served. Linen lay on the bed, looking at the lotus emerging from the water, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. That figure, that temperament, that face, those tiny feet, even an eagle would get a nosebleed looking at her.
He couldn't help but say in a dry voice, "Then, shall we get some rest?"
Dai glanced quickly at the double bed.
Good. Next.
The mattress sank slightly under the weight of that soft, beautiful body.
Linen smelled a faint fragrance and couldn't help but swallow.
He turned to face the huddled figure, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out his claws. The moment his palm touched her slender waist, Dai trembled all over, her body tense like a stone. Linen said softly, "Dai, don't be afraid. Although we are already legally married, I will not force you if you are not ready." Dai did not reply immediately. But the system's voice rang in Lin An's mind.
Ding!
Dai's favorability has increased by 5%. Then, Dai stammered, "Mr. Lin,
I'm ready." Chapter 4: A Night of Dragon and Tiger, Double Happiness Arrives. Even an ugly daughter-in-law will eventually have to meet her in-laws.
In this world, Linen is a fledgling eagle, but fortunately, in his previous life, Linen was an old bird. Instead of rushing headlong into the heart of the jungle with his long spear, he guided the way step by step, his movements slow and patient. Dai kept her eyes tightly closed, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and her breathing gradually became disordered because of him. Linen gently touched her all over, gradually replacing Dai's shyness with a strange longing.
"Mr. Lin, I feel so bad." Dai's upper body finally arched slightly involuntarily, like a mimosa plant preparing to welcome the rain and dew. Ding! Dai's favorability has increased by 5%. Lin An's immediately perked up.
This system notification was like a bugle call to charge, letting him know that the time was almost right.
Without further hesitation, Lin An quickly stepped forward.
Under the influence of the Dragon Tiger Strength Pill, he stayed on the job for over an hour.
Finally, as countless stars poured into the boundless universe, all the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased. In the darkness, only the heavy breathing of two people could be heard.
Dai lay limp on the bed, her eyes still glazed over, her breathing catching in her throat. Linen lay down next to her, savoring the satisfaction he had just experienced.
Ding! Your partner has successfully conceived. Reward: Dragon Tiger Mighty Pill +1. Reward: Bull Fist +1. Reward: Martial Arts Points +1. Note: the Bull Fist is a basic martial art. Its power can be increased through training and improvement stages.
Lin Anshin was startled.
You won on your first try?
If nothing unexpected happens, it should be thanks to the Dragon Tiger Strength Pill. After all, even a body that has become a quasi-martial artist will need to be in a state of mental clarity for at least a few minutes after setting off fireworks. Despite having just gone through so much trouble, he is still full of energy.
The effect of 10 times in one night is truly amazing.
Information about the power generation techniques and moves of the Bull Fist quickly flooded into Lin An's mind. Although he had never practiced it, he had mastered all the key points of the first stage of this martial arts technique.
At this time, ding! Dai's favorability has increased by 5%, current favorability, 30%. My favorability rating suddenly increased? Does this mean that his wife was satisfied with his performance just now?
Linen turned his gaze to the girl beside him, only to meet her shy, unseeing eyes.
He asked softly, "Are you alright? Is there anything that feels uncomfortable?"
After all, Dai was a virgin, and Linen was worried that his time might be taking too long. Dai blushed instantly, her face turning bright red to her ears, and shook her head.
You're quite impressive."
After saying that, she buried her head under the covers. Linen was stunned for a moment, then felt a surge of smugness in his heart. Although his function was not weak in his previous life, it is well known that after a man is 25, that is, 40 years old, his physical strength is far worse than it is now. All I can say is, Dragon Tiger Power Pill is awesome.
Linen smiled contentedly and said, "If you're tired, go to rest early."
As he spoke, he patted Dai on the shoulder. This time, Dai did not resist at all.
"Yes, you are too." The night grew deeper. The girl's breathing became long and even.
Linen lay on the bed for a long time, but his eyes were still wide open like two bright lamps. He suddenly realized a problem. While the Dragon Tiger Power Pill is effective, it also has a very serious drawback. That means once he takes it, he won't be able to sleep at all until the excess energy provided by the drug is used up. Damn it, 10 times a night, not even once less. Linen silently complained to himself, when a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Since I can't sleep anyway, I might as well take advantage of my high energy and find a place to test out my martial arts techniques. In order not to wake Dai, he quietly got out of bed and quickly arrived at the martial arts practice area set up downstairs in the community. It was late at night and all was quiet. Under the soft light guide, Linen first stood in front of a sandbag with a strength testing function. I wonder how much power I can unleash with my current strength when using martial arts techniques. The first level of the bull fist technique is called bull charge. Linen briefly recalled the key points of the movement in his mind, then lowered his waist and sat down, and immediately the muscle fibers in his legs and abdomen twisted into a rope. Next, he took a step forward, simultaneously pulling his elbow back and thrusting his shoulder forward, slamming into the sandbag in a posture similar to Iron Mountain lean. With a loud bang, as Linen charged, the sandbag actually drew a semicircle in mid-air. Linen was completely dumbfounded. This sandbag must weigh at least 100 pounds. Is my strength already that great? After the sandbags were lowered back down, the counter above began to climb steadily from 1 kilogram. 100 kilograms, 300 kilograms, 600 kilograms. The number suddenly jumped when it showed 999 kilograms. DDD. Linen was taken aback when he saw this. What the hell is this? However, he quickly realized what was happening. In this kind of community, the majority of residents are ordinary people, and how could the strength of an ordinary person exceed 999 kilograms? So that means the force I'm currently generating with the bull charge exceeds 1,000 kilograms. Damn, I can't even imagine, this is too insane. Alright, I think I still have some martial arts points left to use. The first tier moves of the bull fist are already terrifyingly powerful. If they were upgraded to the second tier, wouldn't they be invincible? Thinking of this, Linen felt even more excited. System, use martial arts points. Ding. Martial arts points successfully used. Current level of the bull fist, tier 2. Mastered move, bull's horn attack. Almost at the same moment the system panel disappeared, all the information about the second stage of the savage bull fist flooded into Linen's mind. After digesting the information briefly, Linen nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, compared to the bull charge, this bull's horn attack is much weaker, but the technique is clearly more practical. The former is the force that strikes the lower body, attacking the opponent by ramming. The latter, on the other hand, involves striking the upper body with force, concentrating it into a single or double elbow strike to attack the enemy. This is even worse than being hit in the chest. Unfortunately, Lin dared not use that broken sandbag for experiments again this time. After all, if it gets really damaged, he'll have to pay for it. It seems I'll have to go to the training center tomorrow. They have more professional testing facilities there. Having made his decision, Linen no longer hesitated. Next, he randomly found an open space and began practicing the Hunyuan Qi and blood technique according to the information that the system had fed into his mind. The cultivation methods in this world are nothing more than standing meditation or performing various movements. It looked simple, but Linen realized how difficult it was when he actually practiced it. At first, he often focused on the breathing techniques but neglected the movements, resulting in almost no effect after completing the entire set of Hunyuan Qi and blood exercise. Fortunately, with more practice, he finally became more and more proficient. Linen could clearly feel that his body was being fully mobilized by the qi circulation of the cultivation technique, and that it was slowly nourishing every inch of his muscles and bones. So it turns out that cultivation techniques are the foundation of everything. It seems that in addition to the system rewards, I also need to practice more diligently. In that instant, Linen suddenly understood. Before she knew it, the sky had brightened considerably, and Dai slowly awoke from her dream. After a thrilling battle last night, she felt as if her body had been disassembled and then reassembled, leaving her feeling completely refreshed. Dai suddenly understood. No wonder so many women were willing to spend exorbitant dowries just to find a man to marry. I have to say, men are a good thing. Mr. Lin. With a soft call, Dai recalled the madness of last night and was somewhat embarrassed, unwilling to open her eyes. She pretended to stretch, only to find that there was no one beside her. In an instant, she didn't know why, but her mood felt like she had been doused with a bucket of ice water, and she felt a sudden sense of loss for no reason.
Where are the people from Linen? The two had spent the whole night together, and then disappeared early this morning? Could it be that he went to the restroom? Or is there something urgent that needs to be done? Could it be that he felt I didn't perform well enough last night and went out to find other women?
The thought of this possibility made Dai feel terrible.
What's wrong with me? What am I thinking about?
I only wanted to have a child with Mr. Lin as soon as possible, why should I think so much?
Chapter 5 Mr. Lin, thank you.
Unable to stop the various frustrating thoughts that kept popping up in her head, Dai shook her head vigorously and finally pulled out her personal terminal from under her pillow.
I glanced at the time. It was 7 in the morning. There are no messages on the terminal.
Never mind, let's prepare breakfast first and eat together when Mr. Lin comes back. After all, they have officially become a legally married couple. In this world of male privilege, it is only natural for women to earn money to support the family, do laundry, and cook.
Dai entered the kitchen with a resentful expression.
She skillfully washed, chopped, and cooked the vegetables, and in just over half an hour, she had served 4 dishes and a soup to the table.
Then the door finally clicked.
Upon hearing the sound, Dai's heart skipped a beat.
The man who inexplicably stirred my emotions has finally returned.
You woke up so early, why didn't you sleep a little longer? As soon as he opened the door, Linen saw that so many dishes had been prepared on the table. He asked, slightly surprised. I couldn't fall back asleep after I woke up. Originally, Dai was full of resentment, but for some reason, all her negative emotions vanished the moment she saw Linen. She then noticed that Linen was wearing a sports shirt that was almost completely soaked with sweat.
What are you doing?
Linen glanced down, and while changing his shoes, he smiled and said, Oh, same as you. I just woke up a little earlier, so I went out for my morning exercise. He had already come up with this reason long ago. After all, you can't exactly say that you actually took the Dragon Tiger Power Pill and couldn't sleep all night because of its strong effects, so you went outside and practiced Hunyuan Chishu Egong all night, right? Dai stared at Linen suspiciously, trying to see if he was lying from his eyes.
Just morning exercise? Is it really necessary for an ordinary person with only 5% genetic potential to train themselves to this extent through morning exercises? Linen pulled at his sweat-soaked athletic shirt. What else can we do? Indeed, there is no other more reasonable explanation.
Moreover, their marriage was ultimately just a transaction where each got what they wanted, so Linen had no reason to lie.
So, you lasted so long last night, aren't you tired today?
Thinking of last night, Dai's pretty face blushed slightly again. Linen's gaze became somewhat unfocused.
I am indeed a bit tired, but it's okay.
I feel quite energetic after my morning exercise. The men in this world are generally physically weak due to the chronic erosion caused by the blood plague. If an ordinary man had gone through the same ordeal as Linen did last night, he would probably have fallen apart long ago. Linen spent the entire night practicing the Hunyuan Qi and blood technique outside. The energy provided by the Dragon Tiger Power Pill was used to nourish his internal organs, so he not only did not feel tired or sleepy, but his physical functions were greatly enhanced. Dai was also puzzled. Linen did look radiant, even more energetic than yesterday. However, she didn't say much, and after a moment of silence, she said, Then go take a shower, and then we'll have breakfast together.
Linen nodded.
After taking a shower and changing into clean, comfortable home clothes, the two sat down at the dining table to eat. Linen never expected that this young lady from the Shin family was not only beautiful, but also had superb cooking skills. Honey, your cooking is so delicious, even better than Mom's. Dai was naturally quite happy to receive the praise.
Really?
Linen nodded repeatedly. He was even relieved that he hadn't listened to the rationing bureau staff's hints yesterday, otherwise where would he have found such an excellent wife as Dai? Halfway through the meal, Linen suddenly noticed a hint of sorrow on Dai's pretty face.
Dai, is there something you're hiding from me?
Dai was taken aback. Why do you say that? Linen chuckled and said, Your thoughts are written all over your face.
Dai, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me.
Although we don't have much of an emotional foundation, we are now legally married, and there are some issues we need to face together. Dai inexplicably recalled the scene from yesterday where Linen was a gentleman and went out of his way to protect her. She didn't want to say it at first, but then she thought that although Linen was just an ordinary person, he seemed to be more trustworthy than anyone else.
So, talking to him shouldn't be a problem. Mr. Lin, what are your plans for today?
After hesitating for a moment, Shin Xingdai still asked.
Linen didn't understand why he was suddenly being asked this.
He told the truth, I want to go to the training center today. This was decided last night. He wanted to test his physical fitness in all aspects. Shin Xingdai looked surprised upon hearing this.
That's a training ground for aspiring martial artists. Mr. Lin is just an ordinary person. What would he be doing there? Linen pondered for a moment. How can this be explained?
Xingdai, as you know, my main purpose in getting married was to use this dowry to pay for my education at a private martial arts academy. Although I am just an ordinary person, ordinary people also have the hope of breaking through the shackles of genes and becoming a martial artist.
I want to try and see if I can be one of those lucky ones. I did say that yesterday at Lin's mother's house.
However, Shin Xingdai didn't pay much attention to it at the time, since the two were only in a business relationship.
But now, seeing the determination and seriousness in Lin An's eyes, she didn't know what to say.
Lin An is right, ordinary people do indeed have a chance to break through to become formal martial artists. But in the entire history of the Ares 452d galaxy, such a person is like a lone seedling in a field of thousands of acres. In any case, Shin Xingdai had absolutely no hope for Lin An's idea.
Why don't you tell me first what difficulties you've encountered? Lin An could see Shin Xingdai's disapproval, but she was just kind-hearted and didn't expose her own unrealistic fantasies. Fortunately, Lin An was not in a hurry to prove anything. Anyway, it won't be long before he shows everyone the true potential of this ordinary person.
Shin Xingdai hesitated for a long time.
Actually, it's nothing serious. It was recently that I missed many days of cultivation because of the matchmaking for marriage. So recently, I'd like to go to the training center with you. Lin An was taken aback. He didn't understand. Does this mean that women in this world are obligated to discuss even such matters with their husbands after marriage?
But Shin Xingdai continued to probe. I want to go to the training center, but
Lin An urged, what exactly happened?
Shin Xingdai said hesitantly, I gave all my credits to my mother-in-law yesterday, and now I have none left.
Hearing this, Lin An finally understood.
It turns out that the 500,000 yuan I gave my mom yesterday was her last savings. In this world, it is extremely shameful for a woman to ask a man for money, which is why Shin Xingdai stammered for so long and couldn't bring herself to say it. Seeing Lin An staring at her meaningfully, Shin Xingdai blushed deeply with embarrassment. But for the sake of the great cause of martial arts, she had no other choice.
Mr. Lin, I know what you're worried about.
But don't worry, I will never covet your dowry. If you still can't trust me, I swear, I promise I'll pay you back this money.
Lin An found it utterly ridiculous.
He had dated several girlfriends in his previous life.
Which of those women doesn't take their boyfriend or husband for granted as an ATM?
When I arrived in this world, everything was reversed, and I found myself unable to adapt. Shin Xingdai had already prepared herself for Lin An's rejection, and she kept her head down low. But then Lin An suddenly spoke up, no problem, I'll cover your cultivation expenses, you don't need to pay me back. Shin Xingdai was clearly taken aback. She even wondered if she had misheard.
What did you say?
Lin An smiled as he looked at her. My wife wants to work hard in her cultivation, which is a good thing, and of course I support her. After all, in this world where martial arts reign supreme, strength is the ultimate truth.
Shin Xingdai still couldn't believe it. Mr. Lin, are you serious?
Do you know that a day of training at the training center can cost anywhere from several thousand to hundreds of thousands of credits?
Lin An nodded without hesitation. No problem, we'll set off after we finish eating.
As soon as she finished speaking, Shin Xingdai's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She knew that the 2 million dowry was very important to Lin An, but now, for her sake, he took it out without hesitation.
How could this man be so good to me? Ding! Shin Xingdai's favorability has increased by 5%. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin An couldn't help but look up.
He then noticed that the girl opposite him was staring at him with her big, watery eyes.
He asked, puzzled, what, is there another problem?
Shin Xingdai shook her head and then said calmly, Mr. Lin, thank you.
Chapter 6 The Genius Girl Teases Lin An.
Seeing the tenderness and emotion in Shin Xingdai's eyes, Lin An was slightly moved. Actually, he didn't really care about this matter at all. After all, he wasn't one of those male boxing masters, so he couldn't just take his 2 million dowry for marriage as his personal property.
All I can say is that women in this world are so easily satisfied. Lin An smiled awkwardly, said you're welcome, and continued eating.
He was so hungry after practicing the Han Yuan Qi and Blood Gong all night that he ate almost all the food on the table, enough for 4 or 5 ordinary people. Shin Qingdai barely touched her chopsticks after that, quietly watching Lin En eat. She was amazed by Lin En's enormous appetite, but also felt a sense of happiness from being recognized. After finishing their meal, the two rested at home for a while before setting off on a floating train to the most bustling 7th district of the entire Bright Moon City. In the heart of the area stands a sprawling, technologically advanced, and powerful 7-story building. Starry Sky Training Center. It was just past 9 a.m., and the training areas on both sides of the lobby on the first floor of the training center were already filled with a number of aspiring martial artists, and even formal martial artists. However, the moment Lin En and Shin Qingdai appeared here, they immediately attracted countless amazed gazes. "Hey sis, look! There's a guy coming over there, he's so handsome. Where is he? Holy crap, he's so handsome, he's practically perfect like a virtual idol. What are you talking about? He's just a man. Haven't I seen plenty of handsome guys? I want to see what kind of looks can make you two fangirls so. Wow, a god. He's a god. I want this man. Wait a minute, look at the woman next to him, she's very pretty too. Could they be a couple? Who cares if they're married or not? Anyway, the galactic government doesn't restrict how many wives a man can have. I'll be his mistress." The entire training area instantly erupted in discussion. Having traveled through time for 3 years, Lin En was already quite used to this kind of scene. Men are an endangered species in this world, and he's so handsome that it's common for people to gossip about him or even fantasize about him behind his back. Fortunately, the galactic government has enacted special protection laws for men. Before, at most, he was secretly groped by some women, but no one really dared to do anything to him. Although Shin Qingdai was the most beautiful girl in Haoyue Academy, she had never been stared at by so many fierce eyes before, and her expression was somewhat unnatural. Lin En turned his head and noticed her embarrassment, finding it rather cute. He smiled, then suddenly took her small hand to show that they were husband and wife, and those drooling women could give up their fantasies. The surrounding gazes also shifted from skepticism to envy. Shin Qingdai felt both shy and proud. "I accidentally married such a handsome husband, I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Welcome to the Starry Sky Training Center. Good morning, gentlemen. What kind of service do you need?" Finally arriving at the front desk, the young receptionist in her professional attire brightened up the moment she saw Lin En, her previously listless spirits lifted. Lin En looked around. He couldn't even name the various pieces of equipment used for training aspiring martial artists in the training areas on both sides, so how would he know what kind of business to handle? Lin En said helplessly, "Wife, what should I say?" Shin Qingdai was momentarily stunned. "Now that I'm married, I should get used to the title of wife." She simply cleared her throat. "I need a single gravity chamber and a recovery pod. Let's book the gravity chamber for 3 hours and the recovery pod for half an hour." Although Lin En was not a quasi-martial artist, he had previously paid attention to information in this area. Is 3 hours of gravity training too short for a mature aspiring martial artist? Honey, are you worried that we don't have enough credits? Shin Qingdai was clearly exposed, but she denied it, saying, "No, that's all. I haven't trained for a long time, and I only just resumed training today, so I want to take it easy." Lin En saw through it but didn't expose it, feeling that Shin Qingdai was truly a virtuous wife and loving mother. "Then let's do as my wife says." The pretty receptionist nodded readily. "Okay, we'll process it for you right away. And what about this gentleman?" Her gaze shifted to Lin En. This time, Shin Qingdai didn't hesitate and said, "Let's do a physical fitness assessment first, and then choose a training plan based on the specific assessment data." Lin En silently agreed. The pretty receptionist looked up and said, "Okay, that'll be 3,000 credits in total. Please show your personal devices, we need to register your information." Lin En was taken aback for a moment. "How many?" 3,000 credits. The combined training and recovery time for 2 people doesn't even exceed 5 hours, yet it costs so much. Shin Qingdai had reminded him before they set off, but Lin En hadn't taken it seriously at the time. Now that it was time to spend real money on the terminal, it hurt. Lin En silently gritted his teeth and handed over his personal terminal. The pretty receptionist took it and worked on it for a while. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Lin, your genetic potential is only 5%? Seeing the questioning look in the young receptionist's eyes, Lin En nodded in puzzlement. "Yes, is there a problem?" The pretty girl was taken aback for a moment. "Oh, it's nothing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I was just asking casually. Here are your training cards, please take them. This time, her tone was noticeably less enthusiastic than before.
Linen could certainly sense the subtle change in the other party's attitude, but he didn't say anything more. After all, in this world where the strong rule, that's just how it is. For men, good looks, a height of 182 centimeters, and a strong physique are all plus points. Whether others respect and are enthusiastic towards you ultimately depends on whether you are strong enough. With a polite smile, Linen could only helplessly accept the training card and prepare to go to the training area with Xin Dai. Just then, a clear, melodious girl's voice suddenly came from behind.
What a coincidence! Isn't this the most beautiful girl in our Wuhua Academy?
We haven't seen each other for a whole holiday, I never expected to run into you here today. Upon hearing this voice, Linen clearly felt Xin Dai's body stiffen. Then the two of them turned around at the same time and saw two women and one man walking towards them from the direction of the main entrance. The leader was a beautiful young girl dressed in gorgeous, even flamboyant, clothes. Linen narrowed his eyes, he didn't recognize him at all.
Honey, who are they? Linen asked. Xin Dai only frowned and did not answer.
This made Linen even more puzzled. What exactly is the other party's identity that makes Xin Dai, who comes from a family of near martial artists, so serious? But then the girl continued speaking to Xin Dai, I heard that your family arranged for you to queue up for a matching program at the allocation bureau a while ago?
What, it looks like the match was successful.
As they spoke, the three of them approached. The girl's disdainful gaze swept over Xin Dai and landed on Linan's face, but a hint of amazement flashed across her eyes. This man had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a nose like towering peaks.
Wow, he's so handsome.
Xin Dai said warily, Lu Jianwei, my affairs are none of your concern. If there is nothing else, Mr. Lin and I my husband and I need to focus on training and don't have time to chat with you here. Her tone was serious and warning, clearly indicating that the two did not have a good relationship.
Upon hearing this, the girl named Lu Jianwei couldn't help but scoff.
You're a useless genetic candidate with only 6% potential, there's no rush to train you.
We're both classmates from Wuhua Academy.
We haven't seen each other for a whole holiday.
Surely we can chat? Is this handsome young man really the husband you were matched with at the allocation bureau?
He's not bad looking. As she spoke, her eyes sized up Linen like a lecherous old man who had been holding back for over 20 years, looking him up and down as if he had just seen a young woman. At the same time, her delicate white hands couldn't help but reach out towards Linan's rather ample chest muscles.
Chapter 7 Another Subordinate Woman. Greasy. Big pig's trotter. These were the words that involuntarily popped into Linan's mind at that moment.
In his past life, these two words were often used to describe middle-aged men, but this was the first time Linen had personally experienced how apt these two words were.
In fact, if we only consider looks, Lu Jianwei's appearance is even comparable to Xin Dai's.
But looking at the hazy, yearning light in the other person's eyes, Linen suddenly felt a sense of disgust. Of course, he didn't know that while men were indeed scarce in this world, men who looked as good as him were even rarer. Many unmarried women, including aspiring martial artists, can only console their spiritual emptiness by admiring virtual idols on screens. Therefore, it's not hard to understand Lu Jianwei's gaze.
Miss Lu, please show some respect.
Seeing the delicate white hand reaching towards him, Linen felt a chill run down his spine. Before Lu Jianwei's groping hand could touch him, he quickly slapped it away.
Still so reserved. What's wrong with just touching you? Lu Jianwei said with a smile and a nonchalant attitude.
Xin Dai, her face contorted with anger, stepped forward and blocked Linan's path.
Lu Jianwei, for the sake of us being classmates, you'd better not go too far. She flirted with her husband right in front of her? No woman could tolerate this.
Linen was speechless.
Why does this scene feel so familiar? A handsome young man was harassed by a wealthy heiress.
He warned her to show some respect, and then hid behind his soon-to-be martial arts expert wife.
Isn't that a bit too absurd? Honey, let's go. Don't pay them any mind. They're just another slut.
As Linen spoke, he prepared to lead Xin Dai away.
However, upon hearing this, Lu Jianwei's face immediately darkened.
She is a genius girl with a natural genetic potential of up to 9%, and her family, the Lu family, is currently a rising star among quasi-martial arts families in Haoyue City. The pharmaceutical companies under the Lu family even have to outsource the production of Wuhua Academy's own brand of medicines. Which of the friends Lu Jianwei wanted to make, or the men she fancied, wasn't easily within her grasp. But what did Linen just call her?
The woman below. The thin, effeminate man next to Lu Jianwei couldn't stand it anymore and immediately stepped in front of Linen. Linen stopped in his tracks and asked calmly, "What do you want to do?"
The effeminate man raised his chin with an arrogant expression.
His contempt for Linen was clearly greater than for Lu Jianwei.
He said, "Kid, if I heard correctly, the receptionist just said your genetic potential is only 5%, right?" Hearing the other person's shrill voice, Linen couldn't help but feel uncomfortable all over.
"That's right, so what?"
The effeminate man scoffed dismissively and continued, "No wonder.
If you knew that someone of Vivi's status would be honored if she were to even touch trash like you, you wouldn't be so ungrateful." Linen almost laughed out of anger at his words. What kind of bullshit logic is that? Even if I'm just an ordinary person, there's no reason why I should be taken advantage of and feel honored. Even a simp shouldn't act like this. If you like it, then I wish you'll be touched by someone every day, and that you'll have an honor every day. Linen was speechless. You.
The effeminate man had clearly never been insulted like this before, and he felt like he was about to choke on his own blood. Linen felt uncomfortable just listening to him talk and couldn't be bothered to respond anymore.
What do you mean you? Get out of the way, you sissy.
He shoved the effeminate man's shoulder aside, grabbed Shen Qingdai, and left. The effeminate man seemed not to have expected that Linen, an ordinary person, would have such great strength, and was caught off guard and stumbled.
You.
He pointed to Lin An's tall figure as he walked away into the distance.
That's absolutely outrageous. Wei Wei, look.
He's just an ordinary person, yet he dares to be so rude to us.
I'm so angry.
Lu Jianwei watched Lin An leave, but her eyes flickered.
This man is interesting. The effeminate man rubbed his aching shoulder and said irritably, "Wei Wei, what are you talking about? We absolutely cannot let that rude fellow get away with this." Lu Jianwei turned her head, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Then what do you want to do? He's a man, and you expect me, a woman, to do it?" The effeminate man gritted his teeth and said, "I don't need you to do anything. I'm a man too."
Lu Jianwei looked him up and down a few times, then suddenly sneered.
"What did he just say you were? Sissy?" You know what, that word is actually quite fitting.
Because of the blood plague's impact on men, the situation of female dominance and male decline has become increasingly severe in this world, so the term sissy has not yet emerged. Although the effeminate man didn't understand the specific meaning, the fact that Linen used it meant it couldn't be a good word. He stomped his foot in anger.
Wei Wei.
Seeing this, Lu Jianwei had no choice but to turn her head away. At the same time, I sighed inwardly, we're both men, but the difference is amazing. At this moment, the slightly chubby girl who had remained silent said quietly, "Sister Wei Wei, judging from the direction they're heading, they should be going to the physical fitness assessment area.
Should we follow them and take a look?" Anyway, she was planning to go with them.
Although that handsome guy doesn't even pay attention to Sister Wei Wei, he's even less likely to be interested in her. But a man that handsome is worth taking another look at. Lu Jianwei raised her hand in front of her eyes, as if she was still savoring Lin An's rather impressive chest muscles.
Let's go. I'm very curious to see what kind of person that man with only 5% genetic potential will be.
On the other side, Linen and Shen Qingdai went straight to the second floor of the training center.
Throughout the journey, Shen Qingdai kept her head slightly lowered and remained silent.
Only then did she finally whisper, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault for not protecting you properly. You were almost taken advantage of by that woman, Lu Jianwei."
Linen was taken aback upon hearing this.
As a grown man, I didn't take this matter to heart at all. He mainly disliked Lu Jianwei's gaze, which was like that of someone sizing up prey. It really was just a pat on the back, nothing serious, but the word frivolous is really too strong.
It's okay, she hasn't even touched me yet. By the way, honey, who exactly are those guys? You seem to have a grudge against them? Linen asked curiously.
Shen Qingdai remained silent for a moment, considering how to explain to Linen.
In reality, she and Lu Jianwei didn't have much interaction. This matter involved two families, making it a bit complicated. Seeing Shen Qingdai's troubled expression, Linen assumed she had some secret she was unwilling to reveal. If it's inconvenient, we can talk about it later. Linen could understand everyone has secrets, especially a large family like the Shen family. Moreover, the two had only been married for 2 days, and Shen Qingdai's favorability towards him had just reached 35%, so it was normal for her not to trust him. Just as he thought that, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Shen Qingdai's favorability has increased by 5%, Current favorability, 40%. Chapter 8's power data shocked everyone.
Shin Xingdai remained silent, mainly because she felt that this was indeed not a suitable place to discuss such matters. The moment Egg Boy's favorability rating increased, she silently made a certain decision in her heart. Soon, the two arrived at the physical fitness assessment area. A middle-aged female instructor immediately flashed a warm smile when she saw a customer approaching.
Hello, handsome man and beautiful woman, who is here to conduct the evaluation?
Linen handed over his training card directly. After the female tutor took it, she glanced at him and felt a tingling sensation run through her heart.
This young man is so handsome.
If only she could be 20 years younger. Fortunately, she's older now, so she doesn't have as many thoughts about that kind of thing as younger people, and she can still control herself. After swiping his training card with the sensor on his wrist, the female instructor smiled politely and said, "So it's Mr. Lin.
Let me give you a general overview first.
These instruments are mainly used to test your strength, endurance, blood circulation, and mental strength."
Mr. Lin, which project would you like to start testing with?
Since last night, Linen had been curious about just how strong he was, without even thinking about it. "Then let's test your strength first." Without saying a word, the female instructor led him directly to a machine that was more than 2 people tall, and then gestured to the sandbags suspended in the center.
Please stand opposite the target position. Linen nodded and followed his mentor's instructions.
Just as he stood still, he suddenly caught a glimpse of 3 figures slowly walking out of the elevator outside the evaluation area.
Linen couldn't help but frown. Who else could those 3 people be besides Lu Jianwei? They followed me here specifically to target me, an ordinary person.
Linen quickly realized the 3 men's purpose. Lu Jianwei is outgoing and curious, and she probably has some ulterior motive to test me. And that effeminate guy, with his triangular eyes and thin lips, looks like a vengeful fellow. If his test results are low, he will definitely be the first to come and laugh at him.
Haha, how could he possibly have his way? By the way, mentor, can martial arts techniques be used when testing strength with this instrument?
Linen's eyes darted around, and he suddenly turned his head and asked. Upon hearing this, Shin Xingdai gave him a puzzled look.
He knew that Linen was just an ordinary person.
Since he was not born into a family of quasi-martial artists, he could not possibly have any inherited martial arts skills.
So why was he asking this?
The female instructor, unaware of these things, simply smiled and said, "Of course, as long as you can exert your maximum strength."
Linen nodded in realization. That makes things much easier. Let's begin, I'm ready. Without wasting any words, the female instructor pressed the start button on the instrument.
Whoosh! With the sound of a simulation engine, the light guides on both sides of the instrument lit up.
Strength test begins. Please attack the sandbag in front of you with full force. Linen quickly composed himself, cleared his mind of distractions, and took a deep breath.
After practicing Hanyuan Chishu Egong all night, he felt that his strength had clearly increased. "I'm so curious to see just how powerful I am right now." He reviewed the martial arts technique, specifically the key points of the bull charge, in his mind once again. Immediately afterwards, Linen lowered his waist and sat down, quickly mobilizing the muscles in his thighs and abdomen, and then slid his elbow and shoulder forward.
A muffled thud.
The sandbag, along with the entire instrument, trembled from Linen's impact. At the very top of the instrument, the data projected on the small light screen also began to jump wildly.
1 kilogram, 10 kilograms, 100 kilograms, 300 kilograms. At first, no one paid much attention.
The effeminate man had already mentally prepared a draft of how he would belittle Linen later. But as the numbers continued to rise, everyone's mouths gaped wider and wider.
That man, wasn't he an ordinary person?
An average person's strength is at most around 500 kilograms, so how could he possibly have exceeded 800 kilograms?
And this isn't over yet. 900 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 1,100 kilograms. Holy crap!
This already surpasses the level of a beginner-level martial artist. Even Linen was a little surprised at this moment.
1,100 kilograms, what does that even mean?
In his past life, a world-class boxing champion could kill a bull with a single punch that had the force of 800 kilograms.
His own bull charge should have been enough to kill the boxing champion, right? Beep beep beep. The instrument finally emitted a beeping sound. Ultimately, the number settled at 1,332 kilograms. Everyone's mouths formed an O shape. The entire evaluation area was silent for a full 3 seconds.
The first to break the silence was the middle-aged female mentor.
Mr. Lin, it seems your strength attribute is quite good.
1,332 kilograms, which is the physique of an entry-level quasi-martial artist. Upon hearing this, the effeminate man regained his senses slightly.
Entry-level quasi-martial artist? How is that possible? Professor, he's just an ordinary person. Is there something wrong with your equipment?
Of all the people, he was the least willing to believe that Linen was a beginner-level martial artist.
Because
his strength stats are slightly lower than Lin An's.
However, he called Linen trash before, so now it seems that he himself is even more trash? So it's absolutely impossible.
His genetic potential is as high as 7.2%, which is incomparable to ordinary people. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged female instructor was taken aback for a moment, but then quickly realized what she meant.
Sir, you must be joking.
Despite saying that, she still checked the equipment and then affirmed, the equipment in our training center is the most advanced available, and there are no problems.
The effeminate man was immediately bewildered. Linen then turned around and looked at the three of them, asking knowingly, why are you all here too? Are you here for testing too? This is a good opportunity for an ordinary person like me to see what level the geniuses of the top academy are at. The effeminate man gritted his teeth.
With a genetic potential of 7.2%, his strength is actually lower than Lin An's 5% useless genetic potential.
If he were to test it now, wouldn't he be showing his weakness?
We've already tested it, we don't have time to waste energy on this.
It was such a childish excuse that Linen didn't even bother to refute it.
Lu Jianwei looked at Linen with a smile, stepped forward and said, handsome young man.
I never imagined that although your genetic potential is ordinary, you as a person are anything but ordinary. I'm becoming more and more interested in you.
This time, although she didn't lay a hand on Linen, her tone was still very flippant.
Linen was utterly helpless. I advise you not to be interested in me. Lu Jianwei was taken aback and asked in confusion, why?
Linen pursed his lips and remained silent.
Why else? Because I have absolutely no interest in you. Linen turned around and said, Mentor, let's move on to the next item, an endurance test.
The middle-aged female instructor didn't know what the relationship was between these people. Her job was simply to serve every customer well.
Okay, Mr. Lin, please follow me. Chapter 9, Forbidden for Effeminate Men from Making Oral Sexual Provocations. The female instructor led Linen and Shenxing Dai directly to a capsule.
Lu Jianwei stood there, looking like a clown who had made a fool of himself. In terms of looks, she admitted that Shenxing Dai was indeed prettier, but she was definitely not inferior in any way.
In terms of family background, the Shen family was once incredibly prestigious, but has long since declined, while the Lu family is currently enjoying its heyday. Moreover, in the entire Ares 452D galaxy, apart from those formal martial arts families, how many geniuses have innate genetic potential that can reach 9%?
Her innate genetic potential is 9%, which affects not only her but also her descendants.
In this world where the strong rule, what could be more important than this? Lu Jianwei couldn't understand it.
She had been pampered since childhood, so what was it about Shenxing Dai that made her inferior?
Linen is just an ordinary person, so why is he so indifferent to me? I'd like to see where your confidence comes from.
The effeminate man also spoke up for Lu Jianwei, saying, ordinary people can only rely on some medicines to break through the limits of their physical strength. No matter how strong this kid is, his vitality is still the lowest level.
Trash is trash.
Wei, let's go over and see how long this kid can last in the endurance test. The implication is that he believes Lin An's powerful strength comes not from genetic potential or hard work, but from drugs.
However, the price of using the medicine is the consumption of life force, and there is ultimately a limit.
Endurance tests are almost the most effective way to assess a prospective martial artist's true physical fitness. The effeminate man was really looking forward to seeing Linen unable to even last 5 minutes in the capsule and having to awkwardly end the test. As the middle-aged female instructor pressed the start button, the capsule door slowly opened. Endurance tests primarily assess your body's ability to withstand and recover from sustained high-pressure loads. The longer you stay in the capsule, the higher these two attributes will be. But I must remind Mr. Lin that this test is dangerous and could be life-threatening in serious cases. Therefore, if you feel that the pressure exceeds your tolerance during the test, be sure to press the force stop button on the left in advance. The middle-aged female instructor said with a solemn expression.
Linen nodded seriously to indicate that he understood, and then entered the capsule. Let's begin.
The hatch slowly closed, and above the instruments, a green projection screen lit up, displaying real-time data on Lin An's vital signs. Immediately afterwards, with a soft clang, the pressure device inside the capsule was activated, and the light screen displayed the current pressure level, level 1. All eyes were fixed on Lin An's face through the almost completely transparent hatch. This time, I wasn't attracted by his good looks, but rather I was observing the subtle changes in his expression. The slightly chubby, cute girl tilted her head slightly and whispered to Lu Jianwei next to her, "Sister Weiwei, I remember your endurance test scores were 40 and 32 for Sun Haoyu, right?" Lu Jianwei's gaze remained fixed on Linen, and she simply nodded and hummed in agreement.
The effeminate man named Sun Haoyu crossed his arms and said with a disdainful look, "Lu Meng, from what you're saying, you want to compare that kid to us?
Even if I'm at my worst, I still have 7.2% genetic potential, while he's just an ordinary person with garbage genes. I think it'll be difficult for him to even surpass level 20. He kept calling me trash, which made Shen Qingdai, who was guarding the capsule, very uncomfortable.
She desperately hoped that Linen could prove himself. Even if he only managed to reach level 21, it would still be a slap in the face to that annoying guy Sun Haoyu. But she also knew that this was an endurance test. For ordinary people, reaching level 15 is already considered a feat, while those with better physical abilities can reach level 18. Level 20 is almost the limit for ordinary people. If you push yourself beyond this limit, you will face damage to your muscles and blood vessels due to the inability to withstand the pressure, or even rupture. Of course, with current medical technology, there is a high probability that this condition can be saved. However, Shen Qingdai did not want Linen to take such a risk for no reason. Linen, inside the capsule, could clearly see everything that was happening outside. He didn't really care what Lu Jianwei and the other two thought, but Linen noticed the fleeting expectation in Shen Qingdai's eyes.
Seeing her serious expression, like a little girl whose candy had been taken away, Linen suddenly grinned at her and winked mischievously, indicating that he was still quite relaxed.
Shen Qingdai's expression immediately relaxed, but she was also helpless.
She said irritably, "The cabin pressure level has reached level 8.
Don't get distracted, pay attention to your breathing rhythm." After saying that, she couldn't help but add, "If you feel you really can't take it anymore, don't force yourself, okay?"
Upon hearing this, Linen had no choice but to obediently nod.
Actually, he wasn't just pretending to be relaxed.
The pressure inside the capsule feels to him at most like soaking in a bathtub. If this already reaches level 8 pressure, then Linen felt that he should have no problem holding out until level 30 or 40. Of course, he wouldn't stoop to making such boastful claims. After all, what if things turned out differently than he expected?
Wouldn't he end up like that sissy, getting slapped in the face?
As time passed little by little, the pressure level displayed on the light screen above the capsule is still rising.
Pressure level, 9. Pressure level, 11. Stress level, 13. We are about to reach the watershed moment for ordinary people.
By this point, even someone with the genes of a quasi-martial artist should have experienced difficulty breathing and body aches after a long period of rigorous training. However, Lin An's heart rate only increased slightly. However, he quickly adjusted his breathing, and his heart rate returned to normal. The slightly chubby girl, Lu Meng, stared with her adorable big eyes.
Seeing that Lin An's expression remained calm, a faint sense of anticipation suddenly arose in her heart. "Sister Weiwei, how high do you think Mr. Lin can go?" She didn't know what she was looking forward to, but she really wanted to find out the answer to this question in advance, like the thrill of seeing a spoiler. After a moment's thought, Lu Jianwei objectively analyzed, his vital signs have remained stable so far. At this rate, it might actually surpass level 20. Sun Haoyu was clearly not as pessimistic as her. Above level 20? Weiwei, you're overestimating that kid.
If these kinds of garbage genes can all exceed level 20, I'd rather walk out of the training center upside down today. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianwei merely glanced at him sideways without uttering a sound. After all, it is indeed hard to believe. If an ordinary person with only 5% genetic potential has superhuman strength, it can be explained by long-term use of drugs.
But the endurance attribute is directly linked to genetic potential and vitality. There is an insurmountable gap in the life level between ordinary people and quasi-martial artists, so how could Linen possibly be one? Chapter 10, It's a pity I almost broke through to the beginner level quasi-martial artist level.
The entire testing area remained relatively quiet. Apart from the muffled creaking of the machinery, almost no one uttered a sound. Their eyes were all fixed on the light screen above Linen and the capsule.
The numbers above show that the pressure inside the cabin is still increasing. Pressure level, 15. Pressure level, 16. Pressure level, 17.
Finally, when the number jumped to level 18, everyone present held their breath. The flippancy in Lu Jianwei's eyes had long since vanished, gradually turning into solemnity. The expression on Sun Haoyu's face, which had been one of disdain and contempt, slowly turned into disbelief. At this moment, the slightly chubby girl Lu Meng suddenly pointed at the light screen. "Look, Mr. Lin's vital signs are starting to fluctuate." Everyone's gaze shifted from Lin An's face to the light screen. Lin An's heart rate and blood energy levels both showed a slight increase. This means that under the intense pressure inside the capsule, his blood flow has begun to accelerate. Seeing this, Lu Jianwei frowned slightly, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Sun Haoyu's eyes lit up, and a sense of relief clearly appeared in his gaze. He must be almost at his limit. I knew that arrogant kid wouldn't even get past level 20. Garbage genes are garbage genes. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the numbers on the screen started jumping again. Pressure level, 19. Immediately afterwards, Lin An's vital signs also rose sharply. Fortunately, the capsule has not yet issued any danger warnings. Xin Xingdai's heart was in her throat. It's already at level 19, and it's about to reach the limit of the pressure that an ordinary person's physical fitness can withstand. Can Mr. Lin hold on? As a couple, she naturally hopes that her man will be as strong as possible. Especially after hearing Sun Haoyu's derogatory words, she really hoped that Lin An could break through to level 21 and give that annoying guy a good slap in the face. Unfortunately, Xin Xingdai also knew in her heart that her husband was just an ordinary person, and it was already quite remarkable that he could persist until level 19. It's almost impossible to get past level 20. Stress level, 20. As the numbers on the screen started flashing again, everyone present perked up. Sun Haoyu could almost hear the alarm sounding from the capsule, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. He had already prepared his speech in his mind, determined to thoroughly denigrate Lin An. This is a world where the strong rule. If you're trash, you have to be prepared to be trash. Even if you're a man, no one will tolerate your arrogant temper. However, after a good 10 seconds, to everyone's surprise, the capsule did not make any sound. Clearly, Lin An held on. It was Lu Meng who first noticed something amiss, and she pointed again at the light screen above the capsule. "Sister Weiwei, look. Mr. Lin's vital signs haven't changed at all." Everyone looked in that direction, and sure enough, after the pressure level increased from 18 to 19, Lin An's vital signs remained stable at that level. Sun Haoyu felt that his inner order was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't believe it and said, "What's going on? Professor, is there something wrong with this machine too?" The middle-aged female mentor was speechless. She was unsure whether Sun Haoyu and Mr. Lin had any personal grudges. Anyway, it's really annoying that he keeps questioning the quality of the training center's equipment. But after all, the customer is king, and the female tutor was just a staff member, so she could only smile helplessly and pretend she hadn't heard. Stress level, 21. Inside the capsule, Lin An felt as if he had just finished practicing 2 sets of Hunyuan Qi and blood technique. I broke out in a light sweat, and my muscles felt numb and sore. This level of pressure, while not pleasant for him, is still far from the limit of his endurance. Stress level, 22. Stress level, 23. On the light screen, Lin An's data in the vital signs section of the test subject seemed to be frozen in time. Everyone outside the cabin could see that Lin An's breathing was indeed basically stable, his complexion was normal, and his expression showed no signs of pain. But that's very strange. If an ordinary person with only 5% genetic potential uses a potential-enhancing drug, their strength will indeed increase, but their internal organs will also be overdrawn, leading to a significant decline in vitality. Correspondingly, Lin An's physical recovery ability, respiratory system, and even digestive system function should all be weakened. Why is Lin An's endurance so unusual? The capsule continues to operate. Stress level, 23. Stress level, 24. Stress level, 29. When the number on the screen jumps to level 30, the entire review area has fallen into an eerie silence. Sun Haoyu's mouth was half open. He had completely forgotten what he had said before, such as Lin An being trash. At this moment, like Lu Jianwei and Lu Meng, he was filled with existential doubt. Or perhaps, they wonder if there's something wrong with their ears. Lin An's genetic potential is definitely not just 5% as the front desk claimed. Stress level, 31. Stress level, 32. Stress level, 35. At this moment, Lin An's vital signs jumped again, almost reaching the edge of a danger warning. Standing at the entrance of the capsule, Shin Xingdai could clearly see that Linen was now pale and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. She really wanted to ask Linen how he was doing, and if he really couldn't hold on any longer, she would stop the test. But she was also worried that at such a crucial moment, what if Linen got distracted and lost his breath, and something dangerous happened? Shin Xingdai could only worry silently in her heart. Stress level, 36. Stress level, 38. Stress level, 39. When the light curtain displays that the pressure level inside the capsule has reached level 39. Finally. Ding, ding, ding. The 3 alarm sirens were like a wake-up call, striking heavily on the heads of everyone present and revitalizing their somewhat numb nerves. Linen's vital signs reading changed from green to orange, indicating that his body was on the verge of danger. This time, Linen reached out to the left without hesitation and pressed the palm-sized stop button. The pressure inside the capsule was quickly released, and the hatch slowly opened. Linen finally let out a long breath and stepped out. The pressure of level 39 is not something an ordinary person can easily bear. His sportswear was almost completely soaked with sweat. The middle-aged female instructor quickly handed her a bottle of energy drink. "Mr. Lin, are you feeling all right?" Linen took the drink and took a big gulp without saying a word. "Thank goodness, Master." "What's my stamina attribute level?" The middle-aged female instructor said with a regretful expression, "Class of 39. It's a bit of a shame. If you could have held on for just 2 more minutes, you would have broken through to the level of a beginner-level quasi-martial artist." Chapter 11 Rejecting Lu Jianwei with a Close Proximity. In the world of martial arts, only the beginner-level martial artist is considered the true beginning of a martial artist's journey on the path of martial arts. Linen didn't feel that this was a great pity. After all, he only officially embarked on this path last night. That's right. Even a genius girl like Lu Jianwei, who started practicing her family's martial arts at the age of 15, only officially reached the level of a beginner quasi-martial artist at the age of 18. Linen had only practiced the Hunyuan Qi and blood technique for one night, and he was just a hair's breadth away from catching up with her. All I can say is, a man with cheat codes is simply defying the heavens. Of course, Linen himself probably hasn't figured out the main credit for this yet. That is because the Dragon Tiger Power Pill provided him with tremendous energy to support him. Otherwise, no matter how efficient the Hunyuan Qi and blood technique is, it would be like a skilled cook trying to make a meal without rice. Lu Jianwei and the other two stood there, stunned. The shock that Linen brought to them was simply too great. Sun Haoyu felt his head buzzing. What happened? Isn't that arrogant kid just a trashy, ordinary guy? Is the genetic potential only 5%? But why is his endurance level so much higher than mine? She's even comparable to a genius girl like Lu Jianwei. Something's wrong, something must have gone wrong. Is there a bug in this world? At this point, Linen downed a whole bottle of energy drink and finally felt his physical condition recover somewhat. He stood up unsteadily, and Shin Xingdai, regaining her senses, quickly went to help him. Shin Xingdai opened her mouth, clearly wanting to ask a question. Of course, just like Lu Jianwei and the others, they were puzzled as to how their husbands, ordinary people, could possess strength and endurance far exceeding the limits. However, considering that there were so many outsiders present, she had no choice but to swallow her doubts. "Honey, how are you? Are you all right?" Hearing her call him husband for the first time with genuine sincerity, Linen couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Even though they were in bed together last night, until the fireworks went off, Shin Xingdai still called him Mr. Lin. "It's okay, I'm just a little weak in the legs." "What's the next test?" Linen looked at the middle-aged female instructor with a questioning gaze. "Mr. Lin, we have 2 more tests to do next." "I suggest we test your qi and blood levels first?" The middle-aged female instructor immediately stepped forward and said. "This is mainly because the test of qi and blood value only requires the subject to lie in the instrument, and the spectrometer will automatically detect it, without requiring any physical exertion." Linen nodded upon hearing this. "Let's listen to our advisor and continue." The middle-aged female mentor remained enthusiastic and extended her hand. "Okay, please come with me." As Linen passed by Lu Jianwei and the other two, he gave them a meaningful glance. Although he didn't say anything. But Sun Haoyu's originally pale face inexplicably turned red as if he had been slapped. When Linen was testing his endurance, his foul mouth almost never stopped. "I wonder if he's really planning to walk out of the training center upside down today?" Soon, Linen was automatically sent out by the spectrometer. As expected, his health attribute was slightly higher than his stamina attribute. This means that Lin An's endurance test must have been interfered with, which prevented his body from being in its best condition.
In other words, if he is in good condition, his stamina level is likely to be over 40. The following mental strength test brought another small shock to everyone. The average person's mental strength is usually between 50 and 80 points.
The mental strength of beginners to junior martial artists is usually between 81 and 120 points. However, Lin An's mental strength actually reached an astonishing 165 points. This demonstrates his astonishing talent in controlling his personal will and spirit. Of course, this might also have some inexplicable connection to Lin An's identity as a time traveler. Central Control Panel. Lin An's final test results were projected onto the screen. Test subject, Lin An. Strength, 1,332 kilograms. Endurance, level 39. Qi and blood value, 121 points. Mental strength, 165 points. Overall assessment, beginner level martial artist. Upon seeing the last message, Shen Xingdai was unsure whether to feel sad or happy. Sadly, Lin An is just an ordinary person, while she, as a quasi-martial artist with 6% innate genetic potential, has not yet stepped into the threshold of a beginner quasi-martial artist after so many years of hard work and cultivation. This disparity is truly hard to accept. However, what is gratifying is that regardless of whether her husband is an ordinary person or not, his strength has already reached the level of a beginner-level quasi-martial artist. This means that no matter whether Lin An can successfully enter the martial arts academy in the future, or what he does after graduation, in this society where the strong are respected, his status will always be much higher than that of the vast number of ordinary people. Mr. Lin, based on your current 4-dimensional assessment data, you are slightly lacking in the endurance attribute. In your future cultivation, I suggest you continue to diligently practice your techniques. However, your mental strength is outstanding, so you might as well put more effort into your martial arts skills. If you have the opportunity, you can even learn some martial arts techniques that focus on mental strength. Looking at the table displayed on the screen in mid-air, the middle-aged female instructor smiled and gave her advice. Upon hearing this, Lin An pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Professor. Normally, female instructors are not obligated to give customers feedback. However, she found Lin An, this young man, quite pleasing to the eye. Another reason is that there are very few people like Lin An who have such outstanding talent in a certain area. Lin An's gratitude brought great comfort to the middle-aged female mentor. She smiled and said, Mr. Lin, you're too kind. It's all I should do. By the way, it's almost lunchtime now, and our training center provides free energy meals. If you'd like, you can have lunch in the cafeteria first, and then we'll have another live-action training session in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Lin An's eyes lit up. This training center even offers free energy meals? Is it this high-end? Why not eat it if it's free? The endurance test had already exhausted his energy, and he was now feeling extremely hungry. Lin An felt that he could now recoup all the 3,000 credits he had spent at the front desk. Without saying a word, he immediately tried to pull Shen Xingdai to the restaurant. Just then, Lu Jianwei's voice suddenly came from behind. Wait a minute. Lin An didn't want to pay any attention to those 3 people. After all, they weren't familiar with each other, and his wife and that Lu Jianwei didn't seem to get along very well. However, out of politeness, he stopped in his tracks. Mr. Lin, hello. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lu Jianwei, and I am a student in the Tianwu class of Wohua Academy. I want to apologize for my rudeness to you before. Now, I'm very interested in you. Let's connect and get to know each other. When she talked about the Tianwu class students, her pride was palpable. Lin An had only been in this world for 3 years and had never heard of the heavenly martial class, so she naturally didn't understand what she had to be proud of. Moreover, although Lu Jianwei's gaze was no longer frivolous as before, her tone and attitude were still very unpleasant. How should I put it? Pushing? That's right, that's the word. Forget about apologizing, I'm not interested in you anyway. As for adding friends, sorry, I don't add other women casually. Lin An chuckled speechlessly, thinking that this woman below might have some mental issues. When I was at the front desk, I clearly showed that I didn't want to talk to her. Did she only understand if I said it out loud? After Lin An finished speaking, he took Shen Xingdai's hand and turned to leave. Ding! Shen Xingdai's favorability has increased by 5%, current favorability, 45%. Ding! Shen Xingdai's favorability has increased by 5%, current favorability, 50%.
Lu Jianwei stood there, holding her personal terminal, stunned. What does that man mean? Grass. Did I get rejected?
Having grown up, Lu Jianwei had never met a man who treated her so rudely.
Seeing this, Sun Haoyu patted Lu Jianwei's shoulder with a displeased expression. So what if his physique is a little more special than the average trash? What's so great about that? Even if his current strength has reached the level of a beginner quasi-martial artist, his genetic potential is still only 5%?
Wei, this kind of trash doesn't deserve to be our friend at all.
Upon hearing this, Lu Jianwei angrily flung her arm away. You don't know anything.
Sun Haoyu was startled by her sudden movement, which made his hand ache. He was momentarily stunned.
Wei, I'm just standing up for you. Lu Jianwei remained silent for a moment before taking a deep breath and saying with a complicated expression, you don't know.
I once saw an extremely rare physique in our Lu family's records, called innate martial arts saint body. People with this physique may not have high genetic potential, but their martial arts cultivation ceiling is not limited by potential at all.
Chapter 12: The Rich Girl's Pampered Husband.
As Lu Jianwei said, if the innate martial saint body really exists, then it means that as long as one's lifespan is long enough, such a person will definitely be able to cultivate to the martial saint realm.
That's a martial saint.
Countless martial artists in this world have spent their entire lives trying every method, but in the end, they have failed to raise their genetic potential to over 100% and reach the ultimate realm where a single punch can shake the stars. Even after overhearing the conversation between Lu Jianwei and the other two, Linen still didn't know if he might be some kind of innate martial arts saint body. All he knew was that he was a man with the many children, many blessings system, and that his strength would increase like a rocket as long as he had more children. And he was so hungry that he really needed to eat.
6th floor of the training center. As the ladder door slowly opened, a medley of aromas from various foods immediately wafted out.
Linen led Shen Qingdai out of the ladder and saw the dazzling array of high-energy, nutritious buffet meals on both sides of the cafeteria. His mouth was practically watering. Seeing that his legs were still a little weak, Shen Qingdai found a quiet spot by the window, helped him sit down, and then said softly, "You rest here for a while, I'll go get the food." Linen nodded expectantly. Not long after, Shen Qingdai returned carrying 2 large platters. The plate handed to Linen was piled high with high-energy synthetic meat patties, nutritious vegetables, and a special nutritious soup. Without saying a word, Linen picked up his chopsticks and started eating heartily. Seeing that he looked like he hadn't eaten in centuries, Shen Qingdai felt helpless.
Eat slowly. If you're not full, I can get more.
With his mouth full of food, Linen had no time to answer. He nodded repeatedly, but his ravenous eating speed didn't slow down at all. Linen finally felt much better after he had finished most of the food on the plate, and his strength was rapidly returning.
Excuse me, is anyone here?
Just then, a slightly shrill female voice suddenly rang out from the other side.
Linen was too lazy to look up.
Just as he was about to answer no, he heard a soft clunk and the person who had asked the question was already sitting opposite him.
Linen then realized that something was wrong with the voice.
Why does this feel so familiar? When he looked up and saw the girl's face clearly, he was completely speechless.
Lu Jianwei.
Linen said, besides this woman, who else would be so rude? His eyebrows immediately furrowed as he said, "You're like a persistent ghost, it's you again." This time, however, Lu Jianwei didn't care about his attitude at all.
I'm here for lunch at the restaurant, is that not allowed? Linen glanced around.
There weren't many customers in the restaurant at this time, and there were plenty of empty seats. Why did she have to get in his way? Fortunately, he had almost finished his meal and was too lazy to waste any more words with the woman below him.
The three continued their meal in silence, the atmosphere inexplicably awkward. After a while, Lu Jianwei finally couldn't hold back any longer. She peeked at Linen's plate and suddenly said with disdain, "I really don't understand how anyone can eat such poor quality food with such relish."
Linen was speechless. To be honest, although the food at the Starry Sky Training Center didn't taste as good as what he usually ate at home, the quality was definitely much higher. Lu Jianwei clearly has the bad habit of being spoiled since childhood. She can't get used to this slightly rough food and can't understand the lives of ordinary people. Of course, Linen could tell that this young lady of high birth did not mean to be sarcastic.
But that makes it even more annoying. Honey, I'm full. Shall we go downstairs?
There were still a few bites of food left on the plate, but Linen put down his chopsticks.
The young lady comes from a powerful family. He can't afford to offend her, but can't he at least avoid her?
Shen Qingdai nodded meaningfully.
Let's go then. Afternoon.
Following the advice of the middle-aged female mentor, Shin Qingdai also felt that although Linen possessed the strength of a beginner-level martial artist, he had never experienced a real battle, which was obviously a serious oversight. So the two went to the lobby on the first floor and spent another 500 credits to add a live-action combat project for Linen. By engaging in sparring with professional training instructors, trainees can be guided to find a suitable fighting strategy and identify any blind spots in their physical abilities. This is also quite important for a mature martial artist. Arrive at the battle zone. Linen discovered that the space here was many times larger than the testing area. It must be said that as the largest training center in Haoyue City, Xinjiang is indeed very generous. Numerous professional arenas stand on both sides, and many trainees are already sparring with training robots or their corresponding real-life training partners. Seeing their powerful punches and kicks, Linen's eyes lit up. This is the kind of game real men should play. We've booked the A4 ring, honey, it's over there. Shin Qingdai quickly found the arena number corresponding to Linen's training card by following the order. At that moment, a short-haired female sparring partner was already standing on the ring, waiting there. However, when the two approached the arena, Linen was slightly shocked. The female sparring partner was about the same height as Linen, around 1.8 meters. She was wearing a tight-fitting combat suit, and the muscle lines of her arms, waist and abdomen were clearly visible. Overall, she looked like a cheetah, quite formidable. Although Linen was considered to be big and strong, compared to his female sparring partner, it was like comparing a wooden stick to an iron stick. The materials are all different. Does it matter if one is thicker or thinner? Honey, are you sure that's the sparring partner we booked? She looks so strong, how could I possibly beat her? Shin Qingdai turned her head suspiciously, only to see a hint of hesitation in Linen's eyes. Honey, you weren't even afraid of Lu Jianwei just now, why are you suddenly chickening out? Upon hearing this, Linen immediately straightened his chest. Coward? Me, a grown man, would I be a coward? Are you kidding me? The main problem is that this is my first real battle. It wouldn't make sense for me to face an opponent who was much stronger than me right away, would it? Although his tone was firm, his expression clearly showed fear. Shin Qingdai could only shake her head helplessly and comfort her. Yes, how could you be a coward? You're a grown man. Don't worry, even if you're a little timid, no one will laugh at you. The sparring partners here are all very professional, and they won't hurt you. Linen frowned upon hearing this. What's with that doting tone? A wealthy heiress dotes on her pampered husband. Linen suddenly felt as if a lion was slowly rising inside him. You must be Mr. Lin? Hello Mr. Lin, I am the training instructor you booked. My name is Li Hui. At this moment, the female sparring partner who was originally standing on the A4 ring also noticed Linen and took the initiative to come down. Linen knew then that he was probably not going to escape a beating today. However, seeing that the other party was smiling and seemed quite polite, his fear lessened considerably. Professor Li, this is Linen, hello. The two shook hands amicably. Li Hui didn't waste any more words and said, then our battle will last for 10 to 30 minutes. Throughout the process, I will continuously adjust my strength based on your physical condition, so you don't need to worry about getting injured. Clearly, she had overheard Linen and Shin Qingdai's conversation. Linen couldn't help but blush. Shin Qingdai said with a smile, go for it. Give it your all. Linen nodded silently, then turned around and said, then I'll have to trouble sparring partner Li. The two stood together on the A4 ring. The tabletop underfoot is very flexible, and there is also a special elastic net around the perimeter for protection. Overall, the platform looks similar to the boxing ring Linen had in his previous life. The two of them did some simple stretching. Linen took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his state. Linen now has a general understanding of his own strength, but since he has zero practical experience, he is inevitably a little nervous. Shin Qingdai, sitting in the audience, stared intently at her husband, her small hands clenched into fists. At that moment, footsteps could be heard from outside the combat zone. Thank goodness, they haven't started yet, we haven't missed the main event. It was Lu Meng's voice. Shin Qingdai turned her head and saw that the three annoying flies had followed her again, clearly targeting Linen. She couldn't help but frown, suddenly feeling that something was amiss. Based on her understanding of Lu Jianwei, although this woman was flirtatious and had some personality flaws, she was definitely not the kind of shameless person. Why is she constantly pestering her husband? However, this is a public area after all, and as long as they don't cause trouble, Shin Qingdai doesn't want to affect Linen's state. On the arena. With Li Hui's tentative straight punch, the real fight officially began.
Chapter 13, First Battle a Success. Linen had never been involved in combat before. Not only in this life, but also in the past life. At most, when he was just starting elementary school, he had a minor conflict with a classmate during PE class, and the two of them got into a fight. I'm very honored that Linen won that battle thanks to his height and weight advantage. But today, he's not facing his elementary school classmates, but a real cheetah. Fortunately, although he had no fighting background, after learning the techniques of the bull fist, Linen found that he also gained some understanding of some fighting moves. Faced with Li Hui's punch, which wasn't particularly fast, he instinctively made a very standard head-protecting blocking motion. A soft thump sound. The moment Li Hui's fist made contact with Linen's arm, Linen felt as if he had been struck by a giant iron hammer. Fortunately, Li Hui hadn't used his full strength. Apart from a slight soreness and numbness in his arms, he wasn't seriously injured. Seeing this, Li Hui's eyes lit up and he said, "It seems you have some basic knowledge?" She had initially thought Linen was a complete novice, but as an expert, she realized she had underestimated this handsome man. Linen couldn't help but secretly lament his predicament. Li Palian's probing attack was already so powerful. If she went all out, was she sure she wouldn't hurt herself? However, before Linen could explain, Li Hui continued, "Then, I will launch a series of attacks. If you manage to find my weaknesses during this process, you can also fight back with all your might." Lin Anrun was completely numb. Finding a weakness and launching a full-scale counterattack is simply a joke in the face of an absolute difference in strength. Li Hui only gave Linen 3 seconds to prepare himself mentally. 3 seconds later. Suddenly, she pushed off the ground with her right foot, and her figure disappeared almost instantly. Before Linen could react to what was happening, he only felt a blur before his eyes, and then, like a sudden storm of punches and kicks, he was hit in the face. Fortunately, Linen possessed exceptional mental strength and a reaction speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. He dodged most of Li Hui's punches and kicks with his seemingly clumsy but very effective footwork. As for those that cannot be dodged, then one can only parry them. While launching the attack, Li Hui commented, "Not bad. However, your movement skills and combat awareness are still too poor. For example, just now, if you had changed your retreat step into a backslide step, you would have had a real chance to counterattack me." Linen remained silent, feeling resentful. Isn't that obvious? He doesn't understand any movement techniques at all, and he has no sense of actual combat. All he knew was that his arms and calves were burning with pain. Li Hui's iron arms and legs leave a bruise wherever he touches. "You said you'd control your strength before the sparring started, Li. You didn't keep your word." Several people watching from below the platform couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Xin Qingdai's fists were clenched so tightly that her fingernails were almost digging into her flesh. "After this real battle, I guess my husband will need 2 days to fully recover." Lu Meng listened to the muffled thuds in the air, like being hit on the buttocks with an iron rod, and felt as if every blow Linen received was landing on her. Her face showed an expression of unbearable pain. Only Sun Haoyu, watching Linen get thoroughly beaten, couldn't help but feel a sense of relief in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. It seems that only in this way can it conform to the order that he has always believed in. Wei, you still said that kid had some kind of innate martial arts saint body. Look at him, he's been beaten to a pulp. He doesn't look like he has any special talent at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianwei couldn't help but frown slightly. That seems to be true. Since it is called the innate martial arts saint body, it should have an extremely sensitive talent for martial arts cultivation. Could it be that I guessed wrong, and that guy was just an ordinary person with decent physical abilities? However, in reality, although Linen on the stage was always on the defensive, he was rapidly adapting to the real combat situation through repeated exchanges, or more accurately, through being beaten. Li Hui's attack path, power generation method, and combat strategy became increasingly clear under his highly concentrated mental power. However, due to the difference in their levels of understanding, no matter how clear it is useless. Li Hui also noticed this. She maintained the same attack strategy and speed as before, but the number of times she was able to hit Linen was getting smaller and smaller. Moreover, whether Linen was dodging or making conscious, predictive movements, his agility had not improved at all, but he was clearly becoming more and more adept at it. This is not hard to understand. After all, movement is not only affected by muscle strength, but also by body coordination, explosiveness, agility, and footwork, etc. In short, this is something that can only be strengthened through long-term hard training. There are no shortcuts. Linan's problem now is that he has been fighting Li Hui for over 100 rounds, and the longer he fights, the more frustrated he becomes.
Li Hui's fighting strategy is to use offense as defense, and to make up for defensive gaps with his speed advantage. Linen, being a novice martial artist with no practical combat experience, was completely outmatched.
In all that time, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Fortunately, Li Hui, who was in the midst of the battle, soon discovered the problem. As a professional combat instructor, he certainly knew that only being able to take hits and not being able to attack would not be beneficial to the development of combat skills. We need to give him an obvious loophole.
Thinking of this, he suddenly changed his original combat strategy of using speed to make up for defensive gaps, and his offensive slowed down a bit.
Linen clearly felt the pressure ease. Just then, Li Hui delivered a high sweeping kick straight for Linen's chest.
His movements became noticeably larger, sacrificing attack speed, but this kick was much more powerful and heavy.
The people below the platform were all taken aback when they saw this.
If Linen were to be hit by this kick, he wouldn't necessarily be seriously injured, but he would definitely be sent flying off the fighting stage.
Shin Xingdai couldn't help but whisper, "Husband, be careful." However, Linen on the stage had a sudden flash of inspiration upon seeing this. Although Li's kick was powerful, it left the center wide open, which was clearly a good opportunity.
He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so he no longer cared whether his opponent had deliberately created an opening. Linen immediately lowered his stance and mounted his horse, gathering his strength.
The crowd below the stage were surprised to see that he dared not dodge or flinch. Was he trying to withstand Li Hui's attack head-on? That's a sparring coach.
Even if she controlled her strength, judging from the stance alone, it was impossible for Linen to withstand that kick with his current level of skill. Sun Haoyu's lips curled up into an even wider smile.
Trash is trash, they're practically asking for it.
Lu Meng couldn't help but cover her eyes with her hands, but left a gap at her fingertips.
Lu Jianwei held her breath. The next second.
Bull charge. With a soft shot from Linen, he then thrust his elbow and shoulder forward, his shoulder directly meeting Li Hui's calf. Seeing this, Li Hui exclaimed in slight surprise, "This is a martial arts technique." It's important to know that in this world, there are very few quasi-martial artists, and even fewer who successfully leap to become formal martial artists. Martial arts skills and techniques are even rarer than those of formal martial artists. As an excellent professional sparring partner, Li Hui naturally has some customers who possess martial arts skills. However, these skills are not decisive in the face of his peak-level quasi-martial artist strength. He just didn't expect that Linen, who hadn't even trained in movement techniques, would possess martial arts skills.
Bang!
A muffled thud, like two powerful bulls colliding. Li Hui hadn't paid much attention to how powerful the bull charge was, but after a massive, overwhelming force struck, the surprise in her eyes instantly turned into shock. She lost her balance and was knocked back 3 steps by Linen.
The audience fell silent instantly. After regaining his footing, Li Hui looked at Linen with some disbelief.
Lu Jianwei's pupils contracted slightly, then her eyes lit up. Such powerful explosive force, what kind of martial art is this? Linen ignored the reactions of the people below the stage. He pressed on with his momentum, but his strength waned and eventually gave out. Taking advantage of Li Hui's momentary daze, he quickly swooped down and charged forward. Seeing this, Li Hui immediately let out a low shout, and her fists rained down, forcing Linen to retreat repeatedly. But at this moment, Linen, who had succeeded in his attack, finally understood a principle. That means that even if an opponent is much stronger than oneself, one may not necessarily be invincible. Finally, after Li Hui threw several punches in a row, Linen once again discovered a tiny gap in her attack.
A great opportunity. Without hesitation, Linen lowered his body and skillfully avoided Li Hui's punch from the front.
Then, he bent his right arm and transferred the power from his feet through his waist and abdomen to his elbow.
Bull butt's horn. Lightning fast and ruthless.
Li Hui had not expected that Linen not only had explosive power, but also seized the opportunity to counterattack so precisely that she only had time to bend her arm to block.
Bang!
Li Hui immediately felt a tingling, numb, painful, and itchy sensation throughout his arm, as if he had been pierced by a sharp awl, and his arm instantly went limp and powerless. Taking advantage of this moment, Linen followed up with his other elbow, which stopped steadily an inch in front of Li Hui's throat. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, the two of them froze, and the entire arena fell silent.
After a good 10 seconds, Li Hui took a deep breath. I lost. Chapter 14 Confession.
Sun Haoyu's lips were still curved upwards, but his eyes were gradually becoming empty.
That arrogant and annoying guy actually defeated the sparring coach? Could it be that he really is some kind of innate martial arts saint body? Lu Jianwei exclaimed inwardly, bull charge.
Bull butt.
Just who is that man? How did he learn such powerful martial arts? Although she wasn't sure if Linen possessed the innate martial arts saint body, she was certain that this man was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Lu Jianwei felt that she was becoming more and more interested in Linen. Li Hui rubbed his still somewhat numb arm, but instead of feeling annoyed at losing to Linen, his eyes were filled with admiration. Mr. Lin, the power of your two martial arts moves has indeed exceeded my expectations. Among all the customers I have trained with over the years, they are the only ones I have ever seen. However, your learning and adaptability are far beyond those of ordinary people. If you can receive more professional training, your future will be limitless. These words were clearly a subtle reminder to Linen that although he possessed such strong martial arts skills, his overall combat level was really too poor, and he needed to work harder on his daily routine. Linen also realized that the reason Li Hui lost was simply because he didn't expect his martial arts skills to be so strong. He said awkwardly, "Thank you for the reminder, Instructor Li. From today onwards, I will definitely work hard to improve my movement skills." Li Hui smiled with satisfaction. "Let's call it a day then. Mr. Lin, if you want to improve your agility, I suggest you participate in more multifunctional simulation training. I will send today's battle summary to your terminal later. If you have any feedback, please feel free to let me know." After getting off the train, Shen Xingdai walked over quickly, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Linen without blinking. "Honey, how are you? I was so worried about you just now. I never expected you would know martial arts." Even Shen Xingdai herself didn't realize that she was now calling Linen husband more and more naturally, and Linen didn't find it unnatural at all. When she grabbed his arms with both hands, Linen couldn't help but grimace. "It still hurts." He felt that his arm had become much thicker after Li Hui's rough handling for the past 20 minutes. "I'm fine, I just didn't eat enough at noon, and now I'm a little hungry again." Linen looked at Lu Jianwei with dissatisfaction. If it weren't for that woman, he could have eaten 2 more plates. "Hey, where did you learn the martial arts technique you just used?" Lu Jianwei completely ignored whether Linan's gaze was filled with malice. When she saw that he had noticed her, her eyes lit up. In this world, asking others about martial arts techniques is actually a rather taboo thing. But the genius girl from the Lu family had no time to care about that. Lin Anjin couldn't be bothered with a woman who lacked any self-awareness. He turned to Shen Xingdai and said, "Wife, it's getting late, let's go to the gravity chamber now." Shen Xingdai asked considerately, "Would you like to rest in the recovery pod first?" Linen thought for a moment, since his training for the day was already over anyway. As for the multifunctional simulation training recommended by Li Hui, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. The recovery pod costs 500 credits in 30 minutes. If you're short on cash, saving money is the best approach. The two then left without looking back. Lu Jianwei and her 2 companions were once again left awkwardly behind. Sun Hao Yu felt that he shouldn't have come to the training center with the genius girl today. This way, you won't encounter that freak with only 5% potential but who is better than you in every way. For the next 3 hours, Shen Xingdai trained in the gravity chamber while Linen waited outside. He wasn't idle either. He opened his terminal and looked at the battle summary that Li Hui had sent him. The content is extremely detailed, including Li Hui's offensive strategies during the battle, his observations of Lin An's weaknesses, and his final training direction and suggestions. It must be said that they were indeed very professional and dedicated, and Linen benefited greatly from their work. Finally, 3 hours passed. The gravity chamber door opened, and Shen Xingdai walked out, leaning against the wall. Her training clothes were already soaked with sweat, which evaporated quickly, leaving a thin layer of salt frost on them. "Honey, are you all right? How are you feeling?" Linen helped her up and asked with some concern. Today's training went quite well. Shen Xingdai was so weak that she could barely speak, but she managed a weak smile at Linen. "I told you that 3 hours is too tight, you don't need to make yourself like this." Of course, while he said that, Linen knew in his heart that his goal was, after all, the #1 academy in Haoyue City, Wuhua Academy. With 2 million credits, it's hard to say how long that will last. After leaving the Shen family, Shen Xingdai had nothing left except her dowry and the personal savings she had taken out to please her mother. Now that she's spending Lin An's credits, she naturally feels guilty. But in Lin An's view, if the money is gone, he can still find a way to make a living, but if his wife injures him during training, then it would be a loss that doesn't outweigh the gain. Shen Xingdai knew that Lin An meant well, and she was touched, but she didn't say anything more. The two then went to the recovery pod. Half an hour later, Shen Xingdai walked out of the recovery pod, finally regaining her radiant appearance. Linen couldn't help but exclaim, this black technology of earning 500 credits in half an hour is truly amazing.
The sun set, and dusk was approaching. The two finished their entire day of training. Back home, Dai immediately went into the kitchen, as Linen and Li Hui were still hungry after their battle. Linen went into the bathroom, took a hot shower, changed into dry clothes, and sat in the living room. Seeing the busy figures in the kitchen, he couldn't help but feel emotional. This world is still the best. There is more advanced technology, a more advanced power system, and such a virtuous woman. Think back to your previous life. What kind of lives did your male compatriots with similar conditions lead? I'm exhausted from get off work every day, and when I get home, I still have to do housework. My salary is handed over to the pillar of the family in full every month. If I hand over even a little less than that in any month, I'll inevitably get a dirty look from him. Looking at myself now, I've just turned 18 and the galactic government has forcibly given me a gentle and virtuous school beauty as a wife. Big head, perky butt, and small feet. This was something I wouldn't have dared to dream of before. The table was soon filled with food, and Lin An's mouth watered at the aroma. The two dined together in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Lin An suddenly felt that if he could continue living such a peaceful life, it might not be so bad. But the peaceful atmosphere was instantly shattered the next second when Dai suddenly asked a question. She looked at Lin An and asked casually, "Honey, when did you learn the martial arts techniques you used when you were sparring with Lee today?" Chapter 15, Partner's affection level increased, and system rewards were obtained. What was bound to happen has finally happened. Lin An knew that his innate genetic potential, which was officially recorded as only 5%, was far beyond what ordinary people could demonstrate in reality, and that this would inevitably attract attention sooner or later. Fortunately, he had already prepared himself for this. The existence of the many children, many blessings system is, of course, something that cannot be told to anyone. After all, who knows what unpredictable consequences such a leak would cause? But when Dai stared at him with wide, blinking eyes and asked him this question, he suddenly didn't know how to answer. Lin An didn't want to lie to his closest people, but at the same time, he couldn't tell the truth. This is really difficult. I'm just a little curious. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. Seeing that Lin An opened his mouth several times but couldn't utter a single word, Dai tactfully lowered her head and continued eating her meal. Actually, she could understand Lin An after all, everyone has their little secrets. Since they got married, Lin An has never said a word about her family matters that she didn't want to talk about. Despite her understanding, Dai couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Lin An breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing I could do about it. Not telling Dai this secret was also a way of protecting her. I'm sorry, honey. There are some things I didn't mean to hide from you, but they're just too complicated for me to explain. Dai smiled and said, "It's all right." After dinner, Lin An wanted to take the initiative to clear the dishes to make up for his wife's disappointment. Dai chased him out of the kitchen. "You've had a long day, you should go and rest for a while." Lin Anjun had no choice. My wife is not only beautiful and sensible, but also so considerate and capable. I can only say that life with male privilege is indeed easy. Night was falling. The light curtain window switched from an almost transparent state to a virtual night scene mode. A bright moon cast a soft light across the room, filling it with a tranquil and warm atmosphere. Lin An leaned against the headboard, projecting his personal terminal onto the air, browsing the battle summary that Li Hui had sent him during the day. Dai lay beside him, her gaze fixed intently on his face. She suddenly realized that the man's serious demeanor was quite charming, and even gave her a feeling of complete satisfaction just by looking at him. Ding! Dai's favorability has increased by 5%, current favorability, 55%. The sudden system notification snapped Lin An out of his battle summary. Turning his head, he found Dai staring at him with a dazed look in her eyes. "Honey, are you a little sleepy? Then I'll dim the projector's light a bit." Dai blushed inexplicably, her eyes instantly regaining their clarity. "No need, I'm not sleepy yet." Lin An asked suspiciously, "Then, is there something you want to say to me?" Dai was clearly deep in thought when she suddenly leaned closer to Lin An, instantly shortening the distance between them. The soft, delicate body pressed down on him, causing Lin An's heart to tremble. Dai asked in a low voice, "Husband, do you want to know why I'm so eager to have a child?" Lin An had actually wanted to ask this question for a long time. However, he guessed that this matter most likely involved the secrets of the entire Shin family, and out of respect, he had not spoken up. But now that Shin Qingdai had brought it up, Linen immediately perked up.
Of course I want to know. I still can't understand why, given the background of your Shin family and your genetic potential, even if you can't find a suitable male martial artist to marry for the time being, you wouldn't be in such a hurry to line up at the allocation bureau, would you? Besides, if the Shin family is really just eager to marry you off, there's no need to wait until you're 20. To show his seriousness, Linen even put down his terminal, turned off the projector, and adopted a posture of listening attentively. Shin Qingdai took a deep breath, never expecting that her seemingly naive husband had secretly considered so many things. Her tone suddenly turned somewhat bitter as she said, "You're right. If it weren't for genetic lock-in syndrome, we probably wouldn't have met." Linen raised an eyebrow. Gene lock syndrome? Shin Qingdai nodded and said, "Yes. I believe you may have heard that our Shin family was originally a formal family of martial artists. But about 100 years ago, this rare disease suddenly spread to all the female descendants in our family. This disease is like an invisible shackle that gradually locks up our genetic potential as we age, not only preventing it from increasing but also causing it to slowly decline." As she spoke, Shin Qingdai spoke as if she were describing her most hated enemy, her eyes gleaming with disgust. However, Linen seemed to have overheard some incredible secret. In fact, during the 3 years he had traveled through time, he had read many rumors about the real reasons for the decline of the Shin family. Some say that the Shin family once had a daughter with extraordinary talent who married an ordinary person in pursuit of true love, resulting in the dilution of the entire clan's genetic potential. Another story says that the Shin family's ancestors were cursed by powerful abyssal creatures in a battlefield abyss. Of course, the most mainstream, and the most reliable, guess that Linen believes is that the descendants of the Shin family are not ambitious and have neglected their martial arts training, which has led to their current decline. Who would have thought that the real reason was a strange disease? After a moment of shock, Linen pressed on, "But what does this have to do with your eagerness to have a child?" Shin Qingdai pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, "This is because the elders in the family discovered after years of treatment that only after women in the Shin family unite with men can they alleviate the process of their genetic potential being locked up. If they can still successfully conceive offspring, there is a certain probability that the energy of life can reverse the weakening of this genetic potential. Although the probability is extremely low, this is the only way to delay the decline of the Shin family." Linen glanced at his wife, whose face was full of dejection, and fell into deep thought. If the only cure for gene lock-free disease is life energy, wouldn't that be a coincidence? He possesses the many children, many blessings system, and what he has in abundance is the energy of life. Thinking of this, Linen was overjoyed and gently pulled Shin Qingdai into his arms. "Honey, do you believe in fate?" Shin Qingdai leaned her head on his shoulder, but she didn't understand what he meant by suddenly saying that. Linen smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps I really do have a way to deal with your genetic lock-on syndrome." Shin Qingdai asked with a puzzled look, "What method?" Linen said matter-of-factly, "We can just have a baby." Shin Qingdai was speechless. She thought Linen was just trying to make her happy. After a moment's hesitation, Shin Qingdai asked, "If one day my genetic potential is reduced to that of an ordinary person, will you despise me?" Linen knew she wasn't taking his words seriously. But he couldn't explain it, so he could only say helplessly, "You are my wife, and no matter what happens, I will never despise you." Looking into Linan's sincere eyes, Shin Qingdai felt a surge of emotion. "Real?" Linan nodded vigorously. "Real." Shin Qingdai suddenly blushed and said, "Who agreed to have a baby with you?" She said that, but at the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding! Shin Qingdai's favorability has increased by 5%, current favorability, 60%. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of increased partner favorability. Reward, Dragon Tiger Might Pill +5. Reward, Swift Step +1. Tip, Swift Step is a basic martial skill. Its power can be increased through training. Linen was overjoyed. "I never imagined that increasing your partner's affection level could also earn you rewards." 5 more Dragon Tiger Power Pills. After experiencing its benefits firsthand all night, he knew all too well. There's another martial arts technique? This sounds like a martial art technique related to footwork. With a thought, Linan's mind was quickly flooded with all the power generation techniques and application methods of the Swift Wind Step. I briefly rehearsed it in my mind. Swift Step, First Stage, Wind Breath. Chapter 16, The Liu Family's Funding Agreement. Lin Anjing's heart was surging with excitement. Just then, Shin Qingdai's slightly aggrieved voice suddenly came, interrupting Lin An's thoughts. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you unhappy?"
Linen glanced down at her, but he didn't understand.
Why do you ask that?
Shin Qingdai's pretty face flushed slightly.
Because I said, who wants to have a baby with you?
Linen then realized what was happening and couldn't help but chuckle. I never expected Shin Qingdai to be so perceptive. However, if she knew that the system had notified her yesterday that she was pregnant, she definitely wouldn't think that way.
But Linen still asked, feigning seriousness, then, are you really unwilling to have a child with me?
Upon hearing this, Shin Qingdai immediately became anxious.
How could that be? I was just.
She stammered for a while, but couldn't bring herself to say anything more. Seeing her so flustered and helpless, Linen found it inexplicably adorable. He knew, of course, that the girl was saying this mainly out of shyness and coquetry. However, Shin Qingdai was still immersed in her grief, so Linen just wanted to tease her.
Since you don't, that means you're willing to have children with me?
Shin Qingdai couldn't figure out Linen's thought process for a moment and didn't know how to answer. Linen had a sudden thought, and a dragon tiger mighty pill quietly appeared in his palm. After swallowing, a powerful force quickly rose from the lower abdomen, and boundless energy surged in like a raging river.
Linen didn't care what she wanted to say. Why don't we have one now?
Before Shin Qingdai could react, her gaze was drawn to a tall, strong, and very handsome figure.
Ah, what are you doing? Shin Qingdai couldn't help but gasp in surprise.
But then, the gasp turned into a soft, panting breath due to the physical pleasure.
The rest is omitted. 10,000 words omitted.
More than an hour later, Linan's fireworks suddenly burst into bloom.
Both of them thoroughly enjoyed the fireworks display.
Today, Shin Qingdai was no longer as passive and resistant as she had been the night before. Her suppressed emotions, catalyzed by her growing affection for Linen, revealed a completely different side of her. It must be said that the physique of a quasi-martial artist is indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary person. The fighting had barely stopped for 5 minutes when her eyes were filled with tears again. Shin Qingdai softly called out, "Husband."
Having been an eagle in his past life, how could Linen not understand what that soft call meant?
That night, he went in and out of the dragon's lair 3 times. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been in tears and snot by now under this kind of stress. But Shin Qingdai wouldn't stop until she was completely exhausted.
The rest is omitted. 10,000 words omitted.
The next morning, the morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the light curtain window. When Shin Qingdai woke up, she felt lightheaded, as if she had been thoroughly cleaned. Last night's battle was long and drawn out, leaving her feeling as if she had been elevated. As was her habit, Shin Qingdai stretched and comfortably turned over, only to find that there was no one beside her again. Shin Qingdai felt a familiar sense of loss for a moment, but fortunately she quickly realized what was happening.
Linen went out for his morning exercise again? We stayed up for so long last night, how could he still manage to keep up with his morning exercise? Just how much energy does that man have? Could it be that this is why Linen, with only 5% genetic potential, possesses physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people?
Shin Qingdai seemed to have realized something. Just then, the doorbell rang. Shin Qingdai quickly composed herself, got out of bed, and changed into her loungewear. Upon opening the door, I saw a young woman standing outside, dressed in a business suit and with exquisite makeup.
Who are you?
Upon seeing Shin Qingdai, the woman paused for a moment before politely asking, "Hello, is this Mr. Linan's home?"
Are you here to see Linen? Shin Qingdai nodded in confusion. Do you want to see my husband?
Upon hearing this, the woman looked enlightened and then handed over an identity card.
So you are Mr. Lin's wife, Ms. Shin. I am Wu Mingjie, the assistant to the head of the Lu family in Haoyue City. I'm here today mainly to discuss some things with Mr. Lin.
Shin Qingdai took it and glanced at it. It was indeed from the Lu family, which immediately made her wary.
What do you Lu family want with my husband? If Lu Jianwei has any complaints about what happened yesterday, she can come at me directly.
Her tone instantly shifted from polite to icy. Wu Mingjie's expression remained unchanged, clearly indicating that she was fully aware of what happened at the Starry Sky Training Center yesterday.
Ms. Shin, please don't be nervous. I think you've misunderstood.
I am here today on the instructions of our master, to discuss something with Mr. Lin that would be beneficial to him.
This matter has nothing to do with Miss Lu. Is it beneficial to Linen? Did the Lu family and Linen know each other before?
This was the only reason Shin Qingdai could think of at first, but she immediately rejected it herself. Because if that were the case, Linen would have told him on his own initiative.
Sorry, my husband is not home. Shen Qingdai frowned. She still felt that Wu Mingjie's words were unreliable. May I ask when Mr. Lin is expected to be back? I can wait here. Wu Mingjie's smile remained unchanged as she calmly asked.
Shen Qingdai bluntly said, "You don't need to wait anymore. Even if my husband comes back, he has nothing to talk about with your Lu family." Shen Qingdai decided to close the door and refuse visitors immediately. If this were at the Shen family's residence, there might be a custom of treating all guests as guests, and they would at least invite the other person inside for a drink of water. Fortunately, there aren't many rules in these ordinary residential houses.
Since the other party may not have come with good intentions, why should I say so much? This is precisely why large families have their glory, and small families have their freedom. Miss Shen, I suggest you don't rush to close the door.
Although Mr. Lin is not here, I don't mind talking to you first. Wu Mingjie's professional smile remained unchanged as she continued, to be honest.
Yesterday, after Miss Lu returned home, she did tell the head of the family about what happened at the training center. However, after listening, the head of the family became very interested in Mr. Lin.
Therefore, he hopes that the Lu family can sign a funding agreement with Mr. Lin. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingdai immediately stopped closing the door.
A funding agreement.
As a young lady from a family of potential martial artists, she naturally knew what this was. In simple terms, a funding agreement means that some powerful families, seeing potential in a particular individual, are willing to provide resources related to the individual's martial arts training. However, since it is called an agreement, it will naturally require the other party to make some commitments. In most cases, the promise is simply that the recipient will serve the investor after becoming a formal martial artist. This is the most coveted path for many aspiring martial artists from humble backgrounds.
Chapter 17. Your Lu family wants to keep me as a mistress. This is the dream of countless aspiring martial artists who possess great potential but lack sufficient resources to support them.
Although on the surface, this agreement looks almost like a contract of servitude.
But in reality, in this world where the strong rule, which of the masses can truly be called free?
After listening to Wu Mingjie's words, Shen Qingdai pondered for a long time. The 2 million dowry I gave Linen was indeed a lot, but for martial arts cultivation, it was actually just a drop in the ocean. If Linen can get funding from the Lu family, then he won't have to worry about any resources needed for his future cultivation.
But I have a question.
Lu Jianwei must have told your family head that although my husband's physical fitness assessment data is quite good, his actual genetic potential is only 5%, which is not even up to the standard of a quasi-martial artist.
So can you tell me, what is the reason why Patriarch Lu wants to sponsor my husband?
Shen Qingdai couldn't believe that the head of the Lu family would make such a brainless choice without a reason, given that the family had been able to develop to its current state in just a few decades. Wu Mingjie seemed to have been mentally prepared for this question. She raised her chin slightly and said in a somewhat firm tone, Miss Shen also comes from a prominent family, so she must know a lot about this. Powerful families will sponsor many promising prospective martial artists every cycle, but of course, most of these sponsorships result in losses. But funding agreements are essentially a gamble, whether for the recipients or the large families involved. Our master believes that Mr. Lin is a promising talent and worth winning over, and we can afford to take this bet. The implication of these words can be understood as follows. For the Lu family, sponsoring Linen was just a trivial matter, and no reason was needed. Shen Qingdai had to admit that, given the wealth and power of the Lu family, they were indeed qualified to say that. But Wu Mingjie's posture made her feel a little uncomfortable. Shen Qingdai said indifferently, okay, but let's wait for my husband to come back and let him make the decision himself. Wu Mingjie picked up her water glass, took a sip, and wasn't in a hurry. About 10 minutes later, there was a sound coming from the door, and then Linen walked in, covered in sweat. After a whole night of training, Linen felt that his strength had increased significantly once again. He considered himself to have mastered the first stage of the swift step, a new reward from the system, as well as the wind breath martial skill and its application in actual combat. If he had the chance to spar with Li Hui again, Linen felt he could definitely give him a big surprise. Shen Qingdai stood up from the sofa, and her serious and sullen expression while talking to Wu Mingjie finally gave way to a genuine smile.
Honey, you're back. Why are you sweating so much again? Aren't you tired?
Linen said with a smile as he changed his shoes, I'm not tired, I'm just so hungry.
Has my wife prepared breakfast?
Indeed, after practicing the Hanyuan Qi and Blood Gong all night, his eyes showed no signs of fatigue, but rather shone brightly.
Shen Qingdai turned around and glanced back. Linen also looked in that direction. Have we had guests? Who is this?
Shen Qingdai introduced, he is the personal assistant of the head of the Lu family. Upon hearing the words Lu family, Linen felt his scalp tingle.
What exactly did that woman mean? Was it not enough that she was rejected by him at the training center, she actually came all the way to his home? That's a bit much. Wu Mingjie stood up very politely and nodded to Linen. When she saw Linan's face clearly, she was completely stunned. She suddenly seemed to understand why Miss Lu had been so eager to recommend Mr. Lin to the head of the family last night. This man is so handsome, he must have stepped out of a painting. Linen stood in front of the sofa, but said impatiently, "Is your Lu family ever going to stop? Tell me, what is that Lu Jianwei up to now?"
Shen Xingdai was stunned for a moment, not expecting her husband to be so blunt. She quietly tugged at Linan's sleeve, reminding him, "Honey, the person who came to see you today wasn't talking about Lu Jianwei." Wu Mingjie also snapped out of her daze instantly. She wasn't annoyed by Linan's outburst after all. How could such a handsome young man become popular? Under Linan's questioning gaze, Wu Mingjie first introduced herself, and then succinctly explained her purpose.
Explaining what a funding agreement is isn't difficult. After listening, Linen finally understood that he had indeed misunderstood the other party. He gave Wu Mingjie an apologetic look, then said, "So you mean the Lu family wants to keep me as a mistress? Being kept as a sugar daddy sugar baby?"
The word sounds novel, but it's quite fitting. Wu Mingjie was taken aback for a moment, then said speechlessly, "Mr. Lin is really humorous, but your interpretation doesn't seem to be wrong." As she finished speaking, she took out her personal terminal from her pocket and projected a lengthy funding agreement into the air. In her view, the sugar baby arrangement that Mr. Lin mentioned was a win-win situation for both parties. In addition, her cultivation level had actually reached the peak of the quasi-martial artist level. Facing Linen, she naturally exuded an aura of superiority and said, "Mr. Lin, you can take a look for yourself first. By the way, if you are willing to accept this agreement, our family head not only promises to sponsor your entire education, but also to give you a guaranteed admission spot to Wuhua Academy." Linen didn't react to these words, but Shen Xingdai's expression changed. A guaranteed admission spot at Wuhua University is something that's priceless. With this spot, as long as your performance in the martial arts union examination isn't too bad, you can easily be accepted by Wuhua Academy. This was originally a regulation specifically stipulated by the galactic government to ensure the smooth continuation of the genes of those quasi-martial artists or formal martial artists. Many large families have 1 or even 4 or 5 slots, and the Shen family certainly had one as well, but it was given to Shen Xingdai's younger brother, Shen Shuang. To be honest, Shen Xingdai certainly didn't want her husband to become an appendage of the Lu family. After all, what face would the Shen family have left if this happened? Moreover, if the two families are involved in a conflict of interest in the future, the Shen family will inevitably be at a disadvantage. At that time, which side should Shen Xingdai stand on? At this moment, Linen suddenly turned his head and asked, "Wife, what do you think?" Shen Xingdai was torn, feeling caught between a rock and a hard place. With a confident smile, Wu Mingjie interjected, "Mr. Lin, our patriarch has already investigated your family background. Your dream since childhood has been to become a martial artist. It can be said that signing a sponsorship agreement with our Lu family is practically your only option." Shen Xingdai silently lowered her head slightly, at least in the short term. That was indeed the case. Alas, what can they do when the Shen family is simply too weak? Moreover, her mother certainly wouldn't dedicate too many family resources to help Linen, given that she was the least promising daughter. Thinking about this, Shen Xingdai felt that she should respect Linan's own ideas. "Honey, I think..." Before she could finish speaking, Linen had already guessed what she was thinking and pursed his lips. "Go back and tell your family head that I appreciate her kindness and thank her for her generosity. As for the sugar daddy sugar baby agreement from your Lu family, I have absolutely no interest in it." Chapter 18: Registering for the University Entrance Exam. From the moment Wu Mingjie projected the funding agreement until now, it has taken no more than 3 minutes. Linen refused without much serious consideration. Wu Mingjie even thought she had misheard. This is a donation from the Lu family. How could anyone refuse Linen, an ordinary person from a humble background? "Mr. Lin, what did you just say? You mean you want to reject the Lu family's funding agreement?" She confirmed it again. Linen nodded. "Yes. Although I don't know where you found out about my background, there's one thing I think you're wrong about." Wu Mingjie looked at him, puzzled. Linen smiled faintly and said, "I do want to become a martial artist, but my choices are not limited to your Lu family." That's right, his greatest reliance has never been any particular person or family. It's not that he has a many children, many blessings system.
As long as he has enough wives and children, even if he doesn't get into a martial arts academy, it shouldn't be difficult for him to reach the pinnacle of life, right? It's just a matter of time.
Wu Mingjia's usually composed expression now revealed a hint of bewilderment. On her way here, she had already anticipated that as long as she explained her purpose, Linen, an ordinary person from a humble family, would treat her like his great-grandmother. Unexpectedly, the reality was completely contrary to her expectations. Mr. Lin, I suggest you reconsider carefully. Martial arts cultivation is a path with no shortcuts. It relies entirely on countless resources and hard work to slowly build up.
Moreover, our Lu family simply hopes to have another powerful ally in the future.
This funding agreement is by no means an unreasonable or restrictive one. Fortunately, as a professional assistant, Wu Mingjia quickly adjusted her mindset and offered some reminders. Shen Xingdai hadn't expected Linen to make such a hasty decision. Although this was indeed what she wanted, but worried that Linen would refuse again without thinking, she added, "Honey, why don't you think about it carefully first?
Didn't you also want to get into Wuhua Academy? With the Lu family sponsorship agreement, we won't have to worry about anything anymore."
Little did Shen Xingdai know that Linen had never worried about those things. The so-called cultivation resources are nothing more than cultivation techniques, potions, equipment, martial arts skills, and so on.
In this world, no matter how advanced a martial art is, can it be as advanced as Hunyuan Qishu Egong? No matter how good a medicine is, can it be as effective as Longhu Daliwan? Linen gently patted Shen Xingdai's shoulder and comforted her, "Don't worry, wife, I've made up my mind. It's more reassuring to walk your own path. And no matter how far I can cultivate in the future, I will never become a vassal of any power."
Seeing Linen's resolute attitude, Wu Mingjia had no choice but to stand up. "Alright, since Mr. Lin has already made up his mind, I won't insist.
I can hold this agreement for you for a while, and you can contact me anytime if you change your mind."
Anyway, before leaving the Shen family, she noticed that the family head didn't seem to care much about this matter.
I wonder what the family head's attitude will be after this failed signing of the agreement.
After Wu Mingjia left, only Linen and Shen Xingdai remained in the living room, sitting on the sofa staring at each other.
"Honey, tell me the truth, is it because of me that you..."
After hesitating for a long time, Shen Xingdai finally asked the question that was on her mind.
She didn't want Linen to give up his future because of her attitude. After all, this is too unfair to him.
Linen smiled and said honestly, "The main reason is, of course, that I don't like being controlled by others.
Moreover, although the person who came to our door today was the head of the Lu family, he is definitely involved with Lu Jianwei. What good intentions could that woman possibly have? As for you, you are my wife, and of course I have considered your thoughts." Hearing those last words, a warm feeling washed over Shen Xingdai.
She didn't want to be a stumbling block on Linen's path to growth, but as long as he considered her, that was enough.
Ding! Shen Xingdai's favorability has increased by 5%, current favorability, 65%.
After breakfast, the two naturally planned to go to the training center for training again today. While resting on the sofa, Shen Xingdai suddenly thought, "That's right, husband.
Registration for the Joint Martial Arts Academy entrance exam starts today. Shouldn't you start preparing too?" Shen Xingdai's reminder cheered Linen up.
He almost forgot about something so important.
"How do I register?"
Linen roughly knew the process, but since he had Shen Xingdai, the senior, by his side, he was too lazy to think too much. Shen Xingdai picked up his personal terminal and projected it into the air. She quickly operated the system, and soon the official interface of the Martial Arts Union examination appeared on the screen.
Linen looked at the huge countdown on the home page and exclaimed inwardly, "Wow."
The overwhelming sense of tension feels like it's transporting you directly into a brutal competition arena.
This is even more stressful than the college entrance exam. Are all martial artists in this world this tense?
Shen Xingdai didn't know what Linen was thinking, so she handed him the terminal and said, "Honey, the registration entrance is below.
Take a look." After Linen took it, a table interface popped up on the projector.
The first two sections are his personal information and the official evaluation report, which have already been automatically filled in, so I won't go into details.
Next, we will choose our preferred university.
Shen Xingdai said helplessly, "Public universities require a genetic potential of at least 7%, there's nothing we can do about it." After Linen opened the list of school names, he found that all the well-known public schools were grayed out and could not be selected.
He simply skipped over them and finally found Wuhua Academy, clicking on it without hesitation. Before confirming the submission, Shen Xingdai solemnly reminded him, "Honey, are you really sure? Every year, there are at least 1,000 prospective martial artists from each district participating in the Academy's entrance exams. Wuhua Academy usually only admits candidates whose scores are within the top 200. What if your grades aren't good enough without the Liu family's recommendation for admission?
Shin Xingdai added the word in case to protect her husband's pride. Although Lin Nan's strength did exceed her expectations, it was still only at the level of a beginner-level martial artist.
With so many geniuses emerging in Hao City, how easy would it be for Lin Nan to break into the top 200? Lin Nan calmly replied, "If the results aren't ideal this year, we can just take the exam again next year.
Since we've already decided to apply to a private school, of course we should choose the best one." Shin Xingdai glanced at him silently. Although she still felt that this was very unreliable, what could she say when Lin Nan was so determined? Perhaps only after taking the major exam will he realize how insignificant his abilities are in the face of true geniuses. Press the submit button, and the screen will redirect to the confirmation message.
Examinee, Lin Nan. Wuhan University. Status, pending review. Registration fee, 1,000 credits.
After paying the registration fee, the status immediately changed to approved. Lin Nan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder they say martial arts cultivation costs money like water. I went to the training center yesterday, and today I registered for the martial arts exam. In just 2 days, I've already spent more than 5,000 credits.
The pressure is immense. Chapter 19: The Unforgettable Ghost of Lu Jianwei. There is less than a month left before the big exam officially begins.
So what Lin Nan needs to do next is to take advantage of this time to improve his strength as much as possible. In Shin Xingdai's view, the saying "sharpening your spear at the last minute is never as good as it seems" doesn't really apply to the world of martial arts.
Even if you train hard before going into battle, can you train yourself from a beginner to an intermediate level?
But Lin Nan felt that he could. Moreover, he should not only reach the intermediate level, but ideally, he should reach the peak level of a quasi-martial artist. Only in this way can one truly have the confidence to rank among the top in the big exam. The two lingered at home for a while, chatting about everyday things and their dreams for the future. The two of them tacitly kept silent about Lin Nan's preparations for the big exam, and then left the house. Upon arriving at the Starry Sky Training Center, the receptionist was still the same pretty young woman from yesterday.
Upon seeing Lin Nan, her eyes lit up instantly once again. "Mr. Lin, Ms. Shin, welcome back. What kind of training would you like to do today?"
Her tone clearly carried a hint of familiarity. Shin Xingdai stepped forward and said, "Same as yesterday, 1 gravity chamber, half an hour recovery pod."
"My husband needs a multifunctional simulation training room. This is what Li Hui recommended to Lin Nan yesterday. It's an essential part of any specialized training in body movement." The receptionist readily agreed and skillfully performed the operation. "Okay, the multifunctional simulation training room is currently unused. The two of you will receive a total of 6,000 credits."
Upon hearing this number, Lin Nan felt a wave of dizziness and a chill run down his spine. If I remember correctly, Shin Xingdai's gravity chamber and recovery pod cost 2,500 credits, which means a multifunctional simulation training room costs 3,500 credits.
Why doesn't the training center just rob people?
It wasn't until the two of them reached the 5th floor that Lin Nan stood at the door of the multifunctional simulation training room and glanced inside.
He finally changed his mind.
Multifunctional simulation training utilizes cutting-edge technologies such as sound, light, and electromagnetics, along with numerous large-scale equipment, to simulate scenarios that are almost impossible to encounter in reality.
Li Hui recommended using this project to train body movement.
But in reality, when faced with such a complex scenario, the training certainly cannot be as simple as just body movements. This also challenges participants' comprehensive abilities, including concentration, reaction speed, mental strength, physical fitness, and blood circulation. The entire 5th floor is occupied by this simulation training room, which takes up more than half of the space. Lin Nan couldn't help but sigh. There's definitely a reason why things are expensive. Shin Xingdai glanced at him helplessly and said succinctly, "This multifunctional simulation training room is fully automated. When you enter it, you will experience 3 levels of challenges. Depending on the difficulty level you choose, the specific content of the challenge will vary slightly, and this project does involve a certain degree of danger, so please be careful later." Lin Nan smiled confidently. "Don't worry, honey, I know what I'm doing." If it were him yesterday, he probably wouldn't be as composed as he is now. But today, with the swift wind-step martial skill, he is fearless in the face of any challenge. Shin Xingdai led him to the self-service card swiping area at the entrance and swiped her training card. With a beep, 3 options immediately popped up on the light screen in front of Lennon. Please select the training difficulty, easy, hard, or hell. Lennon was hesitating about which one to choose. Anyway, he prefers hell mode, since he spent a full 3,500 credits. Wouldn't it be too much of a waste to choose easy mode? It's not that he's stingy, the key is that he's only been in the martial arts world for 2 days, and he's already spending money like water. He's really getting a bit numb. Dai said at the right time, given your current physical condition, I think the easy mode is just right. However, for a beginner-level martial artist, choosing the hard mode to challenge is not out of the question. Lennon pondered for a moment. Since my wife thinks I was strong enough to handle the hard mode yesterday, does that mean I can handle the hell mode too? If that's the case, then what's there to hesitate about? Lennon pointed directly to the hell mode option. But just as his fingers touched the light screen, a delicate, white hand appeared out of thin air, holding a training card, and tapped it on the card reader. Beep. Multiplayer competition mode has been activated. At the same time, Lennon also completed the selection and confirmation of hell mode, and the light screen in front of him flashed. Preview of the contestant mode speedrun leaderboard. First place, Wu Jingyun. Clearance time, 65 minutes and 23 seconds. Second place, Bai Xiujie. Clearance time, 66 minutes and 24 seconds. Third place, Li Xiaolan. Clearance time, 66 minutes and 52 seconds. This thing even has a speedrun leaderboard? Lennon was also taken aback when he saw this. Wait, what did the machine just say? Multiplayer competition mode is now enabled? With doubts in his heart, Lennon turned his head and saw a girl with a smug expression standing next to him. Lu Jianwei. It's that woman again. Behind her stood Lu Meng, the slightly chubby girl who had come with her yesterday, but the effeminate man was nowhere to be seen. If nothing unexpected happens, Sun Haoyu should still be at home today, trying to calm himself down after the blow. Lennon was immediately distraught. It's you again? What did you just do? Lu Jianwei gestured with her chin toward Lennon and said matter-of-factly, of course I'm here to train. Lennon glanced back at the light screen. What does this mean? He originally wanted to train on his own, since the simulation training program cost him 3,500 credits, and he couldn't let it go to waste. He had to make the most of it. What kind of messed up competition mode has it turned into now? The meaning is not difficult to understand from the literal meaning of the prompts on the light screen. This mode was obviously triggered because of Lu Jianwei's involvement. Compared to the normal mode, the competition mode undoubtedly increases the challenge and makes training more fun. But coming from an ordinary family, Lennon didn't have the spare money to care about fun or anything like that. You're not short of time. If you want to train, you can come after I'm done. Lennon said irritably. With a helpless expression, Lu Jianwei shrugged and said, I think this competition mode is more interesting. Besides, you didn't refuse anyone's challenge, and now that I've joined, I can't back out. Lennon turned his head and glanced at Dai. Dai nodded, indicating that Lu Jianwei was right. Actually, there is indeed a Allow Challenge option below the difficulty mode selection panel, but Lennon had only been here twice and hadn't noticed it. Lennon was speechless. Seeing that he was speechless, Lu Jianwei suddenly changed her tone and questioned, Lennon, why did you refuse the Lu family's financial assistance to you today? Do you know how much effort I put into convincing my mom to agree to this sponsorship agreement? Before Lennon could even speak, Lu Meng behind her nodded repeatedly in agreement. I can testify Sister Weiwei even asked me to be a witness yesterday. Lennon frowned. He thought to himself, sure enough, it was this woman's idea that Wu Mingjie came to my door early this morning. Chapter 20 makes you realize your own foolishness. Lennon bluntly replied, please, when did I ever say I needed any financial assistance from the Lu family? This was entirely your own decision, okay? As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jianwei's eyes clearly showed a hint of grievance and resentment. I wanted to help you because I saw that you have good potential and I know you come from an ordinary family. It's one thing if you don't appreciate it, but what does this coldness mean? Lennon rolled his eyes. In fact, if Lu Jianwei's tone hadn't been so arrogant, he wouldn't have been so ruthless. First, the two of them have only met twice so far. Secondly, who knows what this woman's motives are for wanting her to sign a sponsorship agreement with the Lu family? If you really want to help me, I'd be grateful if you just stayed away from me in the future. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianwei gritted her teeth in anger. You. She wanted to curse as usual, but when she looked at Lin An's handsome face, she couldn't bring herself to utter a single swear word.
After a brief pause, Lu Jianwei nodded. Fine, I've given you FaceTime and time again, and you still don't appreciate it. Since you put it that way, fine. If you can beat me in this simulation training, I promise I'll stay far away from you from now on. How about that? Upon hearing this, Linen raised an eyebrow. Are you serious?
This young lady from the Liu family has a powerful background in influence.
If I keep bothering her, it will be incredibly annoying.
If one day she were to really anger her, it would indeed be a considerable problem for both myself and Xin Dai. Now she herself has agreed that if she wins the simulation training, she will disappear on her own initiative.
What else is there to say? Lu Jianwei nodded emphatically and said, of course it's true. However, if you lose, you'll have to accept the sponsorship agreement from the Liu family.
Linen was speechless for a moment. If you win in a relationship, the reward is that the other person stops bothering you, but if you lose, you end up ruining yourself.
Who do they think they're fooling?
Linen was just about to refuse.
Bang, bang, bang.
Several crisp sounds emanated from the multifunctional simulation training room, and the various large machines inside began to operate automatically. Without waiting for Lin An's reply, Lu Jianwei suddenly grabbed his arm with her left hand and gave him a high five with her right.
Great, it's settled then. Then we went directly into the simulation training room. I haven't agreed to it yet.
Lin An shouted from behind.
Lu Jianwei didn't turn her head.
Xin Dai shook her head helplessly at Lin An. In fact, she felt that whether Lin An won or lost, it wouldn't be a bad thing for him.
Honey, keep going. Be careful.
Upon entering the multifunctional simulation training room, the previously dim space has been completely transformed.
The large pieces of equipment that were once visible were completely hidden in the darkness.
Lin An and Lu Jianwei were standing on a platform with a futuristic tunnel in front of them, the surrounding walls looking both real and surreal.
This is the first layer of simulation training? This simulation is so immersive.
Lin An felt as if he had truly been exiled to a separate space, and couldn't help but sigh again that the 3,500 credits he spent didn't seem so bad after all. Suddenly, a mechanical voice came from above their heads.
Multiplayer competition mode is now available. Mission objective: transport the star iron to the final destination on the 3rd level.
Rules: during the transport of star iron, touching virtual obstacles is prohibited. If you fall, you must return to the starting point as soon as possible, accept the penalty, and then start again.
First layer, light matrix. Challengers, please pay attention to the moving cursor in the air. Lin An was wondering, virtual obstacles? And what's with the cursor movement?
Suddenly, a bright light flashed before their eyes. As the light softened, countless dense blue lines and numerous orbs of light floating in midair appeared in the previously empty tunnel.
Lin An understood instantly.
The so-called virtual obstacles are these blue rays and orbs. Once you touch them, you will be punished and have to go back to the starting point to start over.
Clang, clang. 2 heavy thuds came from beneath my feet.
Lin An looked down and saw 2 fist-sized, silver-gray metal spheres at his feet.
This should be the mission objective, star iron.
He bent down to pick up the star iron from the ground, but his expression changed instantly.
Holy crap, why is it so heavy?
It's truly unexpected that such a small metal ball would weigh around 200 kilograms. Fortunately, this weight is not a concern for his current strength.
Upon seeing this, Lu Jianwei couldn't help but scoff. Do you think this simulation training will be simple?
Let me tell you, last time I turned on the hard mode, and it took me more than an hour to reach the finish line.
If it's in easy mode.
She bent down, but stopped halfway through her sentence. Lin An glanced at her, puzzled.
Why did you stop talking? Lu Jianwei's expression stiffened slightly. She only realized the weight was off after she picked up the metal ball.
If I remember correctly, the star iron in the last hard mode was only about 100 kilograms, so why is it twice as heavy this time?
Did Lin An not choose the easy mode? Lu Jianwei straightened up and turned to Lin An in surprise, asking, did you choose hell mode?
Indeed, Lin An nodded naturally. Lu Jianwei suddenly felt a darkness before her eyes. She naturally assumed that Lin An was just a novice, and that his first time undergoing such high-intensity training, both mentally and physically, must start with the simplest methods. How could she have guessed that Lin An was making his choice based on cost-effectiveness? After exiting the hard mode last time, she was so exhausted that she lay on the ground for half a day.
Hell mode.
Seeing her expression change repeatedly, Lin An couldn't help but say discouragingly, I don't think hell mode is that difficult.
If you feel you can't handle it, you can quit anytime.
Lu Jianwei's beautiful eyes whitened immediately. All I can say is that this kid is truly fearless and naive. If Linen knew that the cultivation levels of those quasi-martial artists on the ranking list were almost all at the peak level of quasi-martial artists, he certainly wouldn't be as relaxed as he is now. But it would have been better if he hadn't said it. Once he did, how could Lu Jianwei accept that she was backing down in front of a young boy? Lu Jianwei chuckled. You're saying she's no good? Little boy, you're overthinking it. I'll show you on the very first level just how big the gap is between an ordinary person from a humble family and a genius like me with abundant martial arts resources. You're doomed to lose. Lu Jianwei's eyes instantly regained their confidence. Of course, she did this not only to spite Linen, but also to prove something. That was such a foolish decision for Linen to refuse the Lu family's financial assistance. Chapter 21, First Level Challenge. Linen ignored Lu Jianwei's monologue. After all, in just one night, he had mastered the first level of the swift wind step technique to a point where he could move with ease. When he used the wind breath, his body felt incredibly light. With such amazing skills, he felt that he might not necessarily lose to that genius girl. Standing before the crisscrossing network of light, looking ahead, the path stretched as far as the eye could see. Linen took a deep breath. The rules are quite simple, they feel similar to the Matrix. Just treat these obstacle beams like lasers, and you'll die if you touch them. However, those tiny specks of light floating aimlessly in mid-air are indeed troublesome. A slight mistake can lead to failure. I wonder what the so-called punishment will be. Lu Jianwei had also adjusted her state and stood side by side with Linen. Turning his head, he saw Linen staring at the light matrix with a furrowed brow, and couldn't help but say sarcastically, "What are you standing there for? Didn't you think hell mode was easy? Why aren't we off yet?" Compared to the hard mode, the light obstacles in hell mode are obviously many times more complex, and this level of difficulty is extremely demanding on movement skills. Lu Jianwei had already witnessed it yesterday. Although Linen displayed unexpected strength in actual combat, his movement skills were absolutely terrible. If nothing unexpected happens, Linen won't be able to get past this level. When faced with this kind of situation, you should at least plan your route first. Rushing forward without thinking is just being brainless. Linen glanced at her with disdain. Who are you calling brainless? Lu Jianwei was furious, but at the same time she felt that there was some truth to what she said. Last time, she failed once because she was too eager to complete the level. As a result, she not only had to start all over again, but also received a penalty of having the weight of the target star iron ball doubled. So, anyone with a brain knows that Linen simply couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on her. He had roughly planned out the route in front of him. Although the light matrix was crisscrossing and looked dense, there was actually a lot of room to maneuver. At approximately 3 meters and 5 meters apart, there are 2 floating orbs of light that drift from side to side. These require extra attention. Fortunately, those light orbs didn't move very fast. The most troublesome were the small light orbs that had suddenly appeared 10 meters away. Its movement trajectory is very unpredictable, and its position is not fixed. Moreover, its appearance also means that you may encounter other ghostly obstacles while passing through the light matrix. But that depends a bit on luck. If you're not too unlucky, there shouldn't be any problems. Having prepared himself mentally, Linen disregarded Lu Jianwei's intentions and immediately bent his knees slightly. A faint breeze gently wafted around me. Linen can clearly perceive the subtle changes in airflow that occur when all the surrounding objects move or vibrate. This is the first-tier martial skill of swift step, wind breath. The genius girl Lu Jianwei next to her obviously also noticed something unusual. Although this simulation training room is not a completely enclosed space, it is still indoors, so how could a breeze suddenly appear around it? But as soon as she turned her head to look at Linen, she felt a blur before her eyes. Linen's figure suddenly darted out like a bolt of lightning. Lu Jianwei's gaze unconsciously followed the direction, and she saw that the matrix of light was like a dense flower garden, while the lightning bolt was like a butterfly fluttering and dancing, moving calmly through the crowd. In less than 10 seconds, he darted nearly 3 meters away. Lu Jianwei was taken aback. What did she just see? That incredibly fast guy, could it be Linen? How could that be? The agility Linen displayed on the dueling stage yesterday was as weak as a child who had just learned to walk. Overnight, he became a martial arts master? What drugs is he on? However, Linen couldn't care less about the shocked expression on Lu Jianwei's face behind him. Just then, he bent down and sank across a blue line, then immediately turned sideways to dodge the ball of light 3 meters away. Following the originally planned path, in just 2 breaths, they indeed advanced directly to a position of about 5 meters. Unfortunately, his luck seemed to be not very good. When he arrived at this place, he found that the second orb of light was blocking the very center of the route he was originally planning to take. Moreover, the ball of light seemed to have its own consciousness. When it saw Linen stop, it suddenly slowed down, as if it was deliberately trying to antagonize Linen. Fortunately, with his mental strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, Linen had already planned another route before even starting the operation. After only a slight hesitation, Linen flipped over and slipped between the two slightly narrower blue beams of light to the side, continuing on his way. When Lu Jianwei came to her senses, she realized that Linen had already thrown her 7 or 8 meters away. If she had remained in shock a little longer, Linen might have been able to go straight to the second floor.
What is going on? We can't delay any longer. I must ask you about this when I have time.
Although Lin An's agility seemed to have improved dramatically compared to yesterday.
However, movement techniques are ultimately a skill that requires technique. Without rigorous training, even if it looks good on the surface, the foundation is unstable.
In fact, if Lu Jianwei had observed carefully, she would have discovered that Lin An's movement technique had not improved much. It was just that with the enhancement of the wind breath martial skill, his agility and speed were several times faster than yesterday. Shaking her head vigorously, Lu Jianwei quickly banished all the distracting thoughts from her mind.
Her top priority is that she absolutely cannot lose to that little boy. She has always been most proud of her outstanding agility in the Tianwu class.
If word gets out that the genius girl lost to a boy in a training competition that focuses on agility, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? With a sharp shout, Lu Jianwei moved. In order to catch up with Lin An as soon as possible, she had no choice but to choose the same path as Lin An. If Lin An's movements were like a butterfly flitting into a flower garden, they were agile but slightly awkward. Lu Jianwei's movements were like those of a nimble swift, darting through the bamboo forest. Every turn she made was incredibly precise, and every movement seemed to possess a natural rhythm. Compared to Lin An, the difference between the two is truly significant. Lu Jianwei lightly tapped her toes on the ground, her body constantly moving through the pale blue light, her movements as light as the wind. In just over 2 minutes, she had closely followed Lin An for more than 20 meters. As the gap between the two narrowed, Lin An, who was using the wind breath martial technique, naturally felt the surge of airflow behind him.
He was slightly taken aback. That woman caught up so quickly?
Lin An's attention was completely focused on the light matrix, and he didn't pay much attention to what was behind him.
Only then did he turn around and take a look.
Just then, a ball of light suddenly appeared above and to his left, heading straight for the back of Lin An's head.
Chapter 22, Second Level Challenge.
According to the rules, Lin An continued forward, but if he was hit by the ball of light, he would have to start all over again from the beginning. The punishment is random. It might be that the star ball becomes heavier, or that the level becomes more difficult. Lu Jianwei was already faster than him, so Lin An probably didn't have much hope of beating her.
Obviously.
Lu Jianwei had also taken this into consideration, and as the ball of light got closer and closer to Lin An, her eyes suddenly lit up. Almost there, almost there. It has to hit. If it does, I'll basically have the win in the bag. However, Lin An noticed her gaze and immediately sensed something was wrong. He quickly turned his head following Lu Jianwei's gaze, and in an instant, the ball of light rushed towards him, and his eyes were filled with a blue expanse. Lin An didn't have time to think, and he didn't care about the light obstruction. He immediately dodged away. With the support of the wind breath martial arts technique, he almost instantly moved to a position 1 body length to his left. A blur before my eyes. A pale blue orb of light grazed the tip of his nose.
Lin An's eyes widened. So, he managed to dodge it?
But before he could completely relax, he heard a beep sound from above.
Challenger Lu Jianwei has violated the rules by touching an obstacle.
Please return to the starting point and accept the penalty before restarting the challenge.
Lin An snapped out of his daze and immediately patted his chest. Thankfully, I wasn't the one who committed the emotional indiscretion.
It turns out that just now, at the critical moment, he did manage to dodge the ball of light, but the genius girl following behind suffered the consequences. Lu Jianwei was stunned for a moment, then burst out cursing, "Damn it!"
Lin An couldn't help but grin at her. It seems you'll have to start all over again. Lu Jianwei glared at him hatefully. Don't be so smug. I'm faster than you. Even if we start over, I'll definitely beat you.
Then, the mechanical beeping sounded again from above.
Punishment confirmed. Challenger Lu Jianwei, 1 additional mission objective has been added. Please return to the starting point immediately. With a clang, another metal ball appeared at the starting point.
Lu Jianwei stomped her foot in anger. Fortunately, the challenge has only just begun and the time lost will not be much. The 200 kilograms weight gain will not have a significant impact on the prodigy.
Linen went first.
He became noticeably more cautious on the road ahead, stopping every 10 meters or so to plan his next route for about 3 seconds. After pausing several times in succession, even with his exceptional mental abilities, he gradually felt somewhat overwhelmed as he observed the intricate network of light under constant mental tension and high concentration. After traveling nearly 100 meters, he almost committed a foul several times, nearly following in the footsteps of the genius girl. At this moment, Linen noticed that the light from the obstacle ahead was becoming clearer and clearer, because behind the matrix was nothingness and darkness.
Linan's spirits lifted instantly upon seeing this.
We're almost at the end of the first level. His pace quickened unconsciously. Finally, with a somersault, Linen leaped over a pale blue ball of light that was coming straight at him, and cleared the last light barrier.
A mechanical voice came from above. Beep. Challenger Linen has successfully passed the first layer of the light matrix in 10 minutes and 45 seconds.
This result is quite good, at least for Linen.
Wu Jingyun, who is ranked first on the leaderboard, is on this floor.
Her time was 9 minutes and 31 seconds, just over a minute behind.
If I can maintain this pace, maybe I'll have a chance to climb the leaderboard? After hearing the notification tone, Linen couldn't help but think.
Before the challenge training began, Shen Xingdai told him that in addition to increasing the competitiveness of this hellish mode leaderboard, the owner of the Starry Sky Training Center had also prepared a gift for the top 10. The minimum guarantee is a free training card for 1 month at the training center. Considering that Shen Xingdai and I have already spent over 5,000 credits here in just the last 2 days, wouldn't it be a huge win if we could get this free training card? Of course, this thought only flashed through Linan's mind for a moment. The person ranked first is a peak-level quasi-martial artist. He's not so arrogant as to think he can break their record. Without further hesitation, Linen stepped through the void of darkness, and suddenly his vision was illuminated again.
A spiral staircase appears, leading to the second floor.
The staircase wasn't long, but Linen felt the surrounding environment subtly changing halfway up. The star iron held in his right hand grew heavier and heavier, and the air seemed to thicken. Clearly, the gravitational field of the second layer has been adjusted. Finally standing on the platform, Linen looked at the scene before him and was deeply shocked. What he was facing was a vast sea of stars. With the added effect of abnormal gravity, it felt as if we were in the universe. This scene is so realistic.
Linen exclaimed in amazement.
In front of the platform, countless floating stones of varying sizes drift like planets. The largest one can accommodate 3 people standing on it at the same time, while the smallest one is only about the size of a fist. Each pumice stone is more than 2 meters apart, and there are obstacles of various shapes and materials interspersed among them.
Second level challenge, obstacle floating bridge.
Challengers, please bring your star iron and, under the influence of gravity, cross the floating bridge as quickly as possible to reach the second level finish line. Friendly reminder, beware of randomly appearing virtual obstacles. Being hit by a virtual obstacle or falling will result in a foul. The thought of those tiny pale blue orbs of light being the most troublesome thing he would encounter in the light matrix gave Linen a headache. However, to be fair, so-called simulation training is meant to simulate all the crisis scenarios that might occur in real life. The random crises that arise in this process are naturally unavoidable. Linen quickly focused his mind and prepared to roughly plan a relatively smooth path, following the same method as the light matrix. With each pumice stone so far apart, and under the influence of gravity several times greater than the outside world, it is definitely a huge challenge to physical strength. His discovery was correct. The core challenge of the second level of simulation training was indeed physical fitness. These randomly floating obstacles could block the original route at any time, requiring us to be adaptable.
It seems this obstacle bridge is much more difficult than the light matrix.
Linen took a deep breath, and then the mechanical voice suddenly came from above his head again.
Beep. Challenger Lu Jianwei has successfully passed the first layer of the light matrix in 11 minutes and 12 seconds. Chapter 23: The Importance of Strategy.
It passed so quickly? Linen, who was standing at the edge of the platform, was still planning his route when he was surprised to find that Lu Jianwei, who had been lagging behind for 4 or 5 minutes, had caught up with him again. The mechanical notification sound had barely faded for a few seconds when the sound of footsteps came from the stairwell. Linen turned his head and saw Lu Jianwei quickly climbing up the spiral staircase, her forehead and temples already damp with a thin layer of sweat. It seems that she held back almost all her strength in order to defend the authority of the genius girl.
You're still here? However, when Lu Jianwei finally arrived at the second platform, she was stunned when she saw Linen. A playful smile then appeared on his lips as he teased, "You didn't happen to be waiting for me here all this time, did you? I thought that if I started from the beginning and challenged again, you could take this opportunity to widen the gap between us, but I didn't expect you to be so slow." Linen sensed the genius girl's slightly rapid breathing through his wind breath martial arts technique, but he curled his lip in disdain. The reason she was able to catch up so quickly was because she gained time by excessively expending her physical energy.
The second obstacle, the floating bridge, presents an even greater challenge in terms of physical fitness. It remains to be seen how long that genius girl can keep up her stubbornness. Seeing that Linen was ignoring her, Lu Jianwei felt that she had been looked down upon by that bastard again. I couldn't help but feel angry. She'd seen plenty of pretentious people, but Linen was truly the first one who could put on such a show. After this challenge is over, once you sign the sponsorship agreement with our Lu family, let's see what you'll have left to pretend with. Lu Jianwei's defenses crumbled. Linen was indeed too lazy to pay attention to this insignificant woman, and continued to look ahead, memorizing the positions of all the floating rocks and obstacles within his sight. All I can say is that the leap in life level after becoming a quasi-martial artist is indeed very powerful. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person with such extraordinary memory abilities possess such powerful mental attributes? Meanwhile, Lu Jianwei, who was next to him, couldn't wait to get into position. She slightly bent her knees, pushed off with both legs, and shot up from the starting platform. Her slender figure drew a perfect arc in the air and landed steadily on the nearest floating rock that could accommodate 3 people. Even though she was holding 2 pieces of star iron, and the weight of these 2 pieces of star iron was already more than 400 kilograms due to gravity, Lu Jianwei's movements were still quite light. The pumice stone swayed slightly, but she quickly regained her balance thanks to her excellent core strength. Looking back, Linen was still deep in thought on the platform. Lu Jianwei couldn't help but snort provocatively, as if mocking Linen for being too cautious. Was there any need to hesitate about something so simple? Linen frowned inexplicably. What's wrong with it? Then remain unmoved. Multifunctional simulation training room. At this moment, a crowd had unknowingly gathered in front of the large screen to watch. The vast majority of them are young girls, who are also the main customer group of the training center. In addition, there were several middle-aged women who looked to be around 40 or 50 years old. In short, regardless of their age, without exception, most of them were attracted by Linen's beauty and stopped to watch. A young girl exclaimed with stars in her eyes, "Who is this man? I've never seen him before. He's so handsome." The middle-aged woman next to him squinted and said, "The young man is indeed good-looking, but he is still a boy. Look, he stood on the platform for over a minute without daring to move, which shows that his strength and courage are far inferior to that girl's." The slightly chubby young woman on the other side clearly disagreed with the middle-aged woman's point of view and retorted, "Mr. Lin is planning a rout. This is, after all, a hellish simulation training program for them. Sometimes, strategy may be more important than physical fitness." Many young women clearly have a more advanced understanding than middle-aged women, and they all nodded in agreement. Most importantly, they no longer believe that men are necessarily less courageous than women. Although, due to the blood plague and the special protection of the interstellar government, men in this world are indeed generally more prone to being spoiled and willful. However, there are also men like Li Jin, the cold and aloof young master who was recognized as one of the 4 beauties of Haoyue Academy Association, who are full of masculine spirit. The girl, her eyes sparkling, suddenly thought of something. "Mr. Lin? You know this handsome guy, you wouldn't happen to be his wife, would you?" Upon hearing this, the slightly chubby girl Lu Mang was stunned for a moment, then her face turned completely red. If Linen really is her husband, wouldn't that be wonderful? Just as Lu Mang was about to explain, a sudden uproar erupted around her. "What? My crush is already married? Can you hear my heart breaking? I'm so envious. She married such a handsome husband, and he seems to have a lot of potential. How could such a handsome man only marry one wife? I still have a chance. Hey sis, let's add each other on the terminal. We can bring your husbands and come to the training center together sometime." Listening to the cacophony of voices, Lu Meng was at a loss for what to do, especially since Shin Qingdai, the person in question, was still present. However, she was instead pushed to the very edge of the crowd. Fortunately, Shin Qingdai's attention was mostly on the screen, and she didn't care what others said. "Honey, you can do it." That was her only thought. Inside the simulation training room, Linen was unaware that he had become the subject of much attention and discussion. At this moment, he closed his eyes and focused on finding the most energy-efficient and shortest path from the vast map in his mind, constructed from countless floating rocks and obstacles. Lu Jianwei had already jumped onto the 15th floating rock. She didn't have a plan, so she naturally chose the closest floating rocks with the fewest obstacles. Although it was inevitable that she would take a longer route, she still managed to rush more than 10 meters away in one breath. The genius girl believed that only the weak and physically poor needed such a clumsy method as planning routes. With his strong physique and solid agility honed over many years, he has no need for anything fancy. Such things would be a waste of time. With a sharp cry, Lu Jianwei leaped onto the 16th small floating rock, barely wide enough for one person to stand on one foot. A gear-shaped obstacle, about half a person's height, floated towards the left front. It looked to be about as heavy as star iron. If you get hit by this thing, you won't necessarily get injured, but if you get knocked off, you'll definitely have to start the challenge all over again from the beginning. Fortunately, Lu Jianwei had already spotted it. Without hesitation, she bent one knee on the spot, performed a beautiful somersault, and jumped onto the 17th floating stone, which was more than a meter away. The whole set of movements was incredibly smooth. She's one step closer to the finish line on the second level. At the same time, Linen finally opened his eyes. Chapter 24. Hold on, we absolutely cannot lose to that man. In the tranquil simulated space, a faint breeze gently wafted around Linen. With a flash of light in his bright, star-like eyes, he quietly unleashed the first-tier martial skill of the Gale Step, Wind Breath. The surrounding air seemed to have become Lin An's extended tentacles. Within a 5-meter radius, the movement trajectories of all floating obstacles are clearly visible. The next second, Linen moved. With his legs slightly bent, he shot towards the first target pumice, which was more than 3 meters away, like an arrow released from a bow. Although Lin An's movements were much clumsier than Lu Jianwei's, his speed was much faster with the help of the wind breath martial arts technique. The moment he stepped onto it, the entire pumice rock shook violently. Before Linen could regain his footing, he used the momentum of his forward charge to push off again, successively clearing the second, third, and fourth floating rocks in the upper left direction, and finally landing directly on the 5th floating rock. Everything was planned from the beginning. Just then, Lu Jianwei, who had just jumped onto the 23rd floating rock, heard a noise behind her and took a moment to turn around and look. The little boy has finally started to make his move, but he's already so far behind me. Let's see how he catches up now. She remains confident about the challenge. Linen didn't notice where Lu Jianwei was at all. After all, this second level of training is still a long way from the real bloody battles. It's only just begun. Linen quickly regained his balance, and the floating stone soon stopped swaying. According to the plan, continue upwards. There's another large pumice stone to the upper right. To jump continuously and conserve energy, only large floating rocks can provide cushioning. Linen, having identified the direction, no longer hesitated. He unleashed his wind breath martial skill and took a step forward, his figure darting out like lightning. He moved across the water like a mayfly, his feet alternately pushing off, swiftly skimming over 5 small boulders. The 7th piece, the 8th piece, the 9th piece. Not bad luck. Following the planned path, I jumped up to the 20th floating rock without encountering any unexpected obstacles along the way. He finally came to a stop when he landed steadily on the 21st pumice stone. Despite being under immense gravity, Lu Jianwei, though determined to win, dared not slacken her efforts in the slightest. As she continued to dodge obstacles and jump, her stamina began to gradually decline. It's getting more and more difficult. This can't go on. She jumped onto the 35th pumice stone and decided to rest for a moment. Looking back again, she realized that Linen had already walked quite a distance, and he was clearly moving faster than her. However, Lu Jianwei's lips immediately curled up. The two were still not close, so she raised her voice and said, "What's wrong, Mr. Lin? Is there a mistake in the route planning?" His tone was clearly gloating. The place where Linen was standing was surrounded by huge rectangular obstacles on both sides, while a shield that looked like a wall was slowly floating in front of him. If Linen doesn't act quickly, the shield will collide with the floating rock in less than 10 seconds, and Linen and the floating rock will fall together. In Lu Jianwei's opinion, Linen's only option was to retreat 5 floating stones, which would take him at least half a minute. Linen seemed not to hear Lu Jianwei's words, his attention completely focused on the shield, silently counting in his mind, 8, 7, 6. Lu Jianwei was mainly worried that she would get hurt, so she couldn't help but remind her, "Hey, are you scared out of your wits? Jump back quickly." Linen remained rooted to the spot. When the number in his mind reached 1, the shield was less than a meter away from the floating rock beneath his feet. Linen suddenly let out a soft shout and simultaneously leaped into the air.
He actually tried to jump over the obstacle.
Lu Jianwei stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The shield-shaped obstacle was over 3 meters high, and under this gravity, which was several times greater than that of the outside world, even she could only jump less than 3 meters high.
Where does Linen get his confidence? Does he really want to win that much?
However, in reality, Lin An's physical abilities were naturally insufficient to leap over the shield-shaped obstacle, but he possessed the wind breath martial technique. With the support of the wind breath martial skill, Lin An was as light as a swallow. When his body rose to more than 2 meters, the upward trend began to slow down due to the pull of gravity. At the same time, the shield-shaped obstacle crashed into the floating rocks below, making a muffled boom. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Linen pushed off the shield with both feet and moved more than 5 meters in the opposite direction like a dragon swimming in water, finally landing lightly on another floating rock.
The entire process was as smooth as if it had been rehearsed. Lu Jianwei was stunned. How did he do it? How is it possible to leap more than 5 meters under several times the force of gravity?
Outside the simulation training room, a chorus of exclamations from the girls also rang out.
Oh my god, did you see that? That move he just made was so cool. I thought the handsome young man was really going to fall, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. That was an amazing move.
I have to copy this video recording and watch it carefully several times when I get back.
Isn't he a beginner-level martial artist?
This is a hellish challenge.
I don't remember even Wu Jingyun, who's ranked number 1, being this strong, right? In the crowd,
a short-haired girl squinted and casually revealed the truth. That's right, only a peak-level quasi-martial artist's physique can jump that far under so much gravity. So there's only one truth: he used the thrust generated by the collision between the obstacle and the pumice.
Everyone fell silent. Clearly, they felt the explanation was somewhat far-fetched. While the collision of two massive objects can indeed generate tremendous vibrations and thrust, trying to seize such an opportunity in an instant is simply absurd.
Of course, many people went back to rewatch the video recording after Linen and Lu Jianwei's challenge ended. To their astonishment, they discovered that the short-haired girl had indeed guessed correctly. The truth was just that absurd. No one knows exactly how Linen seized that fleeting opportunity.
Inside the simulation training room,
Linen had been jumping upwards almost the entire way, and now he was almost at the highest point, having used up nearly half of his energy. The further you go on the obstacle bridge, the more floating obstacles there are, so you'll inevitably have to take a detour. Fortunately, the rest of the path was mostly from top to bottom, so he could easily overcome many obstacles.
In contrast, Lu Jianwei's condition was far worse than his.
Although I have just had a short rest, my physical strength has recovered quite a bit. But as Linen's planned route became increasingly advantageous, she had no choice but to give it her all and concentrate intensely if she didn't want to be overtaken. Nevertheless, in order to avoid obstacles, Lu Jianwei often had to take multiple detours, and sometimes even ran into a pile of obstacles only to find that there was no way forward. She could only stomp her feet in frustration and then jump back, wasting a lot of energy and time for no reason. Overall, the two were moving at the same speed. Lu Jianwei was panting heavily, with large beads of sweat rolling down her forehead.
No, hold on, I absolutely cannot lose to that man. Chapter 25. You're just being opportunistic.
Driven by sheer willpower, Lu Jianwei managed to maintain a relatively fast movement speed in agile movements.
Linen's condition is much better in comparison.
Despite the intense exercise, he maintained his own pace, walking at a steady rhythm. Although his clothes were half soaked with sweat, his breathing remained relatively stable.
However, even with his agility, catching up with Lu Jianwei wouldn't be so easy.
There's no way around it. It's a fatal flaw caused by the difference in strength.
The only one to blame is the system, which arrives too late.
After all, he had only been a quasi-martial artist for less than 3 days. It was already a miracle that he could compete with the genius girl from the Lu family in the multifunctional simulation training. A virtual obstacle suddenly crashed down from above. The pale blue orbs of light flickered, as if deliberately reminding challengers to dodge. Upon arriving at this place, it is extremely rare to see large pumice stones that can accommodate more than 2 people standing at the same time. Linen had no choice but to temporarily deviate from the planned path and jump towards a small pebble that was not blocked by any obstacles. Instead of flying in a straight line, the ball of light suddenly made a sharp turn in mid-air, grazing past Linen's clothes. That was close. Linen had encountered this situation several times before. These randomly appearing virtual obstacles were quite troublesome, but fortunately, they did not occur frequently. Linen escaped unscathed, but Lu Jianwei, who was ahead of him, was about to suffer. A pale blue orb of light flew straight toward her. At this moment, Lu Jianwei was like a lone boat adrift at sea for an unknown amount of time, her mind and body gradually becoming numb. In my eyes and in my mind, there was only the empty background of simulated space, and countless obstacles and floating rocks. Finally, in the seemingly endless darkness ahead, a lonely island slowly emerged.
That's the final platform on the second level.
Lu Jianwei immediately perked up.
We're almost at the finish line.
Little boy, this time I will definitely not let you surpass me again. With that thought in mind, she prepared to turn around and take a look at Lin An's position. A flash of blue light appeared in the corner of her eye, and Lu Jianwei was shocked.
Not good.
Before she knew it, the virtual obstacle behind her had suddenly appeared in front of her. However, there was not a single loose rock to stand on besides the obstacles on both sides. If she were hit by the ball of light at this moment, all her previous efforts would be in vain.
What to do?
Being hit by a moving obstacle means death, falling off means death.
Let's give it our all.
The ball of light moved much faster than she could, and Lu Jianwei didn't have time to think. She gritted her teeth, let out a sharp cry, and jumped with all her might toward a sea urchin-shaped obstacle about half a person's height on the right. Linen, who was behind them, was also shocked by what he saw. The obstacle's surface was extremely smooth. Although one couldn't stand on it, one could use it for leverage. The main problem is that the obstacle Lu Jianwei chose was covered with blunt angled spikes.
That woman wants a foot massage?
The sphere of light streaked across the void like a pale blue shooting star. Thanks to her agile movements, Lu Jianwei forcefully flipped over in mid-air, her body sideways, her feet landing on the blunt angled spikes of the obstacle, and then she pushed off with force.
Linen then grinned. That's a tough guy. That must have hurt so much.
Really? After successfully landing back on the floating rock where she had been standing, Lu Jianwei immediately stumbled, gasped in pain at the soles of her feet, and almost fell off. Fortunately, this was a simulation training session. If the spikes on that obstacle hadn't been at an obtuse angle, the genius girl's feet would probably have been pierced through. However, despite his empathy, Lin An's speed remained undiminished. Without the interference of the virtual obstacles that flashed by, he crossed 6 floating rocks in succession and instantly closed the distance to Lu Jianwei to less than 5 meters. Having finally caught her breath, Lu Jianwei was anxious and, disregarding the pain in her foot, quickly got up and continued walking. However, it was ultimately affected to some extent. Its movements and strength were not as agile as before, and coupled with excessive physical exertion, its speed was still much slower.
Less than 3 minutes had passed.
A gentle breeze swept by. With another series of leaps, Linen, like a black panther walking on a cliff, caught up with the genius girl from behind. Hateful. With the finish line so close, Lu Jianwei was extremely frustrated and unwilling to accept being overtaken. Lin Ang had no time to consider what the genius girl thought.
There are 7 pumice stones remaining ahead.
6, 5,
2, 1.
On the last floating stone, Linen pushed off with both feet.
Finally.
Beep. Challenger Linen has successfully crossed the second obstacle course, the floating bridge, in 31 minutes and 13 seconds.
Lu Jianwei followed closely behind.
Beep.
Challenger Lu Jianwei has successfully crossed the second obstacle course, the floating bridge, in 31 minutes and 15 seconds.
In front of the light screen.
More and more people are gathering here.
Discussions arose like a tidal wave, but the topics they discussed were finally much more diverse than before.
You only took 31 minutes to complete the second level of the challenge. That's a pretty good result.
Judging from their timings, if things go smoothly on the third floor, they seem to have a good chance of competing for a spot on the leaderboard. Although the third level is not as troublesome as the second level, it is more physically demanding. Judging from their current condition, it will probably be difficult for them to enter within 30 minutes. At this moment, a pretty girl with big eyes pointed at the light screen in the crowd and shouted, "That girl is Lu Jianwei from the Tianwu class."
All eyes turned to them.
The girl smiled somewhat awkwardly. "I am also a candidate who recently took the big exam and is preparing to enter Wohua University, so I know her." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Few people may have seen the genius girl from the Lu family, but everyone in the Tianwu class knows about her. Then someone said, "So she's a student in the heavenly martial class. No wonder she could achieve such results. But this handsome guy is even more amazing. Is he also a genius in the heavenly martial class?" Another person who arrived earlier chimed in, "That's nothing. You're still too late. You didn't see that handsome guy's amazing feat. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be able to see his video recording on the Galaxy Martial Arts Forum tonight.
Inside the simulation training room,
Linen and Lu Jianwei didn't waste any words and rushed to the third floor as quickly as possible. As soon as Linen stepped onto the platform, he was caught off guard and nearly blown down the stairs by a violent hurricane.
What a strong wind! What is this?
Barely withstanding the strong winds, the two stood together in the center of the platform, and a mechanical voice immediately rang out from above. Third layer, springboard in the wind. Challengers, please bring your own star iron and reach the finish line as quickly as possible under the influence of strong air currents and magnetic fields.
Friendly reminder, the springboard is fragile and can only be used for short periods of time. Falling off it will be considered a foul.
Linen was taken aback for a moment.
The scene before me was like a dream. Looking ahead, there was only a dim stream of light, and under my feet was a purple cloud.
It was beautiful, but there was no springboard at all.
Lu Jianwei was still panting heavily.
The genius girl's powerful physique allowed the minor injury on the sole of her foot to heal significantly. In a short time the pain was less, but she still walked with a slight limp. She walked awkwardly to the edge of the platform. The springboard in the wind trains a martial artist's eyesight and sense of balance under extreme and urgent conditions. This level of challenge relies entirely on performance and personal ability. There's no room for shortcuts. Chapter 26 has the potential to break the record. Although Lu Jianwei didn't say it explicitly, her meaningful tone was obvious.
She calls strategy opportunism?
Linen was speechless for a moment.
Some people are all brawn and no brains. They can't even use their own brains, so they accuse others of being opportunistic. How sour. Lu Jianwei was immediately speechless, her throat tightening from the retort.
To be honest, she herself felt a little embarrassed. But as a genius girl, who wouldn't be devastated if she fell behind an ordinary person twice in a row during an abnormal simulation training?
Lu Jianwei gritted her teeth.
Anyway, I will absolutely not let you take the lead for the third level of the challenge.
Don't forget, we have an agreement.
Linen was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then remembered that there was such a thing.
The key question is, who agreed to that?
Ignoring Linen's reaction, Lu Jianwei stepped forward and entered the seemingly illusory stream of light as soon as she finished speaking. A surge of purple mist rose beneath my feet, revealing a translucent, meter-square footboard hidden within the mist.
The scene looks a bit eerie.
Despite the howling winds, the purple mist remained completely unaffected. Linen originally thought this was an effect caused by optoelectronic technology, but now it seems that the purple mist is magnetic energy, mainly used to interfere with the challenger's vision, and if it lasts for a long time, it will cause visual fatigue.
Linen suddenly realized, so this is how they train eyesight? Click.
At that moment, a crisp sound, like glass cracking, came from beneath Lu Jianwei's feet. She had only been standing on it for less than 3 seconds when cracks began to appear on the semi-transparent platform. The pedals in hell mode are half the strength of those in hard mode, so the difficulty has definitely increased a lot. As Lu Jianwei calculated in her mind, she also noticed the location of the second pedal about a meter away. She immediately pushed off with both feet, curling her body into a ball in mid-air. The main purpose of doing this is to reduce wind resistance. Even so, from Linen's perspective, it was still clearly visible to the naked eye that the parabola of her descent was significantly steeper due to the obstruction of the strong wind.
Linen no longer hesitated. He went to the edge of the platform and looked down to find a small reflective area in the purple mist. With a leap, he landed steadily on the semi-transparent springboard.
However, as the purple mist surged, Linen, braving the fierce wind, suddenly had a bright light in his eyes.
Although these magnetic field energies can obscure the view, they do not interfere with the airflow. So,
thinking of this, he was overjoyed and immediately used the wind breath martial skill without saying a word.
In an instant,
Linen felt as if the power of the gale had been amplified countless times. At the same time, he instantly captured the positions of all objects within a 5-meter radius around him, and the feedback from the airflow was exceptionally clear. No, the wind is too strong. The greatest advantage of wind breath martial arts is that it makes the body exceptionally sensitive to changes in airflow, thereby making movement more agile. But now Linen has also discovered the biggest flaw in this martial art. That is, airflow can be his weapon, but it can also become his constraint.
It doesn't matter. As long as I can pinpoint the location of the springboard the instant I unleash my martial arts technique, that's enough. Then, after jumping 5 meters, use wind breath again. Using this martial art technique is ultimately more beneficial than harmful.
Lin An's lips curled up, and the next second his mind automatically generated a map of the springboard locations within a 5-meter radius.
Then I heard a crackling sound. Lin An knew that the springboard was about to break.
He immediately chose to imitate the way the prodigy girl leaped, curled up in midair, and then landed easily on the second springboard.
Without pausing for even a second, he leaped onto the third springboard. Meanwhile, Lu Jianwei had successfully jumped onto the fourth springboard.
She concentrated, her eyes wide open, and she was secretly determined. I must widen the gap between myself and that man as soon as possible. I'm going to show him what real strength is. Just as I was thinking that, I caught a glimpse of a figure rushing past out of the corner of my eye. She didn't realize it at first, and even thought it was some kind of obstacle. It wasn't until the figure paused for a moment on the fifth springboard that they recognized him. It was Lin An.
Lu Jianwei was immediately terrified. What happened? That man was jumping repeatedly.
However, what shocked her even more was yet to come. Lin An paused on the fifth springboard for no more than 2 seconds before shooting off like an arrow. The sixth piece, the seventh piece, the ninth piece, it jumps continuously, then stops, and repeats itself. The man seemed to have X-ray vision. The thick purple mist had no effect on him whatsoever. At this rate, he should reach the finish line in less than 10 minutes. While this world may possess many wondrous martial arts techniques, the ability to see through objects is unheard of.
Even Wu Jingyun, who was ranked number 1, could never do it. So, how could this be? How did he do that?
Lu Jianwei felt that her outlook on life had been impacted.
Could this be the power of the innate martial saint body?
At this moment, the genius girl seemed to finally understand why Sun Haoyu had been so dejected when he walked out of the training center yesterday. Lin Anming, despite having only 5% potential and a seemingly useless gene, has repeatedly broken everyone's perception of martial artists.
That man is simply a monster.
Fortunately, despite being deeply shaken, Lu Jianwei did not give up the challenge. The reason why this gifted girl has gained recognition is that her competitive spirit is commendable. After all, if Lin An accidentally makes a mistake, wouldn't she still have a chance to win? Time passed second by second. Lu Jianwei was unaware of her own progress. She remained completely focused on finding the next springboard, then braved the fierce winds to move forward. I sweated a lot, but the training clothes quickly absorbed the sweat and dried me off instantly. She felt like her lungs were about to explode because she had used up too much energy on the second floor. However, the wind-swept plank is not like an obstacle course pontoon bridge. She had no chance to rest and adjust. Gradually, her vision blurred, her whole body ached, and it became increasingly difficult for her to move forward. On the other hand, Lin An was in much better condition than her. By repeatedly performing martial arts techniques and then quickly retracting them, he became increasingly proficient in the wind's breath. The physical exertion was also considerable, but Lin An could slow down appropriately. The fact that he didn't need to find a springboard location saved him a lot of mental energy. A few minutes later, the outline of the finish line platform finally appeared before Lin An's eyes. He glanced back briefly, only to find that Lu Jianwei was already far behind him, her shadow no longer visible. With this level of skill, you think you can beat yourself? Although Lin An knew that using the wind breath martial skill was somewhat unfair, he couldn't help but feel a little smug. Then he thought, the first 2 levels of the challenge take about 40 minutes in total. If I remember correctly, Wu Jingyun, the top-ranked quasi-martial artist, took more than an hour to complete the 3-level challenge. If I were any faster, wouldn't I really be able to break her record? Chapter 27. Director Su is here. Before the challenge began, Lin An had only fantasized about how great it would be if he could squeeze into the leaderboard. In this way, he can train here without any worries to improve his skills and prepare for the big exam. And you can save money on a high-quality nutritious meal every day, which sounds wonderful. Now that this opportunity has actually come, how could Lin An not be excited? If we speed things up now, it should still be in time. Having already exhausted most of his strength, Lin An felt extremely tired, but the thought of the free training card beckoning him made him wish he could take a Dragon Tiger Power Pill first. Unfortunately, this item is too important for both cultivation and the main quest of the Many Children, Many Blessings system, and there aren't many of them, so he really couldn't bear to part with it. Nevertheless, Lin An's spirits lifted, and he immediately unleashed his wind breath martial skill, instantly doubling his speed as if he had been injected with adrenaline. In less than 2 minutes, the finish line platform was right in front of us. Lin An saw a half-person high cylinder emitting a soft glow, as if it were extending an invitation to the challenger to victory. That is the end of the goal. We're about to succeed. Braving the fierce wind, Lennon transformed into a black panther, his movements as swift as lightning. As he flipped and leaped from the last springboard, he finally landed steadily on the finish line platform. Without saying a word, Lennon quickly got up, holding the star iron in his hands, and ran towards the pillar in 3 steps. Beep. Challenger Lennon has successfully passed the 3rd level of the wind-swept springboard in 12 minutes and 11 seconds. The training room and the surrounding area seemed to have fallen silent. Among the spectators gathered in front of the large screen were some who had challenged the hell mode. They jumped from the 3rd level wind-blown springboard, and even the fastest of them took more than 30 minutes to reach the finish line. As for the slow ones, they'll never end. Lennon only took 12 minutes and 11 seconds. What does that even mean? At this moment, the screen flashed, and the speedrun leaderboard for contestant mode was refreshed. The name that had held the top spot for over a month had suddenly changed to Lennon. Let's look at his completion time. First place, Lennon. Clearance time, 54 minutes and 9 seconds. Second place, Woo Jingyun. Clearance time, 65 minutes and 23 seconds. Third place, Bai Xiujie. Clearance time, 66 minutes and 24 seconds. He's absolutely phenomenal. Lennon not only broke Woo Jingyun's record, but also took a commanding lead. This ranking will likely remain unchanged for the rest of the quarter. As the doors to the multifunctional simulation training room slowly opened, the area outside nearly erupted in chaos. Look, the top spot, that handsome guy is out. Wow, he looks so much more handsome in person than on screen. I can't take it anymore. I can almost smell the fragrance of male hormones. How can a young boy be so powerful and so charming at the same time? I want to be intoxicated in his arms. Hey handsome, can I add you on my device? I'm from Shenyang City next door, and I'd like to get to know you. Don't push, I'm here. A swarm of beautiful women completely blocked the entrance. Lennon was completely stunned as soon as he stepped out of the training room. He was just looking for some practice, so why was he surrounded by a crowd as soon as he came out? Several young women, who considered themselves to be of decent appearance and family background, held up their devices and asked him to add them as friends. Actually, it doesn't matter if you can't add him. Such a handsome man, it would be a win to be able to touch him in the chaos. However, Lennon doesn't have time to deal with them right now. I accidentally won first place. The most urgent task is definitely to redeem the reward personally promised by the training center owner. On his way out, Lennon roughly calculated that Shin Qingdai had spent a full 5,000 credits these past 2 days, even though she had tried to be as frugal as possible. Once she got the free training card, wouldn't she be able to save at least 100,000 credits a month? With his height of over 180 centimeters, Lennon finally noticed through the crowd that his wife had been squeezed to the very back. Shin Qingdai was looking at him with surprise and joy, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Lennon grinned at her, then apologized as he pushed through the crowd. Sorry, I don't add strangers. I'm sorry, I'm already married. Forget it, my wife is way prettier than you. Excuse me, could you please move aside? After much effort, Lennon finally managed to break through the encirclement and went straight to Shin Qingdai. Many people couldn't help but shift their gaze from him to Shin Qingdai, their envy evident in their eyes. Honey, how did I do just now? Lennon smiled faintly and asked. Shin Qingdai gave him a disapproving glare. You're already at the top, why are you still asking yourself questions? However, she said, I never expected my husband to be so amazing. Lennon was overjoyed. Although he was quite surprised by the result of his challenge, it felt different to hear those words from his woman. However, what surprised Lennon even more was yet to come. Ding! Shin Qingdai's favorability has increased by 5%, current favorability, 70%. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of increased partner favorability. Reward, Dragon Tiger Power Pill +2. Reward, Gene Potential Points +1. Reward, Martial Arts Points +1. As the system notification ended, Lennon was so moved he almost cried. Fate has been incredibly kind to this poor man who has the many children, many blessings system. It turns out that you can get a system reward for every 10% increase in your partner's affection level. Although the rewards are somewhat meager compared to those of the main quest, both Gene Potential Points and Martial Arts Points are quite important to him right now. Of course, Dragon Tiger Power Pills are also indispensable. Gene Potential Sites successfully utilized. Host's current genetic potential, 7%. This time it actually increased by 0.9 percentage points. Linen is already good enough to be considered a quasi-martial artist with excellent innate genes.
If he had reached this genetic potential 2 days earlier, why would he be training so hard at the training center now?
However, if that were the case, he wouldn't have met such a good wife as Xinqing Dai. As for martial arts points, their importance to me right now is almost on par with my genetic potential. If I were to rely solely on myself, even if I practiced these two martial arts techniques day and night, it would probably take me 6 months to a year to reach the intermediate level. The bull fist has 9 stages, while the gale step only has 3 stages. Obviously, the former takes more time to master.
Linen didn't hesitate much. Ding! Martial arts points successfully used. Current level of the bull fist, Tier 3. Mastered move, bull's hoof stomp.
The next second, the key points of a new martial arts technique flooded into his mind. Before Linen could analyze and interpret the situation carefully, someone suddenly shouted, "Director Su."
Chapter 28, Recognizing a martial artist as an older sister.
A woman who looked to be around 30 years old walked gracefully towards them from a distance. Linen would rate her figure and looks as a 7 or 8 out of 10. This is Su Jingzhu, the owner of the Starry Sky Training Center. His innate genetic potential is unknown, but through his cultivation techniques, it has now exceeded 20%, making him a formal martial artist. With her arrival, the chaotic scene almost instantly quieted down. Linen could only hear the whispers around him.
Director Su actually came out in person.
She's a formal martial artist, you can't even see her normally.
Is there even a question?
They're definitely here for that handsome guy.
After all, who wouldn't like a man that good looking?
When Wu Jingyun won first place before, she had to collect her ranking reward herself at the front desk.
Handsome guys are treated differently. That's right, we women aren't as fickle as men. We always like 18-year-olds, right?
Linen was speechless. Why do these words sound so familiar?
Does liking young and beautiful people of the opposite sex have anything to do with gender?
The key point is, if this gym owner really came for him, then he must have been alarmed by his strength. What the hell does this have to do with appearance?
However, there is at least one thing that everyone is right about.
Su Jingzhu did indeed walk straight this way, and finally stopped in front of Linen. She first gave him a quick look, and a hint of amazement flashed in her eyes. Although it was fleeting, Linen still caught it.
"Mr. Lin, hello.
I am Su Jingzhu, the curator of the Starry Sky Training Center." While greeting him, Su Jingzhu politely extended her fair and delicate hand and smiled at Linen, her voice soft and melodious. Now that they were closer, Linen realized that although the other person appeared gentle and kind on the outside, they had an unfathomable depth inside. This is the powerful aura that a formal martial artist naturally exudes without deliberately concealing it.
This is a living, official martial artist.
Linen immediately extended his hand as well, shaking hands with the other person in a very gentlemanly manner, and casually said, "Hello, my name is Linen." I had heard before that Director Su of the Starry Sky Training Center was beautiful and had a sweet voice, and I didn't expect it to be true.
In reality, he had never actually heard of any Director Su. Wasn't that what those onlookers mentioned just now?
Su Jingzhu smiled faintly, and from her eyes, it was clear that she truly loved hearing Linen's praise. "Mr. Lin, I watched the entire challenge video of you in our multifunctional simulation training room. First of all, congratulations on winning the top spot on our training center's leaderboard this quarter. I must say, your performance was outstanding." Linen keenly noticed the word "firstly" in her last sentence. In other words, why did this gym owner, who rarely even shows up at his own training center, come to see him?
Could she be trying to renege on her promise and withhold her ranking reward? Linen asked directly without showing any emotion, "Sister Su, is there a problem that you suddenly came to see me in person?"
Su Jingzhu was clearly taken aback for a moment by his address of Sister Su, and then the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. However, as a formal martial artist and the director of this training center, she needed to maintain a slightly serious image. So to outsiders, her expression didn't appear to change at all. Su Jingzhu maintained her polite smile and said, "Indeed, there are 2 things. First, our training center offers a perk. All challengers who make it into the top 10 of the simulation training leaderboard will receive a Starry Sky Training Center gold card for 3 months." As she spoke, she directly pulled out a gold card that was far more exquisite than a regular training card and handed it over.
Linen's eyes lit up instantly.
As long as the promised free training cards are delivered, everything else is negotiable. Linen accepted the gold card and thanked him.
Su Jingzhu nodded. "This is what you deserve, don't be shy."
Changing the subject, Su Jingzhu's expression softened as she said, "As for the second matter. I'd like to invite you, my younger brother, to participate in our Enlightenment Martial Arts Cultivation and Development Project.
I wonder if you'd be interested?
Since Linen calls her sister, she naturally addresses him as brother. In this way, the two seem to become much closer instantly.
An uproar immediately erupted around them.
It's not hard to tell from their conversation that this is probably their first time meeting.
So this is how they address each other as older sister and younger brother?
Linen was clearly a bit confused about the title Martial Arts Cultivation Development Project, seemingly understanding it but not quite.
Xinxingdai couldn't help but show a look of joy.
The so-called Martial Arts Training Development Project, to put it simply, is a plan by many large training centers to develop new instruments to enhance the martial arts training experience and to design new training methods. For example, the 3 levels of the multifunctional simulation training room that Linen just challenged were designed by the participants of these projects. Participating in such development projects usually not only earns a substantial amount of credits, but more importantly, participants can experience the cultivation effects of the new equipment in advance. Xinxingdai was well aware of the pros and cons of this matter. For wealthy young men like Lu Jianwei and Sun Haoyu, whose families are not short of credit points, they naturally don't care about a reward that ranges from a few hundred to tens of millions. But for her and Linen, this money was extremely important. After a moment's hesitation, Linen politely declined, saying, "Thank you for the invitation, Sister Su. Unfortunately, I just registered for the Martial Arts Academy's entrance exam, and I'm planning to train hard to improve my strength, so I really don't have much time."
He looked troubled.
Su Jingzhu thought for a moment, then calmly smiled and said, "I see.
It's all right.
Since you have your own things to do, little brother, I won't force you. We expect this enlightenment project to last about 3 months.
You can come back after your big exam when you have time." This time, Linen readily agreed.
Before leaving the simulation training room, Su Jingzhu and Linen added each other as friends on their devices.
It was nearly noon. On the way to the restaurant, Xinxingdai couldn't help but ask, "Honey, why did you refuse Director Su's invitation?"
Although she didn't express any opinion on the matter at the time, she still felt that her husband shouldn't miss this opportunity. After all, participating in the Qiming project could not only bring a large sum of money, but might also allow you to get closer to someone like Su Jingzhu. Linen was naturally aware of his wife's thoughts. However, he also had his own considerations. Linen said helplessly, "There are still more than 20 days until the Martial Arts Academy's grand exam. I want to take advantage of this time to focus on my cultivation. Otherwise, with my current level as a novice martial artist, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to be admitted to Wuhua Academy." Xinxingdai frowned. "I feel that Lin En's choice of words is not quite accurate. With his current strength, it's not just difficult, it's practically hopeless. But even with these extra 20-odd days, how much improvement can he make? Can one leap from a beginner-level martial artist to the peak realm? That's even more impossible." However, no matter what she thought in her heart, she always had to respect Lin En's own opinion. Of course, Xinxingdai didn't know that Lin En really did intend to do just that. After all, don't forget, he's a man who's blessed with many children. The Dragon Tiger Mighty Pill can help him cultivate from an ordinary person to a beginner-level martial artist within 3 days. With just over 20 days left, reaching the peak level doesn't seem too difficult. Chapter 29: The Fong Family's Little Princess. The restaurant is located on the 3rd floor. As always, many people gathered here at this time. The appearance of Lin En and Xinxingdai, a handsome couple, once again attracted a lot of attention. Although most people were looking at the handsome young man, Xinxingdai still felt somewhat awkward. The two arrived at the food window, where the line was rather long. Several young girls standing in the middle spotted Lin En and their eyes lit up. They happened to have come from the multifunctional simulation training room and had watched almost the entire simulation training competition between Lin En and that genius girl. One of the girls pointed at Lin En without any hesitation. "Look, sisters. Isn't that the handsome young man who broke the record? He's eating here too." The other girl seemed somewhat speechless. "Nonsense, no matter how handsome you are, you're still a human being, of course you need to eat. It's a shame, I just tried to add him on my device, but he ignored me. He's so aloof." Her tone was not without complaint. A pretty girl with a ponytail and big, bright eyes waved directly at Lin En and Xinxingdai. "Lin, Shin, over here." Hearing the call, the two turned their heads to look. Lin En didn't know the other person at all. Xinxingdai did remember this girl. Just now, outside the multifunctional simulation training room, this girl recognized Lu Jianwei at a glance. She said she was also a candidate for this big exam and was preparing to enter Wohua Academy. She even chatted with Lu Meng for a long time. Hearing the other person address her as senior sister, it's highly likely that she's also a young lady from a family of aspiring martial artists, possessing a guaranteed admission spot to Wohua Academy. Shin Xingdai pulled Linen along, and the two of them walked forward. As Linen approached, the big-eyed girl's pretty face quickly flushed red. Linen looked at her with a puzzled expression, then at Shin Xingdai. The girl with big eyes volunteered, "I see the line is so long, why don't you all stand in front of me?" Linen suddenly realized that the girl had been trying to pick him up. He couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. This world of male privilege, being a man is sometimes really convenient. Since he also hated queuing, he and Shin Xingdai naturally joined the queue. The girl with big eyes said excitedly, "Lin, Shin, would it be convenient for us to connect? Let's get to know each other. My name is Fong Yike." Upon hearing this name, Shin Xingdai's heart skipped a beat. Linen didn't waste any words. Since he had already taken advantage of the other party, adding a terminal was a piece of cake. He took out his personal terminal, and Fong Yike, with his sharp eyes, could see that his friend request list had more than 100 unread messages. Linen didn't even look at it, and simply approved her application. This made Fong Yike feel extremely honored. Seeing this, the others in the long line secretly regretted and were jealous, especially those who were in front of Fong Yike. Did I just cut in line and get added as a friend on the client's mobile app? If I had known it could be like this, I should have been bolder just now. I thought a guy this handsome would be aloof. The three of them got their food and found a relatively quiet corner to sit down. Before Fong Yike had even taken a bite of the meat chop, she couldn't hide her excitement and said, "Lin, your performance on the second floor of the simulation training room was absolutely amazing. Can you tell me exactly how you did it?" Linen felt that this girl was very talkative, and quite talkative, but what was rare was that she didn't come across as noisy or annoying. This isn't too difficult. Linen swallowed the food in his mouth and chuckled. Then, under Fong Yike's expectant gaze, he said profoundly, "It all comes down to practice." He naturally couldn't tell the other party that he had used the powerful and special martial skill of wind breath, which allowed him to seize fleeting opportunities by instantly vibrating the airflow. What if she asks again, "How did you acquire the wind breath martial skill?" How is one supposed to answer that? Upon hearing this, Fong Yike looked completely bewildered. Is this ability something that can be gradually mastered through repeated practice? Shin Xingdai, however, keenly noticed a glint of cunning in Lin En's eyes, and knew he was talking nonsense. "I'm too lazy to expose them." She then asked, "Your name is Fong Yike. If I remember correctly, you should be from the Nanfang family in the city, right?" Fong Yike was stunned for a moment, not expecting that Senior Shin would recognize her. In fact, most families of aspiring martial artists often attend banquets and gatherings for various purposes. Fong Yike had met Shin Xingdai at a business dinner a few years ago. However, in the vast Haoyue city, her Fong family was only an insignificant small family, so she was never too embarrassed to introduce herself. It wouldn't be good if people thought I was trying to curry favor with them. Seeing that Shin Xingdai had actually brought it up herself, Fong Yike felt genuinely gratified. "Senior Shin, I didn't expect you to still recognize the Fong family?" Shin Xingdai smiled and nodded. "That's normal. Our Shin family mainly deals in pharmaceutical raw materials, while your Fong family produces pharmaceuticals. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future." Linen thought to himself, the training center is indeed a place where hidden talents reside. This seemingly ordinary little girl actually has quite a background. At least compared to the Lin family, they are no longer in the same social class. Fong Yike turned to Linen and asked, "By the way, the martial arts exam is coming up soon. With your strength, Lin, you must be preparing to enter Wohua Academy, right?" "There's nothing to hide about it," Linen simply hummed in agreement. Fong Yike seemed very happy and confirmed, "Really? That's wonderful." Linen was puzzled. "What's so good about this?" Fong Yike tilted her head and said, "That way we can team up when we take the exam. Being with a big shot like Lin makes me feel much more confident." Shin Xingdai shook her head inwardly. She thought to herself that if Fong Yike knew that her husband's genetic potential was only 5%, she definitely wouldn't be so optimistic. In that case, it would be hard to say who would help whom. The three then chatted about many topics, covering a wide range of topics. Shin Xingdai had a good impression of this little princess of the Fong family. She was cheerful and enthusiastic, with a little bit of cunning, but overall she was very sincere, just like a little sister. Linen spoke much less frequently. Regardless of his past or present life, he was ultimately a child from an ordinary family. Once others knew about the gossip and news of high society, he couldn't get a word in edgewise. Even after the meal was over, Fong Yike was still somewhat reluctant to leave. After leaving the restaurant, Shen Qingdai gently nudged Linen with her arm.
Honey, you're really charming. Even the Fong family's little princess has been attracted to you. The way she said it sounded a bit sour. How popular is Linen in chapter 30? There's a saying that a woman's entire life is influenced by hormones. Linen also felt that this statement was true. In his previous life, the women in his world were like this. In this life, the world has changed, but Shen Qingdai, a quasi-martial artist, still gives him the same feeling. The two were still calling each other affectionately during the meal, but in the blink of an eye, how come she suddenly felt threatened by that little princess? Linen rubbed his eyes helplessly. Sometimes being too handsome can be a problem. Right now, I just want to focus on preparing for the big exam. That way, if I really become a formal martial artist in the future, I can earn more money for nutritional supplements for our children. Shen Qingdai blushed and spat out, "Who wants to have a child with you?" However, the wariness in her eyes had temporarily dissipated. In the afternoon, the two began their respective training programs at the training center. With this free training card, Linen finally felt free to unleash his full potential. He used the recovery pod for 2 hours straight, taking turns with Shen Qingdai. After spending another 4 hours in the gravity training room and 2 sessions in the multifunctional simulation training room, I felt like I had suddenly become rich overnight. For Linen, ordinary strength training is far less worthwhile than taking a dragon tiger strength pill and practicing Hunyuan Qi and blood golem all night. Therefore, he did not intend to waste his time on other things during the period leading up to the big exam. A day passed quickly. Today, Linen felt that his strength had made a qualitative leap. It's not about physical improvement, but about understanding martial arts and applying movement techniques. That evening, the two were as tender and affectionate as they had been the previous 2 days. With the help of the Dragon Tiger Power Pill, Shen Qingdai was repeatedly defeated by Lin An's spear, only giving up when she was completely exhausted. In the middle of the night, it's Lin An's solo time again. He hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights, but he didn't feel tired, he was just a little uneasy. If we continue like this, will it have any negative effects on our health? I don't know if it's just my imagination, but my kidneys feel a dull ache. Even if one becomes a formal martial artist and has a vitality far exceeding that of ordinary people, the natural order of life and death of all things in this world cannot be defied, and martial artists also need to sleep. So on the 4th day, the two trained hard all day. Linen still challenged himself twice in the hell mode of the multifunctional simulation training room, while Shen Qingdai switched to 6 hours of gravity training. As evening fell, when Shen Qingdai removed her clothes, revealing her sweet and delicate body, Linen remained unmoved and proposed a truce. At first, Shen Qingdai was unwilling. But after she got into bed, she also thought about how the tractor needed maintenance and parts replacement. If her husband continued to use it the way she did, what if he broke it? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? After a full night's normal sleep, Linen indeed felt real changes in his body tissues. Although he did not cultivate the Hunyuan Qi and blood technique that night, he felt that his Qi and blood value and spiritual power had been greatly improved. It seems that rest is still very necessary. So for the next 20 days or so, Linen maintained this frequency. During the day, we go to the training center for 2 multifunctional simulation training sessions, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. When we are full of energy, we also do some specialized training on movement techniques and martial arts skills. Every night, he would have a passionate 300-round battle with Shen Qingdai at home, averaging 3 days of battle followed by 1 day of rest. After Shen Qingdai fell asleep, he went outside to cultivate his Hunyuan Qi and blood in swift wind step martial arts, putting aside the savage bull fist for the time being. In this way, his physical fitness and combat skills improved rapidly. That day, Linen was challenging the hell mode in the multifunctional simulation training room. I feel pretty good today. The first floor took 8 minutes and 25 seconds. The second layer took 22 minutes and 13 seconds. Compared to the beginning, his time has been reduced by more than 10 minutes. However, since this is only single-player mode, his original record at the top of the leaderboard was not broken. Linen felt that as a kind person, he should leave something for those who came after him. After all, the record of the second-place winner, Wu Jingyun, was more than an hour, while if I go all out now, I can probably clear the game in more than 30 minutes. Outside the simulation training room. As always, the area in front of the light screen was completely packed today. Most of them were young girls around the same age as Linen, but there were also quite a few middle-aged or older women.
Among them were some people from other training centers or even from outlying cities, all just to catch a glimpse of that handsome young man who had recently become quite popular. 2 weeks ago, with Lin An's consent, Su Jingzhu released the video recording of his incredible maneuver. Unexpectedly, the video's views skyrocketed overnight, and the handsome young man's striking good looks, comparable to a virtual idol, became known to countless women. At the same time, the Starry Sky Training Center naturally became very popular. Director Su was very excited and warmly invited Lin into his office, saying, "Brother, this is our training center's black card. There are no more than 100 of these cards in the entire Bright Moon City. Usually, only formal martial arts families have them. Take this, and from now on, all your expenses while I'm here will be covered by your sister." Lin knew that this was Su Jingzhu's way of giving him an advertising fee. After all, his video recording had brought such huge benefits to the other party, so giving them some benefits was not excessive. He didn't stand on ceremony, thanked her, and accepted the gift without hesitation. At this time, Lin climbed to the third floor of the simulation training room again, feeling the howling wind, when he suddenly heard a long-lost system notification. Bite. Swift Step Current Level, Tier 2. Mastered Move, Swift Strike. Lin was immediately overjoyed. Swift Step has leveled up. This is the first martial art technique that he has improved through his own relentless training. Immediately afterwards, a sequence of moves flooded into my mind. Lin immediately focused his mind and carefully comprehended the profound meaning of the Swift Strike martial art in his mind. The first move of Swift Step, Wind Breath, allows him to more acutely perceive changes in the airflow around him. In the second stage, he realized that his understanding of gas flow was still too superficial. Airflow can actually be utilized. A thought flashed through my mind. Lin stood on the starting platform of the wind-blown springboard on the third floor of the simulation training room and unleashed his swift martial arts technique. As if a new world had opened up, he suddenly felt that the gale had been given life, no longer resisting him head-on, but becoming docile and obedient. This feeling is truly amazing. Lin was overjoyed, and then spotted the springboard that was faintly visible in the purple mist ahead, and leaped into the air. This time, however, his body did not curl up in mid-air as before, but instead stretched out. From an outsider's perspective, he seemed to merge with the gale, not only not being pushed back by the wind resistance, but also moving with surprising speed as his limbs swayed slightly. He was like a lone boat gliding on the water. The path that would normally require careful and deliberate steps now seemed like a smooth highway beneath his feet. At last. Beep. Challenger Lin has successfully passed the third level of the wind-swept springboard in 12 minutes and 47 seconds. Chapter 31 First Meeting with the Shin Family. From that day on, Lin stopped conducting daily simulation training. Because it's meaningless. Or, to put it another way, aside from the free buffet lunch at noon, he no longer needed any training programs at the training center. If nothing unexpected happens, his current strength may have reached the peak of the quasi-martial artist level. However, this is undoubtedly terrible news for many young women and housewives who might still travel long distances to watch the game, or even who consider the young man's daily training videos as their source of inspiration. Fortunately, he no longer needed training, but Shin Qingdai was still at the stage of breaking through to the initial stage of quasi-martial artist. So now, besides the usual 3 days of training and 1 day of rest, Lin still comes to the training center every day to stroll around, and occasionally he will go and join in the fun if he sees other projects that interest him. The only annoyance is that no matter where he goes, there are always a lot of seemingly indifferent little tails following him, secretly taking pictures of him with their personal terminals, which makes Shin Qingdai very unwilling to walk with him now. That's so embarrassing. We had lunch at the restaurant on the third floor. Lin and Shin Qingdai found a corner to sit down. Fang Yike jogged over from a short distance and sat down opposite the couple without any hesitation. Lin, the big exams officially start tomorrow. How are your preparations going? In the past 20 days or so, she has become completely familiar with the couple. Lin casually replied, "There's nothing to prepare. I think with my current abilities, I should have no problem with this big exam." Fang Yike's eyes lit up immediately. "Are you confident of making it into the top 300? In fact, she felt that with Lin An's strength, he should have been in the top 300 regardless of whether he had been training like crazy during this period. After all, he's so handsome. Lin calmly shook his head. Seeing this, Fang Yi looked slightly disappointed and said, "Then there shouldn't be any problem with getting into the top 500, right? Because if her ranking drops further, even if she has a guaranteed admission spot from Wohua Academy, her chances of not being selected will greatly increase." Lin held up one finger and said, "The top 100.
I think if I'm not in too bad shape, I should have no problem getting into the top 100. Fong Yike exclaimed in surprise, really? Lin, you can't possibly be that awesome. Shin Xingdai took a deep breath. I can't believe that silly kid actually believed it. Don't listen to his nonsense.
Based on past experience, a beginner-level martial artist has a good chance of ranking within the top 500 in the grand examination in Hao City.
But even a peak-level quasi-martial artist wouldn't be entirely confident of making it into the top 100. If nothing unexpected happens, the top 50 will probably all be candidates from the winter talent class.
Upon hearing the winter class, Fong Yike's eyes, which had just brightened, quickly dimmed. Martial arts academies have the top academy, Wu Hua, and martial arts high schools have the top high school, Lindong. Those who can enter the winter elite class are almost all elites of the star system, the future pride of the martial arts world.
Their status is comparable to that of the Tianwu class at Wu Hua Academy.
Linen had also gone through 3 years of arduous study at university, so he naturally had some understanding of the winter talent class.
However, he believes that geniuses are not necessarily that great. Just like that so-called genius girl Lu Jianwei, didn't she also lose to me in the simulation training room before?
Shin Xingdai felt it was necessary to correct some of her husband's misconceptions. The simulation training room and the training center is mainly used to train aspiring martial artists in multiple abilities. The main purpose of the Academy's grand exam is to assess the comprehensive strength of prospective martial artists, and there is still a significant gap between the two. Linen nodded as if he understood, but this time he did not refute. In any case, when it comes to overall strength, he is still very confident. Actually, Linen had been looking for an opportunity to retest his physical fitness during this period. Since it feels useless to do it yourself, it's more intuitive to have the data displayed directly by the instrument. Unfortunately, every time he came to the basic evaluation area, those little tails would follow him. He didn't want to reveal his amazing strength and rapid progress in front of so many people, it would be too easy to expose him. Time flies, and the day quickly came to an end. The next morning, in the first district of Hao City, the large examination hall number 003 set up by the interstellar government was already packed with people. The airspace was completely blocked by air trains and private aircraft, and on the ground, people were just as crowded. Sensing the tense atmosphere that permeated the air, Linen couldn't help but recall his past life, when he had also taken the college entrance examination. Linen sighed, different worlds, different dreams, the only thing they have in common is this damn fate. Shin Xingdai, standing beside him, was taken aback and asked curiously, "Husband, what are you talking about?" Linen shook his head and said with a wry smile, "It's nothing, I just suddenly felt a bit sentimental." Shin Xingdai thought her husband was just too nervous, so she took his arm and said, "Relax, just treat it like a normal training session. You've trained so hard for so many days, as long as you perform normally, I'm sure there won't be any problems." Although he wasn't particularly nervous to begin with, Linen still felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing his wife's words of comfort. Just then, Fong Yike's carefree greeting came from behind them.
"Lin, Shin, you're here so early."
Linen turned around and smiled, "You're not late either.
How are you feeling now? Are you confident about this big exam?" The Fong family's little princess was dressed in a neat training outfit today, looking youthful and energetic. If it were just me alone, I would indeed feel a little uneasy. But I'm teamed up with Lin now, so what do I have to worry about? Shin Xingdai instructed, "The big exam will officially begin soon, so the two of you must be careful not to get separated. If we cooperate well, our ranking should improve significantly." As they were talking, Linen suddenly felt several gazes cast at him from the side, filled with scrutiny and perhaps a hint of contempt. He turned his head to look. He saw a man and a woman standing not far away. The man was tall and thin, with a handsome face and a youthful vigor that gave Linen a sense of familiarity. The woman was tall and slender, and her looks were in no way inferior to Shin Xingdai's, but she was more aggressive, with a cold arrogance and confidence from her martial arts family in her eyes. Shin Xingdai and Fong Yike also noticed Lin An's gaze. Following the direction, Shin Xingdai's expression immediately turned strange. Seeing this, Lin An asked, "Wife, do you know those two people?" Shin Xingdai nodded decisively and took 2 steps forward with a complicated expression. "Second sister, Shu Heng, you've arrived too?" Upon hearing this, Lin An suddenly realized something. He said that the two people looked a bit like Shin Xingdai. It turned out that they were his sister-in-law Shin Xingxian and his brother-in-law Shin Shuheng. Shin Xingxuan's gaze swept lightly over Shin Xingdai, then landed on Lin An. Her cold eyes appraised him from head to toe, and a half-smile curled at the corner of her lips. "Xingdai, is this the husband you matched with a dowry of 2 million?
Shin Xingdai remained silent for a moment, then nodded.
Shin Xingxian gave a cold laugh.
He's not bad looking, but he's still not as good looking as our Shuheng. Linen was smiling at them in a friendly manner when he heard these words and was taken aback.
What's the meaning? Without even a greeting, he came up and made this comment about his own appearance? Shen Shuang's attitude was much gentler than that of his second sister.
Second sister, you're just biased towards me.
Your husband is much more handsome than me.
Third sister, you two must be getting along really well now, right? As he spoke, he winked at Shin Xingdai, causing her pretty face to flush slightly, and she spat at him.
Shin Xingxian retorted sarcastically, what's the use of just being handsome?
In our Shin family, even your third sister, who has the worst genetic potential, has 6%, which is at least at the level of a quasi-martial artist. And your third brother-in-law is just an ordinary person. I think their children will only drag our Shin family down in the future.
Chapter 32. The big exam officially begins.
Since getting married, Linen and Shin Xingdai have been busy having children in training, and haven't been back to the Shin family home yet. Shen Shuhong was indeed unaware of Lin An's situation.
My third brother-in-law is actually an ordinary person?
He exclaimed in surprise, his expression clearly showing some astonishment.
But then I realized that, after all, how many of those who get matched with the allocation bureau have decent backgrounds? Third brother-in-law, it's okay. You can follow behind me during the big exam.
I'll give you some of the points you can earn, so your score won't be too low and you can still get into a decent university.
Shin Shuhong sighed and patted Lin An's arm.
Linen could tell that Shin Shuhong was much gentler than Shin Xingxian, and that he genuinely wanted to help him.
Then thank you in advance, brother-in-law. Fang Yike was also listening to their conversation and couldn't help but scoff.
It's still uncertain who will help whom at that time. Shin Xingxian sensed her disdain and turned her sharp gaze away.
What do you mean by that? Shuhong's genetic potential is 6.8%. It would be a miracle if Linen didn't hold him back. And who are you? You have no right to speak here. Linen disliked Shin Xingxuan's aggressive demeanor and immediately stepped forward.
She was a friend of mine before Qingdai and I.
Second sister, right? Please be more polite when you speak to my friend.
He spoke in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant.
Shin Xingxian was clearly taken aback.
He is the only outstanding quasi-martial artist in the Shin family with a genetic potential exceeding 7%. At home, even Shin Xingdai can only treat him with utmost respect.
How dare Linen, an ordinary person, talk back to him? You. Shin Xingdai immediately changed the subject, saying, isn't the big exam about to start?
You should go in and prepare for the exam as soon as possible. Shin Shuang knew that his second sister had a spoiled temper and did not want to have a conflict at such an important time, which would affect her performance in the exam.
Yes, they've already started checking people in at the entrance. Brother-in-law, shall we go over now?
Before leaving, Shin Xingdai gave Linen a few more instructions. The general advice is not to be nervous, and that it's okay if you don't perform well.
Linen smiled and agreed.
Although these instructions were of little use to him, his heart was warmed by his wife's concern. Shin Xingxian stood to the side, coldly glancing at them, her eyes seeming to say, wait until we get to the exam hall, and we'll see how you embarrass yourself. Soon, with the flow of people, Linen, Shin Shuang, and Fang Yike passed through the examination hall's check-in entrance together. Along the way, with two handsome men by her side, Fang Yike had no idea how many envious and jealous glances she had received.
Upon entering the examination room, the view finally opened up.
They found themselves outside a massive underground fortress, its towering dome casting artificial light and the faint rumble of machinery. Linen finally understood why the college entrance examination in this world is conducted in a single examination room for all candidates. The cost of simulating such a large area of natural light alone is unimaginable. If we were to set up several more exam rooms, who could afford to spend that much money? As expected, there were more girls than girls present. The approximate ratio is as shown in the data released by the National Bureau of Statistics, with a male-to-female ratio of about 1:10. Linen noticed that a few particularly eye-catching individuals were attracting the attention of the vast majority of people. One of them was a girl dressed in a plain white training uniform, with a face as cold as ice and snow, surrounded by at least dozens of male aspiring martial artists. Shin Shuhong also noticed the direction Linen was looking, and nudged him with his elbow.
What is my brother-in-law looking at? Linen raised his chin.
Shin Shuhong grinned mischievously, brother-in-law, I'm right here next to you.
Aren't you afraid I'll tell my third sister about you peeking at pretty girls?
Linen replied somewhat speechlessly, I was wondering why there were so many people surrounding that person.
Shen Shuang asked in surprise, you don't recognize Ling Xuanhua?
Linen looked completely bewildered. Upon seeing this, Fang Yi immediately introduced her enthusiastically. She is a graduate of the genius class of Winter Martial Arts High School. He is the undisputed top candidate for the National College Entrance Examination in our Haoyue city this year, with a genetic potential of up to 9.2%. This really surprised Linen a little.
Genetic potential as high as 9.2%. Doesn't that mean that if she works a little harder, she'll soon be able to become a formal martial artist?
Lu Jianwei's strength is already comparable to his, who has a cheat-like martial arts technique, but this Ling Xuanhua is even more powerful than her.
Seeing that Linen was listening attentively, Fang Yi continued pointing in another direction.
There stood a bright smiling, graceful young woman, chatting and laughing with several people beside her. And then there's Yun Lingyao, she's also in the genius class at the Frost Winter Martial Arts High School, with a genetic potential of 8.3%.
Linen nodded again in surprise.
He had certainly heard of the Frost Winter Martial Arts Academy. It was said that the genius class was full of students with exceptional talent.
He never imagined they would be so monstrous.
Linen then scanned the crowd again and saw a muscular, square-faced young man who looked somewhat honest being surrounded by a group of girls.
Could he also be in the genius class at Winter High School? How high is his genetic potential?
Shen Shuhong shook his head this time.
He is not.
Linen looked puzzled. Shen Shuhuang continued, his name is Shiryu.
His genetic potential is a little higher than Yun Lingyao's, about 8.8%.
It's just that my family background isn't very good, so I can't afford to attend the Winter Martial Arts Academy. Linen was speechless. He was originally very confident in himself, but how come he only realized how many geniuses there were after arriving here? Besides these three, there are naturally many other geniuses who are also surrounded by many people.
Linen didn't want to ask anymore, he was afraid it would really damage his confidence.
However, he also silently memorized the appearances of those people.
If you encounter this in the exam room, be careful. Just then, a deep yet penetrating bell rang out, instantly silencing all the noise in the square. Everyone's eyes turned to the high platform at the front of the venue.
Two figures appeared on the high platform at some unknown time. The man on the left was dressed in a crisp interstellar officer's uniform, his epaulets gleaming. His face was resolute, and his eyes were sharp as an eagle's. Just by standing there, he exuded a chilling aura of menace, as if 1,000 troops were gathered in his body. It was Li Jin, the deputy examiner of the Haoyue Martial Arts Academy Association and a formal martial artist. His appearance caused an immediate uproar at the scene. Upon seeing that figure, Shen Shuhong couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, it's Li Jin. Linen had never heard of the name Li Jin before, but he could sense from the man's powerful aura that his strength was unfathomable.
Linen was about to ask a question.
Li Jin's eyes flashed like lightning as he scanned the entire room.
Dear students, welcome to this year's Haoyue City Martial Arts Academy Joint Examination.
I am the chief examiner, Li Jin. This is Dongfang Qingyang, the proctor from the Kyoto Martial Arts Association.
Chapter 33 The Road with Fewer People.
As Li Jin introduced, the noise that had just subsided suddenly erupted again.
It's Dongfang Qingyang. It's actually Dongfang Qingyang from the Dongfang family of Kyoto. I never expected that she would be our proctor this time. We're so lucky. I'm so excited.
I'm planning to go to Kyoto to develop my career in the future, just to follow Dongfang Qingyang. She's the idol of many of us young aspiring martial artists. Hearing these words, Linen noticed that even Shen Shuhuang and Fang Yike next to him had burning passion in their eyes.
How come this tutor has such a high reputation? He couldn't help but mutter something to himself. Shen Shuhuang asked with some surprise, brother-in-law, you don't even know Dongfang Qingyang?
Linen smiled helplessly. I was just an ordinary person before, and I really didn't know much about those martial artists. Shen Shuhuang gave him a strange look.
In fact, this reason is completely untenable. Everyone living in this galaxy knows about the Martial Arts Federation. And if you know about the Federation, how could you not know about that prodigy?
However, in his emotional state, Shen Shuhuang didn't think much of it.
Dongfang Qingyang is the eldest daughter of the Dongfang family in Kyoto. Did you see our chief examiner from Haoyue City?
He's 32 years old this year, and his genetic potential has already reached 21%. Linen was slightly surprised.
21%. He's even taller than the gym leader at the Starry Sky Training Center. What does this mean?
Shen Shuang continued, and this mentor, Dongfang Qingyan, is only 27 years old, yet his genetic potential has already reached 28%.
Linen knew that a quasi-martial artist's genetic potential could be enhanced through cultivation techniques. But 28%? That's way too outrageous. Why do I feel that Dongfang Qingyan's aura is not as strong as instructor Li Jin's? Fang Yike could only regard Linen as a complete novice in the martial arts world.
That's because the cultivation technique that instructor Li Jin practices is full of killing intent in our star system, which is why it gives people such a shocking and domineering feeling. Upon hearing this, Linen suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder Master Su of the Starry Sky Training Center has almost the same genetic potential as Li Jin, yet the two seem to be quite different.
It seems I know too little about martial arts. I don't even know such obvious basic common sense. Once I get into university, I really need to study these theoretical concepts properly. Everyone quieted down for a moment.
On the high platform, Li Jin's deep voice easily spread throughout the entire venue, instantly silencing all the chattering prospective candidates. Only after the room had completely quieted down did he say, "It's getting late, let me explain the rules for this year's big exam. The underground simulated combat zone in front of you is your testing ground.
The test is very simple.
It requires everyone to start from where they are now, traverse the entire underground testing area, and reach the finish line at the other end. In the underground examination room, you will encounter all sorts of simulated traps, environmental obstacles, and even mechanical monsters. Your goal is to collect as many energy cores scattered throughout the area as possible while ensuring your own safety and progress." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed, and a holographic projection next to him lit up, displaying a rhomboid crystal about the size of a fingernail, emitting a soft white light.
This is the energy core. Each successful collection of one core will earn you 1 point in your personal score.
Of course, your most important goal is to reach the finish line as soon as possible. Your total score will determine your ranking in which martial arts academy you will be admitted to. Your points are the only pass to enter the university you want to attend.
Do you understand?
The exam content, both in terms of rules and format, was indeed very simple. The vast majority of those present were aspiring martial artists, and they were quick-witted enough to understand what was being said. Seeing that no one raised any questions, Li Jin's sharp gaze swept across the young and nervous faces of the entire room.
Finally, one more point: during the exam, there will be no interaction between candidates. However, anyone who intentionally causes death will be disqualified from the exam and handed over to the interstellar court for trial.
His tone turned quite stern with this last sentence, which silenced many of the candidates present. Linen, however, understood the implied meaning behind those words.
They won't prevent the test takers from interacting at all? Doesn't that mean that during the big exam, you can fight with anyone as you please, as long as you don't intentionally kill anyone? Fang Yike nodded seriously.
That's correct. In fact, the rules are the same for every major exam, and you'll inevitably have to fight with others during the process. Shen Shuang added a sentence. Cases that actually result in death are not uncommon, so brother-in-law, when the exam starts later, you'd better stick close to me. Otherwise, with your ordinary physical condition, if you were to encounter a powerhouse of Ling Shuanghua's caliber, you probably wouldn't even have a chance to be saved.
Linen nodded nonchalantly.
The candidates rested here for about 10 minutes, and then, under Li Jin's organization, everyone lined up to receive an energy collection bracelet with positioning function. Now, everyone, please enter the entrance in batches according to the check-in order.
The assessment will officially begin.
As soon as he finished speaking, a huge gate slowly rose in front of everyone. The crowd began to surge, and the candidates, filled with both nervousness and excitement, entered one by one.
"Brother-in-law, Fang, we must not get separated later, we must stay together," Shen Shuang reminded him again in a low voice. Fang Yike naturally had no objection. She was counting on Linen to carry her along. Linen nodded.
After all, this was his brother-in-law, and he should take care of him if he had the chance to get more points. After entering the gate, the passage was much wider than expected. The air was filled with a slight metallic and oily smell, and a faint humming sound indicated that all the machinery in the underground examination room had begun to operate normally. Li Jin and Dongfang Qingyang led the way at the front of the group, and soon they finally arrived at a crossroads. All the intersections here lead to the finish line. The obstacles you may encounter on each road are different. Whether you choose the easy or difficult path depends entirely on your own luck. So from here on, your life will officially enter the competition. Li Jin's meaning is not difficult to understand.
So, luck is also a part of ability?
At this moment, Shen Shuang looked at the other two. I suggest we follow the same path as Ling Xuanghua.
That way, if we encounter any trouble along the way, she can be the one to take the lead. What do you think? This is a thought shared by many people besides Shin Shuheng.
After all, in this major test, rather than choosing a path, they are actually choosing people.
Fang Yike simply turned her head away. Linen, what do you say? I'll listen to you.
Seeing this, Shin Shuheng felt a bit frustrated.
She clearly didn't take his opinions seriously at all. Linen replied without hesitation, sure, you and Ling Xuanghua both chose the middle path. Following them will indeed save us a lot of trouble.
But the problem is, with them around, the competition on this path is the fiercest, and we probably have no chance of obtaining the energy core at all.
Fang Yike nodded vigorously and said, that's right, what Linen said makes sense.
Shen Shuhong was somewhat speechless.
Does my brother-in-law have any self-awareness? He's just an ordinary person here, and he still wants to obtain the energy core? I think ranking is obviously more important to you than the energy core.
The meaning was quite clear, but the degree of tact was not excessive. Linen shrugged dismissively. Anyway, I've decided to take the least crowded route. He could understand his brother-in-law's concerns about his abilities, but after all, this was a major matter concerning whether he could be admitted to Wohua Academy.
Fang Yike decisively said, I'll go with Linen.
Seeing this, Shin Shuhong had no other choice. The path with the fewest participants is obviously the leftmost one of the 5 paths. There's really no particular reason, it's just that people in this world generally consider the left side to be unlucky. The 3 hadn't gone far when they saw a faint light flickering ahead, and the Jime energy cores were scattered and embedded in the grooves of the wall. It was definitely right to listen to Lin, and we've encountered the energy core so quickly.
Fang Yike's eyes lit up.
Just as she was about to rush over and use the energy collection bracelet to absorb energy from the energy core, several people suddenly rushed over from around the corner, faster than her. A petite girl took the lead, but was pulled away by a tall, strong girl following closely behind.
Get out of the way. We saw these energy cores first.
The petite girl lost her balance and was pulled to the ground by the enormous force. Unwilling to give up, she quickly got up and chased after him again.
Linen couldn't help but frown. We're not far from the entrance, is it really worth fighting so fiercely for those few energy cores?
Shin Shuhong said helplessly, so even if we choose the less crowded path, the competition will still be just as fierce.
Chapter 34. Are you really my brother-in-law?
As Shin Shuhong said.
Besides the energy core, the ranking is the most important factor in the final exam results.
Therefore, wasting time just for these few energy cores at the entrance is really not a wise decision. Let's go, there must be more than just these energy cores. Linen felt it was not worth wasting his time here. Clearly, Shin Shuhong and Fang Yike thought the same thing. The 3 continued forward. The passage seemed to be quite quiet, as no one had triggered the traps and mechanisms yet. Shin Shuhong volunteered to lead the way, which relieved Linen and Fang Yike of their worries. Just then, a muffled thud came from ahead, followed by a tall, strong girl's scream of pain.
Everyone's spirits lifted.
Just as the tall, strong girl finished absorbing the core's energy with her bracelet, a vortex appeared out of nowhere on the solid ground beneath her feet, like a swamp, pulling her slowly into the swamp. She struggled desperately, but to no avail. Instead, she sank faster and faster until half of her body was buried. The petite girl patted her chest upon seeing this.
Luckily, I wasn't the one who got the energy core. The tall, strong girl's companion had obviously heard this as well.
He glared at the girl, then, without saying anything more, quickly pulled the tall, strong girl away.
Each time you try to pull, you can only pull out a little bit. Linen frowned.
It seems we need to be careful where we step from here on out, otherwise we don't know how much time we'll waste if we encounter a whirlpool like this.
Fang Yike nodded in agreement. Let's go.
The 3 quickened their pace and continued forward. The passage slowly extended downwards, with fluorescent stones embedded in the walls providing ample light. Although far fewer people chose this path, it was still an examination hall for tens of thousands of people. Along the way, they still discovered quite a few cores whose energy had been drained. Suddenly, Shin Shuhong, who was walking at the front, stopped and made a gesture to stop. Linen and Fang Yike curiously slashed at it. In front of us was a fairly spacious underground cave with many stalactites hanging from the ceiling.
Fang Yike covered her mouth in surprise and said, Linen, look, there are at least a dozen energy cores in the middle.
As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, wanting to go and absorb the energy.
These are all points.
Even though she took one of the Fang family's guaranteed admission spots, guaranteed admission is not foolproof. If your college entrance exam scores are too poor, the more prestigious the university, the less it will care whether you come from a wealthy family.
In addition to this, the results of the major exams also affect what resources one can obtain after entering university.
Fortunately, Linen pulled her back in time.
Careful. Have you forgotten the lesson learned from that female classmate? Fong Yike paused.
Upon seeing so many energy cores, she was indeed a little overwhelmed and couldn't help but lower her head slightly, her pretty face blushing.
Brother-in-law, why don't you give it a try?
Linen turned his head and said. Among the three, Shen Shuhong believed he had the highest genetic potential and the strongest abilities, so it was his duty to volunteer.
But why did he feel so unwilling when Linen gave him such an order?
I'm willing to go, but we need to agree on how to divide so many energy cores first.
Even close brothers keep clear accounts. Shen Shuhong's question is actually quite necessary.
After a moment's thought, Linen suggested, let's split it evenly.
Shen Shuhong took a deep breath.
He believed that since he was the strongest, he would naturally contribute the most, and dividing the spoils equally would be unfair to him. Linen could also see his reluctance. Anyway, you also have a spot in the Shen family's recommendation program for Wuhua Academy, so you don't need to worry too much about points. Neither of us has the same genetic potential as you. With great power comes great responsibility. Shen Shuhong's lips finally curled up slowly at Lin An's words.
You two wait for me here.
After saying that, he waved his hand, exerted force with his feet, and shot like an arrow toward a small pile of energy cores in the center of the cave. He moved extremely fast, covering most of the distance in just a few steps. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the nearest energy core, Linen frowned slightly. He sensed a faint, surging current in the ground in that area, and it was getting stronger and stronger. This is the martial art he cultivated, the power brought by the wind. Watch your step. A strong premonition surged into Lin An's heart, and he immediately shouted a reminder. But he was still a little too late. Just as Shen Shuhong took another step, his toes were about to touch the ground.
With a soft hum, countless tiny black holes suddenly appeared in the surrounding ground.
Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 metallic spikes suddenly shot out from the ground.
Oh no! Shen Shuhong's expression changed drastically.
He was somewhat prepared, knowing that there would definitely be traps set near these energy cores, but he hadn't even touched an energy core yet, so this was all too sudden. Of course, even if one were to be impaled by these piercings, given the current level of medical care in this world and the physical condition of a quasi-martial artist, there would be absolutely no danger to their life. In that case, one would have to receive immediate medical assistance, and the major exam would be automatically forfeited. The spike shot out more than a meter high in an instant, giving no one time to react. Shen Shuhong could only step forward and turn to the side in a flash.
Put!
A sharp spike pierced straight through his raised thigh.
Ugh!
Shen Shuhong immediately let out a cry of pain, his face instantly turning a purplish red from the intense agony.
Damn it, come help me!
Although Fong Yike had no feelings for him, as a woman, she still had an obligation to take care of men in this situation, especially since they were companions. Don't worry, I'm coming to save you. Linen glanced at the ground and saw that there were still many small, dark holes. Clearly, those small holes were prepared for rescuing their companions.
Don't go over there, there are traps. Linen reacted quickly and stepped in front of Fong Yike. But what about Shen Shuhong? His leg has been pierced, he definitely can't break free on his own.
Linen took a deep breath and remained calm. But if you go there now, it will only mean one more person getting trapped here.
So, are we just going to leave this person here and ignore them?
Fong Yike was so anxious that she scratched her head and cheeks.
This is a crucial exam, and time is limited. What to do, what to do?
Linen observed the location of the small holes in the ground.
I have another idea.
The other two looked at him simultaneously.
Shen Shuhong asked in anguish, what method?
Tell me quickly. Linen looked up and said, why don't you cut off your thigh?
Your brother-in-law can carry the rest of the leg for you. Anyway, we can reconnect after the exam.
Upon hearing this, Shen Shuhong was completely stunned.
What's the meaning? Are you really my brother-in-law? Chapter 35, Hundreds of Energy Cores.
Shen Shuhong winced in pain, but secretly resolved that if Linen thought that way, he would definitely tell his third sister when he got out.
Linen certainly wouldn't be that cruel. Just kidding.
He had already observed the location of the small holes on the ground. In terms of density, they were actually much simpler than the light matrix in the simulation training room.
Don't move, just wait here.
Linen turned to Fong Yike and gave her a word of advice.
I have to tell them.
He always felt that this girl was quite pretty, but her personality was too outrageous.
She didn't even notice such an obvious trap. Okay, Linen, I won't move around.
Fong Yike still trusted Linen, so she nodded without saying a word. Shen Shuhuang still didn't understand what his third brother-in-law was up to. Suddenly, Linen took a step forward and disappeared from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped into the range of the trap.
Shen Shuhuang was immediately shocked. What's going on? Isn't my brother-in-law an ordinary person? How come he seems to be even faster than me?
In fact, Linan's speed was much faster than his. Driven by the wind, Linan's figure moved almost like a ghost, leaving afterimages in the trap area in the middle of the cave. He would sometimes turn to the side, sometimes slide forward, and with each step he precisely avoided those dark little holes.
Fong Yike's eyes lit up. Here we go again. That's it. Linan's movements are so cool.
Shen Shuhuang was completely dumbfounded.
Movement technique.
This clearly demonstrates the use of some kind of martial art, and the quality of this martial art is quite high. My brother-in-law's skill level is clearly comparable to that of a peak quasi-martial artist.
How did he manage to do that? Shen Shuhuang even forgot the pain in his thigh.
In the blink of an eye, Linen had arrived beside Shen Shuhuang.
He didn't see the disbelief on Shen Shuhuang's face. Bull Butt's horn.
Linen let out a low shout and his elbow shot out like lightning, striking the spike that had pierced Shen Shuhuang's thigh. Although he didn't know how hard the spikes were, he had no choice but to try in order to save his brother-in-law.
With a clang,
he broke the finger-thick spike with a single blow. The spike was much brittle than he had expected. Linen was quite surprised.
But thinking about it, it's easy to understand. This is just a crucial entrance exam for aspiring martial artists, not a battle against an enemy on the battlefield. Naturally, any trap will have obvious weaknesses so that the examinees can escape.
Shen Shuhuang's legs were instantly partially freed and landed on the ground. The heavy spikes vibrated twice with the force of the impact. After all, it was a single, continuous piercing, and the intense pain immediately pulled Shen Shuhuang back to reality from his shock.
Don't just stand there. Get out of this area first, then treat your wound.
As he spoke, Linen grabbed Shen Shuhuang's arm and pushed him hard, sending him flying out of the trap area.
Ouch, that hurts. Upon landing, Shen Shuhuang gasped in shock.
While keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings for any other traps, Linen quickly darted to the small pile of energy cores.
We were lucky there were no other traps here besides the spikes. Linen raised the bracelet and began absorbing energy.
A dozen or so energy cores, that's worth more than 10 points.
After the energy was completely absorbed, sure enough, the bracelet displayed current score, 18 points. Linen returned the way he came without hesitation.
That's great, Linen, you're really amazing.
Fong Yike did not hesitate to praise Linen.
Of course, she was speaking from the heart. Although Linen felt somewhat pleased, he showed no outward reaction. After all, a master should appear calm and collected. Alright, let's stick to what we agreed on before. No matter who puts in the effort, we'll split the collected energy equally. With Fong Yike's help, Shen Shuhuang endured the excruciating pain to pull out the splinter and injected himself with a fast recovery drug. The wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked at Linen with a complicated expression, not knowing what he wanted to say for a moment. Linen ignored his mood and touched his bracelet with the two of them.
Energy transfer successful. How are you? Can you still walk? Linen asked. Shen Shuhuang nodded. Able. But brother-in-law, what happened just now? Are you really an ordinary person? Linen neither confirmed nor denied it. Fong Yike couldn't help but laugh and said, Shuhuang, you don't know that your brother-in-law is the top of the Starry Sky Training Center's rankings, do you? Shen Shuhuang looked puzzled upon hearing this. I remember Wu Jingyun was at the top of the simulation room rankings at the Starry Sky Training Center, wasn't she? Fong Yike rolled her eyes.
That's right, but just the day before yesterday, her record was broken by your brother-in-law. Shen Shuhuang was shocked for a moment before he came to his senses.
How could that be? Don't joke around at a time like this. Wu Jingyun is a household name among the younger generation in Haoyue City.
That was a genius that even his second sister, Shen Xian, had to treat with great care. Linen does indeed look somewhat unusual. But Shen Shuhuang guessed that he had simply learned some martial arts skills by chance and then trained hard.
What martial arts skills could allow an ordinary person to rival a powerful individual with over 9% genetic potential? Absolutely impossible. Linen waved his hand dismissively. It's just good luck. We need to focus on our business and not dwell on this issue. He didn't deny Fong Yike's words, so Shen Shuang could only look at him with some doubt before continuing on his way. The three of them became much more cautious after that. Along the way, Linen encountered many candidates struggling in traps, but he didn't even glance at them. Being trapped there was a good thing for the three of them. After all, this way there's one less competitor. It wasn't that Lin Anxin felt cold, rather, from the moment he registered for the major exam, every scene in this world was showing him the cruel rules of this world. The weak should be eliminated, and this may not necessarily be a bad thing for them. After all, under the protection of the interstellar government, at least their lives can be guaranteed in the most basic way. Finally, after turning a corner, a huge and open space appeared ahead. In the center, a thick cylindrical column stood, surrounded by a large crowd. That pillar! There are so many energy cores! Fong Yike pointed ahead and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Shen Shuang had been hanging his head, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing the shouts and looking closely, they immediately became excited as well. There's so much! Let's hurry, or all the energy will be absorbed. The energy core is embedded in the cylinder, and many candidates are raising their hands, some even jumping high to absorb the energy. Holy crap, how many points is that? Linen was equally surprised. It seemed there were at least 100 energy cores. Chapter 36. It's not good to eat alone. The energy core at the bottom of the cylinder was dim and almost completely transparent. Clearly, this knowledge has already been absorbed by the group of test takers. A girl with a ponytail is trying her best to jump as high as possible, but she only manages to get about a meter off the ground. Among that group of people, it seems that her jumping ability is the highest. Sister, do me a favor. There are even more energy cores up there. Let me stand on your shoulders, and we'll split the energy we absorb 20/80. The girl with the ponytail discussed something with the chubby girl next to her who had single eyelids. The girl with single eyelids frowned. Do you think I'm stupid? The gravity in this area has increased by at least 10 times. If it's split 50-50, we might consider it. The girl with the ponytail immediately objected. 50-50 split? Why don't you just rob it? It's just letting you use your shoulder as a cushion, and you get 20% of the energy for free. Aren't you satisfied? Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll find someone else. After saying that, she looked at the girl on the other side. Hey classmate, how about we team up? The girl with single eyelids helped her out. How dare you talk like that? What do you mean I don't know what's good for me? Your distribution method is unreasonable to begin with. Nobody's a fool. Why would anyone cooperate with you? The girl with the ponytail's eyes instantly turned slightly red. What are you doing? You want to fight? Single eyelid girls are clearly not to be trifled with. You think I'm afraid of you? Before he could finish speaking, the two had already started fighting each other. Linen and his two companions, who were rushing over, naturally witnessed the scene as well. They've already started fighting? This is an exam hall, and everyone is taking the exam. How could those two get into a conflict over something as trivial as whether it's a 20/80 or 50-50 split? Linen seemed to suddenly understand the intention of the exam room designer. Could it be that he did this just to create such conflict? As for the purpose, it's hard to say. Fong Yike slowed her pace and turned her gaze to Linen. They've started fighting, should we go and join in the fun? Before Linen could speak, Shen Shuang said matter-of-factly, of course I'll go. There are still so many energy cores left over there. If we absorb them all, our grades in this big exam will almost certainly be at least average. What do you think, brother-in-law? Linen was surprised that Shen Shuang would ask for his opinion. That's right. It would be a shame to miss out on so many energy cores. Shen Shuang looked troubled. However, the energy cores at the lower levels have all been absorbed. That woman said that area has more than 10 times the gravity. With my current strength, I can only jump a little over a meter high at most. What should we do? He muttered to himself as he walked. Fong Yike smiled and said, this shouldn't be too difficult for Linen, right? Of course, Linen can use the wind breath martial technique, relying on the power of airflow to completely counteract a portion of gravity. Sure enough, as soon as the three of them stepped into the square space, they immediately felt as if a huge boulder was pressing down on their heads, and their legs felt as if they were filled with 1,000 pounds of star iron. Brother-in-law, look over there.
Shin Shuhuang pointed to the other side of the cylinder, to a slightly dim corner. There were actually more than a dozen energy cores there, but they were located too high up, which is why they hadn't been discovered by the crowd. Or, even if someone does notice, under such immense pressure, most test takers can't reach it anyway, so they might as well pretend they didn't see it.
Lin An's eyes lit up.
He suddenly felt a slight tremor in his muscles.
Wind-breathing martial arts. Using the airflow as propulsion, he shot towards the dark corner like an arrow. Shin Shuhuang was stunned again. In such an environment, he even had difficulty lifting his legs. How could Lin An still move so fast? What kind of martial art did he practice? Lin An didn't care what Shin Shuhuang thought.
Currently, the three of them are among the fastest progressing groups. The entrance area has the most players choosing the middle lane, and it also has the most strong players, but they probably encountered just as many traps. In the other directions, there were also groups of students from the winter talent class traveling together, and no one could say for sure whether they would run into other strong individuals in the next second. The energy core here is hard to reach, but that's only for the average test taker. Just like those monsters in the winter squad, they should be able to leap 4 or 5 meters at a time. In the blink of an eye, Lin An arrived at that corner. He looked up, then slightly bent his knees and squatted down. Suddenly, he leaped up from the ground, jumping more than 4 meters high. Supported by the airflow beneath his feet, Lin An's body was able to hover briefly in mid-air. He immediately extended his bracelet and began absorbing the energy core. On the cylindrical side, many people also spotted Lin An. Holy crap, to jump that high under more than 10 times the normal gravity, could this person already be a formal martial artist? Who is he? He's so fast. How did he do that? Never seen him before, he shouldn't be one of the students in the winter class. But he's so handsome and strong. I wonder if he needs to step on my shoulder. I don't need any points, just want a terminal friend. If that's the case, how could it be your turn? Didn't you see? They can reach it by jumping in place. As more and more people discovered Lin An, even the two girls who were fighting stopped attacking each other. But Lin An didn't care about the opinions of these people at the moment. The energy absorption speed of the bracelet is about 1 second, and the wind breath martial technique cannot keep Lin An in mid-air for too long. With each jump, he could absorb the energy of 2 energy cores, so Lin An had to land and jump repeatedly. At this moment, Lin An couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If only I could become a formal martial artist, some powerful individuals can truly resist gravity, right? In theory, if a martial artist is strong enough, he could even achieve flight. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed. Isn't that Ling Xuanhua from the winter semester? She actually found her way here too. Everyone turned to look. Sure enough, a large group of people surged in from one of the passages in the 4-dimensional space, and the person in the lead was none other than Ling Xuanhua. As Lin An leaped high into the air, he glanced back, but unlike the others who felt either admiration or excitement upon seeing Ling Xuanhua, he quickened his pace. He had already estimated that those who only worked in the dead of winter would arrive here soon, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Ling Xuanhua spotted Lin An jumping around immediately, a glint of something unreadable flashing in her eyes. Immediately, she flashed to Lin An's side, her speed noticeably faster than Lin An's, as if the gravity here had no effect on her whatsoever. Everyone present was amazed. A genius is a genius. The gap between them and ordinary aspiring martial artists is just too great. Lin An noticed that Ling Xuanhua was staring at him intently, and the meaning in her eyes was all too clear. You want to monopolize these energy cores? Ling Xuanhua did not answer, but her eyes clearly said, that's right. After all, that's what she's been doing all along. Whenever she encounters a small cluster of cores, she tries to monopolize them. The candidates following behind her can't beat her in a fight, and it's impossible for them to surpass her in speed. So far, Ling Xuanhua is ranked first on the leaderboard of this year's exam points, with a total of 84 points. This is in line with everyone's expectations. Chapter 37. I've got my eye on you. Many people present felt that if Lin An were smart, he would definitely leave on his own. Although everyone could see that he did have some strength, he was not on the same level as Ling Xuanhua at all. A 9% genetic potential, that's terrifying. As expected, Lin An readily nodded. Sure, there aren't many energy cores left here anyway, you can have them all. Ling Xuanhua remained expressionless and made no comment. Shin Shuhuang quickly moved closer to Lin An and whispered, brother-in-law, let's go quickly. Anyway, there will definitely be more energy cores ahead, so let's save ourselves from wasting too much time here. When he got closer, he could clearly feel a sense of oppression from a life-level perspective.
A genius is indeed a genius, so strong.
Shen Shuhuang felt a surge of awe and apprehension.
Linen remained calm and replied softly, "Okay."
Immediately, everyone saw him walk straight toward the central pillar. There were many people gathered here, so Linen asked them to make way. Finally squeezing under the pillar, Linen didn't hesitate and leaped more than 4 meters high again, reaching out to absorb the energy from the energy core embedded in the surface of the pillar. With each jump Linen made, his bracelet continuously emitted a ding-ding notification sound.
Each time, it's an integral.
In a short time, Linen's points had increased by more than 20.
Everyone present stood there, staring blankly as Lin Ani went up and down. Was he doing this on purpose? Ling Shuanghua meant for him to leave that place, but instead he came here to collect energy cores? Some people turned their gaze to Ling Shuanghua on the other side. It was obvious that they all noticed the beautiful woman who was like an iceberg, exuding a chilling aura, and their eyes gradually turned cold. In this world, everything is male first, but rules can be ignored by the strong. It's over. That handsome guy angered this genius. Linen, however, remained completely oblivious, happily continuing with his own affairs. Luckily, these candidates weren't strong enough, otherwise they would have taken all those energy points. Linen made several more leaps, and his score continued to increase, now accumulating 53 points. Shen Shuhuang finally came to his senses.
He noticed that Ling Shuanghua, apart from staring intently at Linen, did not have any other reaction.
"Brother-in-law, that's enough, let's leave here now."
Linen ignored his words. "If we can collect all the energy cores above, we can reach at least 100 points. Shen Shuhuang could only worry in his heart. My brother-in-law probably hasn't witnessed the strength of those geniuses. If they really anger Ling Shuanghua, they might not even have a chance to reach the finish line in this big exam.
But he couldn't just leave Linen here and ignore him, could he?
2 minutes later, a large group of people finally poured in from another intersection. It's clear that test takers who chose other pathways also found this place.
Linen finally stopped collecting the energy core.
That's about it. His bracelet now shows a total of 147 points. In other parts of the examination room, many people noticed that Ling Shuanghua's ranking on the leaderboard had changed to second place.
147 points.
Look, the number 1 score on the leaderboard has reached 147 points.
Holy crap, how could someone score so high so quickly?
I've been risking my life to get past the traps, and I've only gotten a dozen points so far. If I remember correctly, there wasn't such a person in Lin Dong's class before.
Who is this Linen? A candidate even more talented than Ling Shuanghua couldn't possibly be so unknown, could he? Could he be a genius from some other martial arts high school? But this is only the early stage of the big test, and it's uncertain what will happen later.
For a time, many people in the examination hall were discussing this matter. At this moment, on the high platform, Li Jin and Dongfang Qingyan were also watching the changes in the entire examination room through the projection screen.
This Linen is quite interesting.
Judging from his path, he arrived at the gathering space from the third passage on the left, avoiding most of the trap-dense areas.
His luck is almost divine. He's quite remarkable,
Li Jin said with a smile.
The ethereal Dongfang Qingyan noticed Linen even earlier than him. His movements are not like those of ordinary basic martial arts. Li Jin asked, puzzled, what does instructor Dongfang mean by that? Dongfang Qingyang squinted.
I mean, his ability to avoid areas with dense traps is not due to luck, but rather to some kind of martial arts skill. Li Jin was even more puzzled.
What martial arts skill could achieve such an effect? Dongfang Qingyang continued to stare at the light screen and shook his head.
I don't know, but maybe we'll find out soon enough. Her gaze never left Lin An's image, as if she had developed a slight interest in exploring this suddenly appearing top spot. Within a square space. As the large group of people poured in, Lin An's movements finally came to a stop.
Because he also noticed the changes in the leaderboard.
In such a short time, I have collected 152 points and become the leaderboard leader.
This is a bit troublesome.
He understood the principle that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, and unlike Ling Shuanghua, who was a recognized genius and no one dared to provoke her easily.
That's about enough, let's go.
Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention had shifted to the newly arrived group, Linen did not hesitate any longer and quickly pulled Shen Shuhuang and Fang Yak away quietly. The two of them had been waiting for him to say that. After leaving that square space, the passageway ahead became quiet again. Only after confirming that no one was following them did they find a relatively secluded corner to stop.
Brother-in-law, you were way too impulsive just now. That's Ling Xuanhua. You're trying to steal points right in front of her, aren't you afraid she'll take action against you? Shen Shuhong said with lingering fear. How could a girl like her lay a hand on a boy?
Although Ling Xuanghua's expression was very unpleasant just now, he didn't say a word, which means he also had some concerns. Linen did not reply, but instead raised his wrist.
The projection on his personal terminal showed his current score, 152 points.
Now, as agreed, let's divide the energy equally. Of these 152 points, 16 are mine, so each person should get 45 points. Upon hearing this, both Shen Shuhong and Fang Yak showed excitement on their faces. This is only the early stage of the big exam, and the three of them have already earned around 50 points, which is quite a good result. Shen Shuhong, in particular, originally thought that splitting the profits equally with the three of them was a loss for him, and even felt that he was taking care of his brother-in-law.
Unexpectedly, in the end, I ended up getting a huge advantage over Linen. Brother-in-law, I'm actually a little touched by what you've done.
Linen felt a sudden ache in his teeth.
Stop with the nonsense. I'm sure a lot of people are already watching me. It's dangerous for me to have all the points on my own.
Just then, a clear, cold female voice suddenly rang out behind him.
Too late, I've already got my eye on you. Chapter 38. One man stands guard.
Shen Shuhong and Fang Yak were both startled and looked up sharply. The person speaking was none other than Ling Xuanhua. She remained expressionless, but her eyes were sharp as knives, fixed firmly on Linen.
I don't want to fight with a man. If you transfer the points to me voluntarily, I can let you go. Ling Xuanghua's tone was devoid of any emotion, sending a chill down one's spine. Shen Shuhong gasped. This is the will of Frost.
She hasn't even become a formal martial artist yet, but she has already comprehended the martial will.
Linen was completely confused upon hearing this. What is martial will?
Fang Yak seemed to realize something only then, and she suppressed her shock. Martial will is a powerful mental force that can indirectly affect the opponent's condition.
Linen nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. I think I understand now. It's like Lijian, with that murderous aura.
No wonder he always felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at Ling Xuanhua. It turned out he was influenced by her martial arts will.
But that's all.
The exam rules allow competition. These points are points I earned through my own abilities.
If you want to take them, feel free to try. Linen spoke in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant.
The main reason was that he felt very discriminated against men from what Ling Xuanhua had just said, which made Linen very unhappy.
Shen Shuhong and Fang Yak were both taken aback. What does Linen mean by this? He actually provoked Ling Xuanhua.
Ling Xuanhua is a strong person from the Winter Elite class, and now she has also comprehended the martial arts will. It is no exaggeration to say that her strength is comparable to that of an entry-level martial artist.
Linen wants to die, but he shouldn't drag them down with him.
Ling Xuanhua's face, which was as cold as an iceberg, also showed a moment of surprise.
She never expected that anyone would dare to provoke her in this examination hall. Based on skill? You think you can prove you can fight me just by relying on some strange martial arts techniques?
Linen immediately narrowed his eyes. Using his wind breath martial arts technique, he leaped more than 4 meters high in the square space. No one knew how he did it, but Ling Xuanhua could see through it at a glance. Unexpectedly, this girl really does have some skills.
Whether I can beat you or not, we'll only know after we try.
Linen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuanhua's eyes flashed with 2 cold glints. Since the other party is so ungrateful, there's no need for her to waste any more words.
So what if he's a man?
All the public order and good customs in this world are just for restraining the rabble. She had already given that man a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Ling Xuanhua no longer hesitated and slowly took a step forward.
An overwhelming aura pressed down, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Is this the will of martial arts?
This time, Linen felt it. This seems to be different from his understanding of killing intent.
But it doesn't matter.
He has only been a quasi-martial artist for a short time and has never had the opportunity to spar with a real expert.
This is a good opportunity for him. You two go first.
Linen turned his head and whispered his advice to the 2 men.
But what about you? Fang Yak said with concern. Don't worry, this is just a big exam, not a life or death battlefield. It'll be fine.
Lin En said helplessly. Shen Shuhuang thought about it and realized that Ling Xuanghua was so strong that there was really no use for him and Fong Yak to stay here. Let's go first. Brother-in-law, be careful. After saying that, he pulled Fong Yak away. The three hadn't even had a chance to split their points equally yet the vast majority were on Lin An's bracelet, and Ling Xuanghua didn't intend to stop it. Only after the two men had gone far away did her gaze return to Lin An. You asked for this. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Xuanghua's figure suddenly blurred. The next moment, she appeared in front of Lin An like a ghost, her slender fingers pointing like a sword, aiming straight for Lin An's wrist. Her goal was clear, she didn't want to get entangled with Lin An any longer, she just wanted to get his bracelet. Her fingertips were imbued with a layer of qi, making them appear as sharp as knives. If Lin Anjun were hit by her attack, she would lose not only the bracelet, but her entire hand. What a vicious mind. You didn't even bother to give me a proper greeting before you started fighting. You have no martial ethics. Fortunately, Lin An reacted with dissatisfaction and quickly took a step back. Ling Xuanghua was slightly surprised for a moment. She launched a sudden attack, intending to finish the battle quickly, which is why she directly used her family's martial art, Meteor Finger. She didn't expect Lin An to dodge it. It seems your martial arts skills lie in footwork. Ling Xuanghua's sharp eyes instantly detected Lin An's suspicious behavior once again. Lin An couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed. How exactly did Ling Xuanghua determine this information in such a short time? However, before he could think further, Ling Xuanghua seemed to have anticipated his movements, and with a flick of her wrist, a burst of internal energy shot out from her fingertips. Lin An felt a sharp current rushing towards him. Holy crap, what kind of martial art is this? It can even attack from a distance. Muttering to himself, Lin An took another step back, but unfortunately Ling Xuanghua's martial skill, Meteor Finger, was still faster than him when he was caught off guard. Whoosh! The chi grazed his palm, and Lin An didn't even feel the pain before blood slowly seeped out. Their practical combat awareness is too raw. Ling Xuanghua shook her head in disappointment. She thought that Lin An dared to confront her so head-on, so he must have some real skills. Who would have thought that he was so weak, and that he would bleed after only 2 moves? Ling Xuanghua spoke calmly, but her offensive never stopped. She swung her arms repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of sword finger energy that shot forth like a meteor piercing the sun. Lin An could only concentrate on using his wind breath martial arts to dodge quickly. No, her martial arts skills can even attack from a distance. If this continues, we'll be at a disadvantage. The best way to deal with ranged attacks is naturally close combat. Although Lin An didn't have much combat experience, he understood this simple principle. Taking advantage of a moment of inattention, Lin An felt a surge of air behind him, his feet lightened, and his body quickly closed a great distance with Ling Xuanghua. Snort! His intentions were quite obvious, and Ling Xuanghua naturally saw them at a glance. She let out a soft hump through her nose. You think you have a chance to beat me in close combat? She didn't flinch, letting Lin An approach. A wisp of sword-like energy grazed the tip of Lin An's nose, scraping off a layer of skin and causing a few drops of blood to seep out. However, at the same time, he used his swift martial arts technique and finally stood opposite Ling Xuanghua. Bull charge! Without saying a word, Lin An seized the opportunity to sit down on his horse. He realized that Ling Xuanghua, relying on her high talent and strength, didn't take him seriously at all. At this point, it's better to skip the probing and unleash the most powerful move. Lin An's shoulder slammed into her. The move seemed unremarkable, but Ling Xuanghua was determined to take it head-on. She wanted to show this arrogant man just how big the gap was between an ordinary quasi-martial artist and a genius like her. But the moment the two made physical contact, Ling Xuanghua's expression changed instantly. Chapter 39 Black Cat or White Cat, a good cat is one that catches mice. It crashed in like a floating train. Ling Xuanghua crossed her arms to protect her chest, never expecting that Lin An's seemingly clumsy collision contained such immense power. Bang! A dull thud of flesh colliding echoed through the passage. Ling Xuanghua's body staggered back several steps uncontrollably. That force is at least 1,800 kilograms. A flicker of emotion finally appeared in her clear, cool eyes, making her look somewhat incredulous. What kind of martial arts technique is that? She had long suspected that Lin An's genetic potential was far inferior to hers, so the reason he could unleash such terrifying power must be due to his martial arts skills. Our family's secret technique, the Wild Bull Fist, is the best way to subdue any dissent. Lin An said indifferently. At the same time, he was also deeply shocked.
This is the first level move of the bull fist.
He himself knows how terrifying its power is, but the opponent seems to have only suffered a slight shock.
Could this be the strength of a top genius? That's terrifying. What did you say?
Ling Xuanghua had never been provoked like this before, and her beautiful eyes narrowed instantly.
Overestimating one's abilities. I was just careless. If I had been more careful, do you think you would have had a chance to get close to me? She thought to herself.
At the same time, seeing Lin An's nonchalant expression, he was also a little angry.
A shower of stars.
With a sharp cry, Ling Xuanghua moved her body with her fingers, her fingertips instantly slicing through the air, 7 streams of qi whistling as they aimed straight for Lin An's vital points. Your movement and martial arts skills are indeed unexpected, but this time, let's see how you dodge. This is the second-tier martial art of Meteor Finger. Ling Xuanghua had just broken through a barrier a few days ago and didn't want to reveal it so early, but clearly, Lin An had provoked her true anger.
Upon seeing this, Lin An was greatly alarmed. That woman isn't after my points anymore, she clearly wants to seriously injure me.
He only made a light sarcastic remark, so why did he have to go to such lengths?
And then there's Lu Jianwei too. What kind of temper do these geniuses have?
They're all so strange.
Lin An almost instinctively used his speed to dart away, his body quickly drifting to the left.
However, the speed at which the star rain splashed was too fast, and he was still grazed by the sword fin energy that was originally aimed at his left arm, and a drop of blood flew out with it.
The gap in strength is still too large.
My bull charge could pose a threat to her, but it didn't seem to have much of an advantage. On the contrary, I could only dodge her casual martial arts moves.
We cannot linger in battle.
As Lin An pondered this, his gaze suddenly fell on Ling Xuanghua's fair wrist, and a bold idea popped into his head. Before Jing Shuang could launch a second attack, he suddenly lunged forward.
However, having learned her lesson, how could Ling Xuanghua possibly let Lin An succeed again?
She quickly took 2 steps back, and at the same time shot out a sword like aura.
Humph, you think you can use your strongest martial arts against me?
No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin An suddenly turned around, pushed off the ground with his back foot, and ran away like lightning.
And the speed is noticeably faster than before.
This is also the wonderful use of wind energy that Lin An just discovered. It can use the airflow generated by the opponent's chi attack to increase one's own movement speed.
Since we can't win, a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. We can't just hand over all our points to them, can we?
This is the National College Entrance Examination.
Trying to run?
Ling Xuanghua was clearly surprised that Lin An would pull this stunt. She was stunned for a moment, then immediately chased after him. Lin An's steps were very light, and his figure was like a gust of wind. With the use of his swift strike martial arts technique, he quickly disappeared around a corner. However, Ling Xuanghua is a genius with a talent level of over 9%, and her physical attributes alone are comparable to Lin An's swiftness.
In the blink of an eye, she caught up to the corner. But just then, a loud shout rang out. Bull's hoof!
The third stage of the bull fist technique. Lin An has never actually used this martial art on anyone since he learned it. He used one foot as a fulcrum and the other foot, with immense force, slammed into the ground. The powerful impact kicked up a cloud of dust, and the immense force traveled from the hips and abdomen to the arms. Immediately afterward, Ling Xuanghua appeared, and Lin An let out a hey, and threw out both fists at the same time. Ling Xuanghua never expected that Lin An would have such a powerful backup plan, especially since it was a sneak attack. She rushed forward so fast that she almost crashed into Lin An's fists. In the rush, she only had time to raise her arms to defend herself. But Lin An's attack was not only more than a third stronger than the previous bull charge, but more importantly, it also had a bit more explosive power.
Well.
Ling Xuanghua groaned, staggered back 2 steps before regaining her balance, and felt numbness in her arms and a force piercing through her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Lin An hadn't expected that the bull's hoof stomp would possess the power to even withstand a peak-level quasi-martial artist. Lin An's gaze fell on Ling Xuanghua's pale wrist, and his eyes suddenly lit up, while a smile appeared on his lips.
A great opportunity, but excuse me.
Ling Xuanghua still didn't understand what he meant by that. Just as she was wondering what was going on, Lin An leaned in again and grabbed her wrist.
Immediately afterwards. Beep, beep, beep. Energy transfer in progress. Lin An was actually transferring her points?
Ling Xuanghua was shocked. At this moment, she wanted to push Lin An away, but because she was pale and had difficulty breathing, she couldn't muster any strength. After about 10 seconds, her score was completely reset to 0. On the leaderboard, Lin An's current score is 236 points.
Mean.
Finally catching her breath, Ling Xuanhua looked at her score and realized it had dropped to 0. Her previously icy composure shattered completely, and a surge of resentment and anger welled up inside her.
Sneak attack. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune.
But she could only blame herself for being too careless.
Thank you for your gift, Ling Xuanhua. I'm leaving now.
Lin An didn't care about her feelings.
Having succeeded in his attack, he didn't linger and turn to flee. To admit one's own despicable nature? Why didn't she say anything when she was using her superior strength to force others?
Ling Xuanhua stared in the direction where Lin An had disappeared, her chest heaving violently, her beautiful face flushed with anger.
Lin An, I'll remember you.
On the high platform, Li Jin and Dongfang Qingyan, who had been watching the two men's movements, witnessed the entire process.
This kid's methods are a bit, not quite honorable,
Li Jin said with a frown. To first show weakness to the enemy, and then to launch a feint attack, I think this is both courageous and strategic.
Dongfang Qingyang replied with a look of agreement.
Li Jin was stunned for a moment. What the Eastern mentor said is also correct. That being said, his expression clearly showed that he did not agree.
Dongfang Qingyang did not expose him.
The examination room is like a battlefield within the rules, everything is a means to an end. His genetic potential is not as good as Ling Xuanhua's, but in the end he was able to use his martial arts skills and wisdom to defeat his opponent.
This kind of person is actually more what we need.
After all, in this world, those terrifying abyssal monsters don't care about your character or your methods. Li Jin remained silent. Although he still disliked Lin An's actions, he couldn't deny that, whether a cat is black or white, it's a good cat as long as it catches mice.
Chapter 40. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight.
Inside the underground passage, Lin An pushed his speed to the limit.
He would occasionally look back while running. If that bull stomp move he just used had hit Sun Haoyu, he probably would have suffered internal injuries, right?
Ling Xuanhua appeared to have only temporarily lost the ability to resist and was clearly not seriously injured. On the contrary, he had exhausted a lot of energy after these two exchanges. Fortunately, Ling Xuanhua did not catch up. After turning two more corners, Lin An felt he could finally shake off Ling Xuanhua completely and stopped.
No, we have a long road ahead and we need to make some adjustments.
After running such a long distance and using martial arts techniques, Lin An felt his lungs were on fire, but he had only traveled halfway to the examination site.
System, Dragon Tiger Might Pill.
He suddenly remembered that he still had this precious thing. Sure enough, as soon as the power pill entered his stomach, it instantly transformed into a warm current that surged through his limbs and bones, and Lin An's physical strength and energy were rapidly recovering. At this moment, Lin An took a quick look using his bracelet.
On the overall points leaderboard, I am undoubtedly number 1. Total points, 236.
Then, in second place is Gao Shiyu, who also comes from the Winter Talent class.
Total score, 99 points.
As expected of a genius, his score is even higher than Ling Xuanhua's.
Did he also steal it? Geniuses are indeed domineering.
Lin An thought to himself.
The points are increasing quite quickly.
Compared to her, if it weren't for the amount of energy I collected in the square space and the fact that I stole Ling Xuanhua, I would probably only be ranked in the middle to lower range now.
Just then, a shout came from around the corner ahead.
Sure you, Gao Shiyu, you two are already seriously injured.
It's your bad luck that we found out about you. Stop struggling, hand over the points, and I can let you go.
Upon hearing these two names, Lin An's heart stirred.
Gao Shiyu, who was second on the points list.
And another person named Shiryu also ranked 5th with 91 points.
Someone dares to steal them both?
Lin An tiptoed and quietly approached the corner, peeking out. In the wide passageway, a man and a woman, covered in blood, were Gao Shiyu and Shiryu, surrounded by 4 female examinees.
The atmosphere was tense and ready to fight.
Although Gao Shiyu and Shiryu looked seriously injured, their eyes remained sharp. Their injuries were clearly inflicted by a trap. Lin An suddenly realized that the 4 examinees had taken advantage of his vulnerability. Sure enough, the short-haired girl at the head of the group stepped forward. Gao Shiyu, you and Shiryu are so badly injured in the sword formation. If you still want to fight us, you might not even reach the finish line.
We are classmates after all. It's better to transfer the points to us than to have them taken by someone else. What kind of illogical nonsense is this? If you really care about them being classmates, why didn't you escort them to the finish line?
Lin An was speechless.
Gao Shiyu snorted coldly. Wang Ling, you've really got a good plan.
You gave up all the energy points from the first half of the race and waited here as quickly as possible to ambush the injured classmate.
Unfortunately, you've run into me.
Linen, who was listening from behind, was deeply shocked.
So this is how big exams can be conducted?
However, if you replace those 4 people with yourself, Shen Shuhuan, and Fang Yike, this strategy would obviously not be suitable.
There are many experts here. Even if they are injured, the 3 of us probably wouldn't be a match for them.
Wang Ling, the short-haired girl, laughed dismissively. This is our strategy.
Who told you two to be so unlucky?
Shiryu sternly rebuked, stop talking nonsense.
If you want points, come and get them yourself. You think I'll give it to you willingly? No way.
Wang Ling narrowed her eyes.
Then don't blame us for being impolite. Sisters, let's go.
At Wang Ling's command, the 4 attacked simultaneously. Their teamwork was surprisingly good. They paired up and attacked Gao Shiyu and Shiryu respectively.
Although Gao Shiyu was injured, her movements remained agile.
Linen wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he saw wisps of white steam rising from Gao Shiyu's fingers and palms.
Could this be the effect of some martial arts technique?
Just as he was wondering what was going on, he saw Gao Shiyu push a palm towards Wang Ling from a distance. A more distinct palm-shaped white mist shot out and headed straight for Wang Ling's chest. Wang Ling, however, seemed to have anticipated this move and dodged it with a simple sidestep without thinking. The white mist passed over where Wang Ling had originally stood and headed straight for Lin An's vicinity, only dissipating completely when it was less than 2 meters from the corner. Lin An felt a bone-chilling cold wind hit his face, and suddenly realized what was happening.
What kind of martial art is this? It actually emits a chilling aura.
While Lin An was shocked, he also saw that Shiryu was relying entirely on brute force to fight against his 2 opponents. His moves were simple and unadorned.
Lin An also noticed that Shiryu did not know any martial arts at all.
Whether it was his movement or his moves, he was far inferior to Gao Shiyu. However, his fists were extremely fierce and powerful. Unfortunately, due to the severity of Shiryu's injuries, his movements were somewhat sluggish.
He was quickly seized upon by the girl with wavy hair on his left, who kicked him in the abdomen, causing him to stagger backward.
Fortunately, he quickly regained his balance, but after suffering this heavy blow, Shiryu was completely at a disadvantage. Lin An, who was watching from the rear, made a rough guess. Although Gao Shiyu and Shiryu are strong, their endurance is definitely not as good as those 4. If they keep fighting like this, their bodies will break down in less than 10 minutes.
So, should I do something?
This so-called doing something certainly doesn't mean he'll help others for no reason.
Those students in the gifted class are all arrogant and domineering, just like Ling Xuanhua. Since that's the case. Lin An pondered for a moment.
About 5 minutes later, Gao Shiyu received 2 heavy blows from Wang Ling, but at the same time, she returned the favor with a palm strike. After being struck by that palm, Wang Ling's movements seemed to be cursed. Her punches and kicks became much slower. At this moment, Shiryu seemed to have been really enraged by the fight with the 4 men. He suddenly shouted and then unleashed a tremendous force. He lowered his stance and punched out with both fists. His 2 opponents clearly did not expect him to be so fierce even now. Faced with a fist hurtling towards their chests, they could only hastily raise their arms to defend themselves, but were still knocked back several steps by the blow.
Without hesitation, Shiryu leaped forward and kicked Wang Ling. Wang Ling was caught off guard and was hit squarely in the back. Ugh!
With a scream, Wang Ling was thrown forward. Lin An's gaze followed her body as it traced an arc in midair, finally landing a little over a meter in front of him. With a pft, she spat out a mouthful of blood and at the same time heard a noise coming from around the corner. Wang Ling looked up slightly and spotted the figure who had been secretly watching the battle.
You are, cough cough cough. Chapter 41 Side Effects of the Dragon Tiger Power Pill. It's obvious.
Shiryu's kick, which was full of anger, was really not light. Before Wang Ling could finish speaking, she started coughing repeatedly due to the pain in her back. Now that he had been discovered, Lin An decided to stop hiding it. He took 2 steps forward and squatted down in front of Wang Ling, his eyes filled with concern.
Hey, are you alright?
Although he didn't have a good impression of the students in the winter talent class, it was still a big exam, and he thought it wouldn't hurt to show some concern. Judging from the other person's tone, there seemed to be no malice, so Wang Ling struggled to raise her head. When she saw Lin An's face clearly, she was stunned.
Where did such a handsome man come from?
Although her heart ached, a warm current inexplicably surged out, as if soothing her wounds. Seeing that she wasn't speaking, Linen sensed that she seemed to be quite badly injured.
Should I call a medical team for you? Wang Ling seemed to snap out of her daze and said blankly, no need, I'm fine. But his gaze was glued to Linan's face, unable to look away.
Upon hearing this, Linen nodded calmly and said, oh, that's good. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Wang Ling's wrist. Wang Ling didn't know what he wanted to do, and just stood there blankly as Linen grabbed her. She didn't realize what was happening until the bracelet started beeping. Looking down, she saw that Linen had already placed his bracelet against hers. Energy transfer in progress.
Wang Ling was completely stunned. What's going on? This handsome guy is so good looking, and he held my hand, isn't he just trying to help me up? He's transferring my points.
She was stunned for about 10 seconds before Lin Anquan successfully transferred her meager 40 points.
Wang Ling, you're badly injured. Be careful from now on. Linen then stood up with satisfaction, clapped his hands, and thoughtfully reminded him.
Although these words were very heartwarming, Wang Ling felt that her trauma had deepened.
Otherwise, why would my heart hurt so much?
The 5 people still fighting on the other side also noticed Linan's presence, but they had no time to pay attention to him. After Shiryu's initial burst of energy, his momentum waned, and he eventually exhausted himself.
His 2 opponents recovered and pressed forward again.
Shiryu could only retreat and defend, but even so, he still took several heavy blows from his opponents. Gao Shiyu, on the other hand, felt much less pressure because she no longer had the strongest opponent among the 4. However, since all 4 of them are students from the gifted class, even if they are slightly weaker than Wang Ling, how much worse can they be? Gao Shiyu, I'll leave this place to you.
You find a chance to escape.
Shiryu said loudly. He knew he probably couldn't hold on much longer. It was better for one person to be defeated than for both of them to lose all their points.
Gao Shiyu hesitated for a moment, then asked, are you really sure you can manage all by yourself?
Shiryu replied without hesitation, don't worry, with them, Before he could finish speaking, he was punched again by his opponent and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Linen was speechless as he listened to their conversation.
Could it be that Shiryu has fallen for Gao Shiyu's honey trap?
This is a big test. It was obvious that if Gao Shiyu escaped, the 3 of them would be no match for Shiryu, who probably wouldn't last even 3 minutes. If that happens, we'll have to call a medical team, which would be considered as automatically giving up the big exam.
This is a life-altering matter. How can you act impulsively?
Fortunately, other people's affairs had nothing to do with Linen. What he cares about now is finding the right time. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. He now sees himself as that fisherman, waiting until both sides are exhausted before he pulls in his net. According to Shiryu, Gao Shiyu was already preparing to find an opportunity to escape. Loyalty is important, but faced with reality, Gao Shiyu still chooses to abandon her companions.
Of course, no one can say that what she did was wrong.
After all, this is a cruel world where martial arts competition is fierce.
How many credits can loyalty be worth? However, the 3 opponents were not NPCs either.
Seeing that Gao Shiyu and Shiryu could not hold on for much longer, how could they let her, the second-ranked player on the overall leaderboard, go? One of the 2 people who were originally dealing with Shiryu immediately switched places and quickly entangled with Gao Shiyu. Shiryu wanted to help, but unfortunately he was powerless to do so. Gao Shiyu unleashed her martial arts skills one after another, and finally, someone was caught off guard and struck her with a palm, causing him to freeze instantly. Gao Shiyu wanted to continue to deliver a heavy blow to her opponent, but another person intervened. Linen, who was not far away, raised an eyebrow upon seeing this.
The time has come. I'll lend you a hand.
As soon as he finished speaking, he darted into the battlefield like a ghost. Neither of them knew who he was helping, and both were on high alert. Taking advantage of the girl's momentary shock from being struck by a palm, Linen unleashed a powerful bull-like horn attack, striking her in the chest. His powerful elbow strike instantly turned the opponent's face pale, making it impossible for him to breathe. The girl stumbled back several steps, and before she could regain her footing, she heard a beep 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 sound.
Energy transfer in progress. A dozen seconds later, Linen smiled.
Another 44 points earned. After draining the man dry, Linen darted forward and reappeared behind the wavy-haired girl who had been knocked back by Shiryu's punch.
Bull Butt's Horn. It's the same strategy of defeating the enemy in one move, followed by beep beep beep. Energy transfer in progress. Lin An's smile widened. Bull Butt's Horn. Beep beep beep. Energy transfer in progress.
In less than a minute, all the energy in the bracelets of the 4 students from the winter talent class collapsed and was drained by Linen. A total of 178 points were earned.
Open the total points ranking.
First place, Linen, 414 points.
Second place, Gao Shiyu, 99 points.
Third place,
Linen is in a commanding lead.
Shiryu, panting heavily, wiped the blood from his chin.
He had just witnessed Lin An's ghostly movements and sharp elbow strikes. I just feel that this person is incredibly strong.
You're here to help us? He remained cautious and tentative.
Because he could clearly see a hint of ill intent in the powerful man's eyes.
Gao Shiyu also adjusted her breathing, her gaze, filled with unspoken longing, falling on Linen. She hadn't had time to look closely during the battle, but now that she was up close, her eyes lit up.
Thank you for helping us, classmate.
Her tone was sincere, and her voice was soft and pleasant, which made Lin An's heart flutter slightly. At the same time, as Gao Shiyu stepped forward, Lin An smelled a delicate fragrance. Looking at her stunningly beautiful face, he suddenly understood why Shiryu was willing to sacrifice himself to protect this girl.
Men.
However, Lin An had a beautiful wife, Shen Qingdai, whose looks and figure were at least on par with Gao Shiyu, so he remained unmoved.
Given Shiryu and his companion's current condition, they are definitely no match for him.
This is points delivered right to his doorstep. Just as he was about to reply, he saw Gao Shiyu glance down, then suddenly blush and turn away.
Excuse me, what's wrong with you?
Her expression betrayed her shyness, and her tone betrayed neither joy nor anger. Lin An, however, was puzzled.
What's going on with you? Chapter 42 Dangerous Woman.
Lin An felt that Gao Shiyu's sudden change in behavior was quite strange. But soon, he understood what was wrong with the other person.
Lin An had taken a Dragon Tiger power pill in order to recover quickly.
He's recovered now, but he's forgotten that this thing has some other uses. Feeling a swelling sensation in his lower body, Lin An looked down and discovered that a large tent had been erected there. In terms of looks, Lin An felt that his wife was one of the best, but he had to admit that Gao Shiyu was also a top-tier beauty. Moreover, because she was even more pampered than Shen Qingdai since childhood, she had a more youthful temperament.
It's normal for Lin An to have some physiological reactions under the influence of the Dragon Tiger power pill.
The problem is, he originally planned to steal the opponent's points.
Isn't this incredibly awkward? Don't get me wrong, I don't have any special feelings for you.
This is a side effect of a new type of medicine I just used.
He.
Lin An's mind raced, and at the same time, he made a move that all men would understand. He quickly bent over. Even an eagle blushed at this moment.
A new type of drug? Oh, my family also has some pharmaceutical business.
Indeed, many of our medicines have rather unusual side effects.
Gao Shiyu graciously agreed. However, it's not hard to tell from her reaction that she didn't believe Lin An's nonsense at all. What kind of medication has such embarrassing side effects? Sure, you didn't notice anything unusual about Lin An.
Once he was sure that the other party had simply helped him out, he stepped forward and said, "Classmate, I owe you a favor for today."
I, Shiryu, will definitely repay you when I have the chance.
Lin An was also helpless.
If you really want to repay someone, why not transfer the points to yourself now? Why wait until later?
It was just a small favor, don't worry about it too much.
The strong are the strong, they do good deeds without expecting anything in return. What a magnanimous spirit.
Gao Shiyu still looked directly at Lin An with a flushed face, but her eyes couldn't help but dart towards his lower body.
Excuse me, I don't know your name yet. Let's be friends. My name is Gao Shiyu. Lin An said frankly, my name is Lin An.
However, upon hearing those two words, Gao Shiyu's outstretched hand froze in mid-air.
Sure, you couldn't help but exclaim, what? So your boss Lin An?
Lin An nodded, puzzled. He didn't understand why Shiryu reacted so strongly.
Gao Shiyu's eyes shone even brighter.
Lin An, I never expected that we would get to know you in this way.
No wonder you're so amazing.
She had been wondering where this powerful individual, who could easily defeat the 3 students from the Winter Genius class with a single move, had come from.
Now I finally understand, this guy is the freak who consistently ranks first in points. Lin An waved his hand somewhat guiltily. I'm not some big shot, it's just luck.
After all, in terms of strength, he was definitely no match for Ling Xuanghua. If he were mentally prepared, he might not even be able to beat the 3 students from the Winter Elite class.
But Shiryu said with a hint of excitement, Lin An, there's still a long way to go before the big exam. Why don't the three of us travel together? Gao Shiyu nodded repeatedly. That's right. The exams are so tough, it's good that everyone can look out for each other. Even if Linen did nothing, Gao Shiyu thought that he was so handsome and had such a good temperament, it would be nice to look at him. But after thinking about it, Linen shook his head regretfully. Sorry, I already have teammates. If I team up with these two people, how will the points be calculated? Moreover, Linen deeply understood the principle that one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must be wary of others. With his high score, he couldn't be sure that these two wouldn't have malicious intentions. If he couldn't find Shen Shuang and Fang Yike, he felt it would be safer to act alone. Upon hearing this, sure you could understand, but said with some disappointment, that's a real pity. But we definitely need to add a terminal after the big exam. Linen smiled. That's no problem. See you at the finish line.
After saying that, Linen stopped talking and nodded to Gao Shiyu before using swift wind step to leave. Watching that handsome figure leave, Gao Shiyu felt a pang of loss. With one less handsome guy, no, more like a strong competitor, the upcoming exams suddenly feel a bit dull. After running for a while, Linen finally felt that the effects of the Dragon Tiger Strength pill had worn off considerably, at least his lower body wouldn't be so embarrassing anymore. Although he still had plenty of energy and stamina, he continued to use his martial arts skills to move forward, which was quite tiring. Linen slowed down and overheard a conversation between several people as he passed a fork in the road. Look at the total points ranking. That big shot named Linen has already surpassed 400 points. Holy crap, it's true. The exam is only halfway through, and he's already got this score. I think he might be breaking the all-time exam record. Have you guys noticed? Ling Xuanhua only has 76 points now, ranking outside the top 50. Before Linen appeared, she was in first place. I have a bold guess. Do you think it's possible that Ling Xuanhua's points were stolen by this big shot? Impossible. Ling Xuanhua is the undisputed #1 genius of this year's class at Winter High School, a peak-level quasi-martial artist. Anyone who can subdue her must be a formal martial artist. Formal martial artists don't need to take the major exam at all. It was pure luck that person actually guessed correctly. Ling Xuanhua's points were stolen by Linen, but his opponent underestimated her, and his methods were not exactly honorable. However, hearing others call him Big Boss made Linen feel secretly pleased. He tilted his head slightly and looked towards the intersection where the voices were coming from. He saw that there were 5 people talking, all of them girls. One of the girls, with a big nose and short hair, said, "Damn, this guy is a monster. If we could run into him, we'd team up and rob him." The other 4 pondered for a moment. I think this idea isn't entirely unfeasible. If we can just snatch him, our chances of passing this crucial exam will be practically guaranteed. However, it also depends on whether this big shot has teammates. If not, the 5 of us should be able to put up a fight. Linen, who had just been secretly pleased with himself, was speechless upon hearing these words. Sure enough, the tallest tree in the forest catches the most wind. Has he now become a treasure trove of points for some people? Fortunately, there are very few people in the entire examination hall who know Linen. However, Ling Xuanhua is a bit dangerous. Could she be deliberately making my appearance public as revenge? It's not impossible. Chapter 43: The handsome guy who appeared in a flash. Realizing his situation was extremely dangerous, Linen decided that he should try to find a less crowded route. The major exams are now in their later stages, and even the weakest candidates have reached the middle of the exam period. Given Shen Shuang and Fang Yike's speed, they probably can't catch up with me. Linen was too preoccupied to worry about the 2 men. His priority was to reach the destination as quickly as possible, as that was the safest option. Throughout the journey, Linen did not abandon the energy cores along the way. The traps set up in the examination room mostly tested movement skills, which posed almost no threat to his swift wind step martial arts technique. Before long, his points had exceeded 500. All the candidates present were deeply moved. Just who is this Linen? How did he reach 500 points so quickly? If I remember correctly, the highest record in the history of our Hao U.S. City's grand examination was set by Li Zhen. At that time, even including the first place score of 5,000 points, his total score was only 5,520 points. If Linen can also be the first to reach the finish line, wouldn't he surpass Li Zhen's record? He's a monster. He's a walking treasure trove now, whoever manages to steal from him. Stop dreaming. Breaking through 500 energy points, that takes real strength. And didn't you see that even Ling Xuanhua fell into his hands?
This person's background is definitely not simple. I wonder if he might be a genius secretly cultivated by some powerful family?
Ling Xuanhua's points were reset to 0, while Lin En's points increased rapidly, a fact that many people noticed. Their guesses were largely correct. The common thread was that most of them felt Ling Xuanhua was definitely no match for Lin En. Unfortunately, Lin En didn't hear any of these discussions, otherwise he would have been secretly delighted. At that moment, he had just escaped from a trap.
Another 20 points earned.
Lin En was feeling quite pleased with his growth when suddenly he had a bad feeling.
Ahead lay a three-way intersection, with two people guarding each fork in the road.
At the intersection, a girl with a cool and aloof demeanor stood with her back to the road.
This is the only way to the final destination, so everyone must pay close attention, especially those traveling alone. Once a target resembling Lin En is spotted, immediately shout loudly.
Upon hearing that voice, Lin En felt a chill run down his spine. That aloof young woman was none other than Ling Xuanhua. Opening the leaderboard, Lin En saw that Ling Xuanhua's current score was still 76 points. She even disregarded her points just to ambush me here.
This woman is far too petty.
Lin En was speechless. According to the map provided by the bracelet, there are indeed no other directions leading to the destination besides this three-way intersection.
What to do? Including Ling Xuanhua, there are 7 people on the other side.
The candidates guarding each fork in the road didn't seem to be too weak either. Just then, the voices of a man and a woman came from behind.
That trap was too insidious, I almost fell for it. Luckily you reacted quickly. Hurry up, the finish line isn't far. No one has gotten ranking points yet, maybe we can come in first.
Lin En quickly pressed himself against the rock wall of the passageway, concealing his figure. A short while later, a man and a woman walked out from around a corner.
The 2 people at the left fork in the road instantly became alert. Lin En suddenly had a plan in mind.
These 2 people might be his best chance to break the current deadlock.
Ling Xuanhua also heard the noise.
She slowly turned around, her cold gaze sweeping over the 2 people who were walking towards her, but she did not find Lin En. The male and female examinees had obviously also seen the scene at the three-way intersection, especially recognizing Ling Xuanhua standing in the center.
What are they doing?
The girl slowed her pace, a little nervous.
She believes that Ling Xuanhua's presence here is most likely to steal the test taker's points.
After all, this is a major test strategy, and it has appeared in previous years.
Should we give up first place and just wait here for the others to appear so we can leave together?
The boy asked the girl for her opinion. The girl nodded readily. They couldn't handle Ling Xuanhua and the other 6, but once there were more of them, they would all get through together, and they didn't believe Ling Xuanhua would dare to make a move. Especially that big shot named Lin En, who's ranked number 1 in points. If it's him who comes, then there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the so-called big shot they were talking about was also hiding around another corner, waiting for his chance to make a move.
One of the 2 women on the left stepped forward. Xuanhua, didn't you say that Lin En is very handsome? That man, wasn't it?
Ling Xuanhua didn't turn her head back.
Lin En is much more handsome than his appearance suggests. Lin En didn't know whether to be speechless or amused. Is this considered praising himself? Lin En didn't bother to argue anymore.
Then he saw a pebble on the ground and suddenly had an idea. He carefully bent down, picked up the pebble, and threw it hard at the girl who was watching the commotion in the middle of the road.
Ouch!
The girl let out a loud cry of pain. The attention of the others quickly shifted to that, including the male and female students who had just arrived and were taking the exam.
What's wrong?
The 2 girls on the left thought they had discovered something and rushed over. The male and female examinees didn't know what had happened, but they noticed that the 2 guards on the left side were gone. The boy's eyes lit up. He thought this was a good opportunity and immediately pulled the girl along.
Let's go.
The girl then realized what was happening and quickly followed. Ling Xuanhua's attention was also drawn to the sound coming from the middle lane, and she turned her gaze there.
Lin En was immediately overjoyed. Now!
Without hesitation, he used his swift strike martial arts technique, his figure flashing like a ghost behind the male and female examinees, using them as cover. Just as the 3 of them entered the left passage, Ling Xuanhua's voice behind them carried a hint of annoyance.
Lin En!
Lin En was taken aback when he heard his name called.
That's how it was discovered?
Fortunately, no one was blocking the left side, so Lin En didn't think twice and just took off running.
Lin En, you stop right there.
Ling Xuanhua didn't hesitate at all and immediately followed after them. The remaining 6 girls, who were originally responsible for guarding the 3 passages, all looked bewildered.
Who was Senior Ling calling just now, Linen? I didn't see anyone coming. Did you see anyone? The rest of the people shook their heads in unison. So, what did they miss?
But when they finally realized what was happening, they quickly rushed to the left-hand passage. Looking around, one could see that the 2 figures had already rushed far away.
Chapter 44 Severely Injured Ling Xuanhua. Pity. What a pity. Even Senior Sister Ling admitted that he was a very handsome man, but they didn't even glance at him and let him slip away like that?
Inside the left passage, Linen ran at full speed without daring to slow down for even a moment. Ling Xuanhua followed closely behind him. As a peak-level quasi-martial artist, her speed was still slightly faster than Lin An's when she ran at full speed.
The distance between the two is gradually closing.
Ling Xuanhua also truly hated Linen. Originally, her plan was to collect points herself in the early stages of the exam, and then, in the middle stages, collect points while also robbing other candidates. Later, she planned to team up with the 6 junior girls at the 3-way intersection that was the only way to the finish line to rob some of the people with higher scores. According to calculations, her final energy score should reach over 300 points. If I successfully reach the finish line first, with a score of 5,300 or higher, I'll definitely be the top scorer in the Hao US City exam.
Little did she know, Linen suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
Although his genetic potential wasn't particularly strong, he easily disrupted her entire plan.
Who wouldn't grit their teeth in anger?
Linen, we're still at least 8,000 meters from the finish line.
I know what you're up to. But with your stamina, you simply won't last until the end. I advise you to stop struggling. Give me back the points you stole from me, and we'll be even.
As Ling Xuanhua chased after him, she shot out a sword finger burst of energy while shouting. Of course, she didn't just want to get back her own points, she wanted to steal all of Lin An's points, and she also planned to give Linen a good beating. The reason she said that was simply to distract Linen. After all, both of them are running at full speed at this moment, so focus and rhythm are very important.
But Linen wasn't stupid. How could he possibly believe her nonsense?
He doesn't dare to turn back now, so he simply ignores it. With the wind breath martial technique at his disposal, he could clearly sense the changes in the surrounding airflow, and the sword-pointing chi posed no threat to him at all. Moreover, as soon as he noticed Ling Xuanhua closing the distance between them, he would transform his wind breath into a swift strike martial skill, becoming as light as a swallow, and with a few leaps, he would widen the distance between them again.
This woman is like a stubborn plaster.
You can steal other people's points, but if someone steals them from you, you'll fight them to the death. Apart from Gao Shiyu, are all the students in this winter's class this domineering? Linen thought to himself that he had completely developed a prejudice against the students in the winter elite class. Lin An's lungs were burning from running at full speed and frequently using his swift martial arts techniques, but fortunately, the effects of the Dragon Tiger Strength pill had not yet worn off, providing him with ample physical strength and energy. Ling Xuanhua was still chasing closely behind, but what drove her crazy was that every time she was about to catch up with Linen would suddenly use that strange martial arts technique, leaping a few times to widen the distance between them again.
His strength is at most at the intermediate level of a quasi-martial artist. How come he shows no signs of exhaustion after running for so long? This brought her to the brink of emotional collapse.
At this point, neither of them knew exactly how far they had run. Linen felt increasingly uncomfortable in his lungs, and the effects of the Dragon Tiger Strength pill in his body were about to be exhausted, resulting in a noticeable decline in his physical strength.
But it's okay.
He still has several of these.
On the contrary, even Ling Xuanhua, a top-level genius quasi-martial artist, ultimately has a limit.
She was only able to barely maintain her previous speed because of her unwilling pride. And so, the two of them made several more turns. Finally, a fork in the road appeared ahead.
Lin An's eyes lit up instantly. The finish line is not far away.
Both paths lead to the same destination, the only difference being the traps and obstacles set up.
Before Linen could even get excited, he suddenly heard Ling Xuanhua's rapid breathing. Linen, you can't escape now.
Upon hearing this, Linen felt a chill run down his spine.
Oh no, I was careless.
But when he tried to use his swift strike technique to create distance between himself and Ling Xuanhua, it was too late. A cool, delicate hand rested on Lin An's shoulder.
Linen didn't have time to think and immediately tried to break free. How could Ling Xuanhua possibly give him another chance to escape? A meteor streaks across the sun.
Immediately, Linen felt a surge of air in his lower back.
Just stab it in the kidney. That's going too far.
Linen still needs to rely on having many children to achieve his martial arts path in the future. Ling Xuanhua is cutting off his way out.
Of course, that's a bit of an exaggeration. After all, with today's medical technology, even a broken neck can be saved, let alone a kidney? Linen certainly wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. He twisted his body, dodging Ling Xuanhua's sword-like fingers that attacked from behind. His muscles became stiff from running at full speed for so long that he had to stop. Offense is the best form of defense. Even a complete novice in combat, Linen understood this principle. As he turned around, he delivered a sweeping punch. Ling Xuanhua, seeing that she was about to reach the finish line, was unwilling to let Linen go so easily, so she unleashed her last bit of potential. This also led to her physical exhaustion, and her condition was clearly worse than Lin An's at the moment, with her reaction being half a beat slower. She was powerless to dodge the punch and could only raise her arm to block it. A muffled thud. Ling Xuanhua was forced back 2 steps by Lin An's force, leaving her defenses wide open. Lin An's eyes lit up. A fantastic opportunity. It's a pity that the bull fist martial art doesn't have any long-range attack moves. If he relied solely on ordinary fists and feet, his strength was far inferior to Ling Xuanhua's. He could only repel her but could not harm her at all. Just then. Bite. Current level of the bull fist, Tier 4. Mastered move, bull tail whip. Immediately afterwards, a piece of information flooded my mind. Linen was overjoyed. It's like a pillow coming to my head when I was sleepy. Ling Xuanhua, I'm so sorry. Bull whips its tail. Linen roared, and his leg muscles instantly tense like iron. He used his waist and abdomen to rotate his whole body and leap into the air. His right leg lashed out like a steel whip. What? He actually had a trump card up his sleeve. Ling Xuanhua felt the power of Lin An's kick, which was as strong as splitting stone and shattering rocks, and her pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, she was powerless to fight back and could only cross her arms again to protect her chest and endure the pain. Bang! Lin An's leg bone collided with Ling Xuanhua's arm with a dull thud. A force even more powerful than the butt of a bull's horns passed through her arms and reached her internal organs. Ugh! Ling Xuanhua immediately cried out in pain, her body flying more than 2 meters away. In midair, she felt a sweet taste in her throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 45. Top Scholar in the Grand Examination. Even Linen himself was surprised to see the delicate body trace an arc through the air. The power unleashed by the bull's tail whip is terrifying. Ling Xuanhua fell heavily to the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Her beautiful face, shrouded in frost, turned from red to white. She struggled to get up, but the excruciating pain in her internal organs made it difficult for her to muster the strength. Linen felt a pang of guilt. But who can we blame for this? Such are the rules of this world, and such are the rules of major exams. More importantly, he never intended to hurt anyone, but it's impossible for him to be bullied without fighting back, right? Fortunately, it seems that although Ling Xuanhua was seriously injured, at least her life is not in danger. Linen no longer cared about anything else. The finish line was just around the corner, and getting through it as quickly as possible was the most important thing. Linen. Damn it, who is he? His strength is clearly average, yet he possesses such powerful martial arts techniques. Just who is he? Watching Linen's figure pause briefly at the fork in the road before disappearing into the left passage, Ling Xuanhua had this question in her mind for the first time. I definitely underestimated that guy before. This time, in addition to resentment, Ling Xuanhua's eyes also held a hint of curiosity that she herself was unaware of. On the other side. After entering the left lane, Linen abandoned his high-speed driving. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that the closer the path got to the end, the more obstacles were set up. Fortunately, many people hadn't arrived here yet, so Linen didn't need to worry too much about anyone stealing his points. The effects of the Dragon Tiger Power Pill finally wore off completely, and a wave of intense fatigue washed over me. He knew this was a sign that his physical abilities were nearing their limit. We're almost at the finish line, hang in there. Linen encouraged himself in his heart, forcibly squeezing out the last bit of potential from his body. He thought of Shen Qingdai waiting for him outside the examination hall, and the words his relatives said when they gathered at home that day, and his mother's attitude. Gao Shiyu is still ranked second in energy points, with 211 points. If nothing unexpected happens, she shouldn't have a chance to surpass me. Thinking of this, Linen couldn't help but feel a little excited. There are 800 meters left to the finish line.
Without needing to use any wind-based martial arts techniques, Linen had already sensed the airflow coming from outside the underground examination hall.
There are 500 meters left to the finish line.
Linen jumped over a deep pit trap disguised as flat ground, still feeling lingering fear. Luckily, I was able to maintain my speed. If I had taken a Dragon Tiger strength pill just now, I might have been hit by it right now.
There are 300 meters left to the finish line.
Linen could already faintly hear the conversations of people outside the venue echoing inside the passage.
There are 50 meters left to the finish line.
The light curtain gate was fully open, as if waiting for the radiant candidates to enter the Hall of New Life.
40 meters, 30 meters, 10, 9, 1.
The blinding sunlight instantly bathed my entire body, accompanied by countless focused gazes from the finish line and deafening noise.
He's out. Linen is out.
Wow, he looks even more handsome than he does on the monitor screen.
Indeed, and he seems to be a genius among geniuses.
If I were 20 years younger, I would have snatched him from the jaws of death.
My goodness.
I did a rough calculation, and it seems that Linen has broken the historical record for the grand examinations in our US city. The moment Linen rushed out of the passage, the bracelet on his wrist automatically emitted a series of crisp beeps. Candidate, Linen, has reached the finish line.
Final energy score, 537 points. Finish ranking, first place. Total points, 5,537.
Congratulations to candidate Linen for breaking the record for total score in the US City Grand Examination, previously held by Li Zhen, with 5,520 points. The new record is 5,537 points. Seeing the last message displayed on the giant screen facing the public, Linen felt like he was dreaming. He only wanted to achieve a decent result, he never thought he would break the record. Outside the finish line rest area, everyone remained silent for a second.
Immediately following was an uproar, like a volcanic eruption.
5560 points, I was right, he really did break Li Zhen's record. This achievement is probably not unique to US City, it might even surpass the highest achievement in Kyoto City this year.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Another dark horse has emerged in our Bright Moon City.
At first, I thought he was just lucky to beat Ling Xuanghua, but I didn't expect him to be really capable.
A cacophony of noise, gasps of amazement, and incredulous chatter.
Linen was feeling countless admiring and praising gazes directed at him. After regaining his senses, he immediately searched for Shin Qingdai's figure in the sea of people on the other side. Finally, Linen saw it from the very front of the crowd. Shin Qingdai met his gaze with a mixture of excitement and complex emotions in her eyes. Just then, a terminal device suddenly appeared in front of him.
Hello Linen, I'm from the Martial Arts Media Club of Donghai Academy. Can you tell us how you feel right now?
The screen just showed that you scored 5,537 points in the final exam, breaking the record for the final exam in US City.
Linen was taken aback.
She never expected that someone would interview a test taker during such a big exam. He was just about to answer the question from the student from the university's Martial Arts Media Club when several more terminal devices were thrust in front of him. We saw that you fought Ling Xuanghua twice in the examination room, and it seemed that you won both times with one move.
What is your assessment of Ling Xuanghua's strength?
Regarding breaking instructor Li Zhen's record in the grand exam, do you feel that you already possess the potential to become a formal martial artist?
Faced with a barrage of questions, Linen didn't know who to answer first.
At this moment, a baby-faced girl who looked somewhat inexperienced was also holding a terminal device in her hand.
Hello Linen, I am from the Martial Arts Media Club of Wuhua Academy. Would you mind answering a series of questions?
Which university did you choose for this year's college entrance exam?
Upon hearing that the other party was from Wuhua Academy, Linen immediately perked up. Do you know Shin Qingdai?
The baby-faced girl paused for a moment.
I don't understand why Linen suddenly asked this question. But she nodded nonetheless.
She is the school beauty of our Wuhua Academy, so of course I know her.
But why do you ask that, Linen? Do you have feelings for Senior Shin?
Linen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Of course I have feelings for her, because she's my wife. As soon as he said that, the surroundings fell silent for half a second.
Immediately following, a chorus of boos erupted. Many people present were looking around and whispering among themselves. The wife of the top scorer in the college entrance examination is also the most beautiful girl in Wuhua Academy. What kind of woman is she? Of course, some people are also wondering, Linen is actually married? What a pity. Chapter 46, An Invitation from the Heavenly Martial Arts Class. The major exam is not completely over yet, so Linen cannot leave the rest area for the time being. After a short rest, his physical strength finally recovered considerably. Other candidates who had finished their exams also emerged from the underground examination hall and gathered here. Apart from Shi Yuan himself, all the candidates in the top 20 were from the Winter Talent class. Ling Xuanghua was also among them, but probably because she was delayed by Lin An's attack in the bulltail whip, she ranked 18th. This achievement is actually quite remarkable and would be considered excellent in any university. But this doesn't meet Ling Xuanghua's standards for herself. Even if she doesn't get first place, she should at least be in the top 3. But Linen destroyed everything she had. Ling Xuanghua kept her eyes fixed on Linen, ignoring even the interviews she received from some of her classmates from the Martial Arts Media Club. Linen wasn't afraid of her. Being constantly stared at with such a hateful gaze makes one feel very uncomfortable. After some time, two figures, panting heavily and supporting each other, reappeared at the entrance of the passage. Linen looked closely and saw Xin Shuang and Fang Yike. They both looked extremely tired and had many wounds, but they managed to finish the exam with a mediocre ranking. As soon as the two entered the rest area, their eyes eagerly began to search around. When they saw Linen, it was as if their injuries had instantly healed. Ignoring the pain, Xin Shuang swung his arm at Linen. "Brother-in-law, we're out too." Linen smiled and waved at the two of them. As Xin Shuang walked, his voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Top scorer, breaking the record." I couldn't believe my eyes in the exam hall. Fang Yike also looked at Linen with admiration, her eyes shining. "Linen, I never imagined you were such a hidden talent, you actually." Their voices were quite loud, and many people who didn't know Linen yet looked over at him. Linen was used to being the center of attention because of his handsome appearance, but this was the first time he had been watched by so many people because of his status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. It was indeed a bit awkward. His achievement of becoming the top scorer this time really had a lot of luck involved. Linen was speechless as he looked at the two of them, who were both disheveled and arrogant. "Don't say too much yet, you should find a place to rest." As he spoke, he helped Xin Shuang and the other person to sit down on the chairs in the rest area. Xin Shuang still couldn't hide his excitement. "Brother-in-law, to tell you the truth. Ever since my third sister married you, the Xin family members have been gossiping behind my back." This topic piqued Lin An's interest. "What did they say?" Xin Shuang patted his chest and coughed twice. "Let me make it clear first, I'm definitely on my third sister's side. After all, we've had a great relationship since we were little." Lin An urged, "I can see that, so stop talking nonsense." Xin Shuang lowered his voice, a hint of resentment on his face. "What else can be said? They just said that third sister was so desperate that she would marry an ordinary person, which would be a disgrace to the Xin family. And you even said you were only after our Xin family's background and my third sister's dowry, that you're just a bloodsucker." He spoke while observing Lin An's expression. Lin An's expression remained quite calm. After all, he had already anticipated these comments, and he could also tell from the second sister's attitude. So from the beginning of their marriage until now, he has never been to the Xin family home, and Xin Qingdai has no objection to this. "Brother-in-law, are you alright?" Xin Shuang couldn't help but probe. Linen smiled and asked in return. "That's all?" Xin Shuang remained silent for a moment, then nodded. In fact, the Xin family members said even harsher things, but he was afraid that Linen wouldn't be able to accept them. "Anyway, this is great. When the exam results are officially announced, brother-in-law, you'll be the strongest person to break the record that Haoyue City has held for over 10 years. I guarantee that when my clansmen find out, their expressions will be priceless." Linen wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. Xin Shuang was still talking non-stop when a commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance to the rest area. Following the sound, everyone looked and saw several people wearing the iconic silver-white uniforms of Wuhua Academy walking towards them, led by a composed middle-aged woman. Wherever they went, everyone instinctively made way for them, their eyes filled with awe. Nearby test-takers gasped in surprise. "That's Director Chen Yanhua from Wuhua Academy. What's she doing here?" That's right, Chen Yanhua is not only the director of Wuhua Academy, but also the main person in charge of the Tianwu class. That's the Heavenly Martial class, which is equivalent to the Winter Genius class in martial arts academies. To be precise, the Tianwu class is even more sacred than the Lindong Talent class. Who is she here to see, Ling Xuanghua or Linen, the top scorer in this year's exam?
Amidst the whispers and speculations of the crowd, Chen Yenhua's sharp gaze swept across the rest area and quickly settled on Linen. A subtle smile of appreciation appeared on her face as she led the group behind her straight over. Shen Shuang held his breath instantly, excitedly nudged Linen, and whispered, "Brother-in-law, they're here for you, absolutely." Linen had no idea what the heavenly martial class was. However, after hearing people nearby compare it to the winter special class, I gained a little understanding. Chen Yenhua walked up to Linen and stopped in her tracks. She spoke gently, yet her voice carried clearly throughout the surroundings.
"You must be Linen, right?"
Linen stood up with composure.
"I am Linen, hello Director Chen."
Chen Yenhua nodded in satisfaction, her gaze sweeping over the still-lit score projection on Lin An's wrist, the four-digit number 5537 standing out prominently. "Linen, your performance this time was outstanding. You not only won the top score with an absolute advantage, but also broke the record that Li Zhen had held for 12 years. You are a force to be reckoned with."
Linen smiled modestly and said honestly, "It mainly depends on luck."
Chen Yenhua nodded in satisfaction.
"Linen, I am very glad that you chose our Wuhua University as your choice. I've come to see you today to extend an invitation on behalf of the Tianwu class of Wuhua Academy."
The words had barely left his mouth. Whoosh! Although it was expected, the entire rest area was still instantly in an uproar when Chen Yenhua personally announced the invitation.
After all, almost everyone present knew what the heavenly martial class meant.
The highest level of cultivation resources at Wuhua Academy includes, but is not limited to, exclusive advanced gravity chambers, psionic chambers, and limited supply rights to various potions.
Any one of these conditions would be enough to drive countless test takers crazy.
And now, the person in charge of the heavenly martial class is actually taking the initiative to invite Linen to join.
Chapter 47 Returning to My Mother's Home.
When Chen Yenhua said these words, her expression was not condescending, and her tone was very calm. Linen did not show much emotion. Instead, he pondered for a moment, and his gaze involuntarily passed over the crowd and looked at his wife, Shen Xingdai, who was waiting expectantly not far away. While the heavenly martial arts class sounds tempting, it wasn't actually that alluring to Linen. His growth in martial arts clearly did not rely primarily on gravity chambers, psionic chambers, or various potions.
It's a system of many children, many blessings.
So Linen had already made up his mind he wanted to be with Shen Xingdai. Shen Shuhuan, who was standing next to Linen, misunderstood Lin An's thoughts and nudged Lin An's arm.
"Brother-in-law, are you so happy you've gone crazy? That's the heavenly martial class. What are you waiting for? Just agree."
On the other side, Fang Yike was also staring at Linen with eyes full of stars. She was genuinely happy for Linen.
As long as Linen nodded, she would have one more friend from the Tianwu class. Linen finally spoke. "Director Chen, thank you very much for your and Tianwu class's high regard.
However, I don't know much about the heavenly martial class yet, and this matter is a bit sudden for me.
I haven't decided how to choose yet."
Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Chen Yenhua's eyes. She had seen too many geniuses who, upon receiving an invitation, were either overwhelmed with excitement or feigned modesty, yet still couldn't hide their joy. Only Lin An's eyes were full of sincerity, and it seemed he was telling the truth.
This is quite rare.
However, Chen Yenhua quickly regained her composure and smiled, saying, "Of course, the invitation from the Tianwu class is not mandatory. You have plenty of time to consider, but my appearance seems rather abrupt."
"Don't worry, Linen. Our Wuhua Academy respects the choices of every genius. But I believe that the conditions offered by the heavenly martial class will not disappoint you." Linen couldn't sense any aura emanating from this university director. Compared to Dongfang Qingyang and Li Zhen, she looked like an ordinary person. But even a fool knows that this person's level of attainment has probably already transcended the mundane. The fact that the other party could still be so polite to me shows that they are indeed very sincere. "Thank you for your understanding, Director Chen. I will definitely consider it carefully when I get back,"
he responded with a polite smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Yenhua said no more and turned to leave with her people. Halfway there, she felt a burning gaze and couldn't help but turn her head to look. She recognized the girl who was staring at her. It's Ling Xuanhua from the winter class. Before deciding to personally invite Linen, she had originally favored this prospective top scorer in the college entrance examination the most. But after watching the entire exam process, she changed her mind. However, as Chen Yenhua passed by Ling Xuanhua, she paused slightly and smiled at her.
"Your name is Ling Xuanhua?"
When Director Chen suddenly called her name, Ling Xuanhua was overjoyed, but also somewhat flattered. Only heaven knows how much she wished she could join the Tianwu class, and how much she wished that Director Chen would invite her. However, her background as a quasi-martial arts family allowed her to remain as calm and composed as possible.
Director Chen, do you recognize me? Ling Xuanhua was far more excited inside than she appeared on the surface. Chen Yanhua nodded slightly.
Ling also did well, keep up the good work. Hearing this, Ling Xuanhua was stunned for a moment. This was clearly not what she wanted to hear. Before she could say anything more, Chen Yanhua had already walked out of the rest area without looking back.
For no apparent reason, Ling Xuanhua felt a pang of disappointment.
In fact, she could understand that almost everyone in the heavenly martial class was a genius aspiring martial artist just like herself. Although his genetic potential is as high as 9.2%, it can only be considered mid-level at best there.
Moreover, in terms of family lineage, the Ling family, as a quasi-martial arts family, is still far inferior to those formal martial arts families.
What she found very unfair was why Linen, who was much weaker than her, was able to receive such attention from Chen Yanhua.
That's not fair.
Thinking of all this, she couldn't help but turn her angry gaze to Linen again. Linen also felt a sense of helplessness. As time passed little by little. Inside the examination room, the last candidate finally stumbled and staggered across the finish line.
Dongfang Qingyang and Li Jin reappeared and officially announced the final results of this year's exam, which will be displayed on the screen.
Linen was undoubtedly the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and his outstanding appearance naturally made him the focus of everyone's attention. This year's top scorer is actually a boy. The last time something like this happened was more than 10 years ago, when Li Jin did it. Afterwards, the exam finally came to a complete end, and the candidates walked out of the rest area one after another to meet up with their families and friends who were waiting outside. As soon as Linen stepped out of the restricted area, a beautiful figure pounced on him.
Honey, you're so amazing. I really didn't expect you to become the top scorer in this year's exam.
Xin Xingdai's pretty face flushed with excitement. Originally somewhat reserved, she was now completely disregarding her image.
When people around heard that Linen was actually her husband, they didn't hesitate to cast envious glances at her. This woman has such a lucky life.
Her husband is so handsome and was the top scorer in the college entrance examination.
It's so enviable. Linen also hugged his wife openly and generously. How about that? I didn't embarrass you, did I?
Xin Xingdai shook her head repeatedly.
My heart was pounding so hard outside.
Especially when you fought Ling Xuanhua, her strength was even a notch higher than Lu Jianwei's.
How are you? Are you all right? Are you hurt?
Everyone else is concerned about how high they fly, but only his wife is concerned about whether he gets hurt.
A warm feeling welled up in Lin An's heart.
He smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's all right, she can't hurt me." Shen Shuhong followed Lin An's words and boasted, "Third sister, you have no idea how fierce my brother-in-law is. Back then, Ling Xuanhua tried to rob the three of us, but my brother-in-law told us to run, and he ended up robbing Ling Xuanhua instead." After saying this, only Shen Xingdai looked slightly embarrassed. Lin An also felt a chill run down his spine at this moment.
I couldn't help but turn my head. Then he saw that Ling Xuanhua was standing right behind him. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Now that the big exams are over, let's go home.
Lin An had no idea what that woman was trying to do. She just kept staring at him like a persistent ghost.
Could she be Lu Jianwei in disguise?
As Shen Shuhong followed her out, he asked, "By the way, third sister, do you want to bring your brother-in-law back to the Shen family today?"
My family has already prepared a banquet to celebrate my successful completion of the major exam.
Now that my brother-in-law has become the top scholar in the entire Haoyue City examination, such a great thing, shouldn't we go back and brag about it?
Chapter 48 Top scorer in the college entrance examination? Still a useless scoundrel.
If this had happened before, Shen Xingdai could easily imagine how her clansmen would treat Lin An if she brought him back to the Shen family. This is actually not hard to see from Shen Xingxuan's performance. There's no way around it, it's a world where the strong rule.
That's just how reality is.
If you're not strong enough, others will naturally look down on you. Lin An could understand, in fact, this situation was not unique to this world. Shen Xingdai turned to Lin An with a hesitant look in her eyes.
Honey, what are your thoughts?
To be honest, she did want to go back and take a look, but not for the sake of showing off, as Shen Shuhong suggested. She had another purpose. But Shen Xingdai still wanted to respect Lin An's opinion. Seeing that his wife clearly wanted to go home, Linen smiled and shook his head.
I don't have any ideas, I'll listen to you.
Anyway, Shin Shuhong really wanted his third sister and brother-in-law to come back to the Shin family together. Previously, because he didn't know him well, he thought Linen was just an ordinary person. Although he wouldn't look down on him, he didn't have any particular feelings towards Linen. However, after going through a major test with Linen, especially when facing a powerful opponent like Ling Xuanghua, Linen was able to remain fearless and even let the two of them escape first. Shin Shuhong admired Linen's courage and spirit immensely. He is now very willing to get close to Lin Ando.
Then what are we waiting for?
Second sister's floating car can fit the three of us perfectly.
Brother-in-law, let's go.
As he spoke, Shin Shuhong seemed afraid that Linen would refuse, so he put his arm around Linen's shoulder and walked out of the crowd. Shin Xingdai, her own sister, was left behind. Shin Xingdai was speechless and could only follow along on her own.
Parking lot.
The group arrived at a small, exquisitely designed red floating car. Shin Xingxian, who hadn't said much, reluctantly opened the car door and let the group get in. As soon as he got in the car, Linen felt that the space was a bit cramped. He felt that no matter what world it is, a car with more space is better. What's the use of just being exquisite?
By the way, honey, I saw that Director Chen came to see you in the rest area, right?
Shin Xingdai had just settled down when she remembered this matter and asked about it.
Linen had nothing to hide.
Yes, she said she wanted to invite me to join something, the Heavenly Martial class? No sooner had he finished speaking than a soft hiss came from ahead. Shin Xingxian said disdainfully, that was Director Chen, who personally invited a good-for-nothing with only 5% genetic potential like you to join the Heavenly Martial class? Clearly, she thought Linen was joking. Although she admitted that she had underestimated Linen, who was able to become the top scholar in Hao U.S. City's imperial examination.
But she did pay attention to the whole exam process. Linen's outstanding results were clearly just a coincidence. Good luck is one thing, but does Linen really think he's a martial god?
Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that Director Chen of Wowa Academy suddenly had a brain fart. Otherwise, why would he personally come forward to invite him? This time, before Linen could even speak, Shin Shuang took the initiative to explain, second sister, that's completely prejudiced. My third brother-in-law is no good for nothing. He is really capable and very responsible. His eyes clearly shone with the same kind of adoration a fan would show when looking at their idol. Whether others believe it or not is their business. Linen was too lazy to pay attention to Shin Xingxian anyway, and continued to say to Shin Xingdai, but I didn't agree.
Shin Xingxuan's sneer rang out once again from ahead.
Now she was even more convinced that Linen was just bragging.
With Director Chen personally extending an invitation, how could anyone from the Tianwu class be foolish enough to refuse?
Shin Xingdai asked in surprise, why?
That's the Heavenly Martial Arts class, honey, did you really reject Director Chen?
Linen shook his head.
I didn't refuse.
I told Director Chen that I hadn't thought it through yet and would give her an answer when I did. Shin Xingdai patted her chest.
Thankfully I didn't refuse, otherwise what a great opportunity it would have been, wouldn't I have missed it? After a moment's thought, she suddenly remembered something and asked, honey, are you worried about the credit points? Indeed, this is a major issue that Linen is considering.
While he was in the rest area, he overheard people discussing what kind of priority resources the Tianwu class had. Students in the Tianwu class have priority access to purchase and use various advanced medicines, combat uniforms, training rooms, and other resources.
However, these things also cost credits. Linen currently has 2 million in savings.
No, to be precise, because of the expenses he incurred at the Starry Sky Training Center a couple of days ago, he now has less than 2 million left. The Heavenly Martial Arts class is great, but he can't afford it.
Not entirely.
My main goal is to get into your class.
That way we can be together every day, after class.
Linen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shin Xingdai couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt.
Linen insists on getting up early every day to practice martial arts. With such hard work, how could he not want to enter the Heavenly Martial class?
He definitely said that because he didn't want to put pressure on himself. I'm sorry, honey, it's all because my genetic potential is too poor and I can't get the support of the family. But don't worry, we can think of other ways to solve this. You still have to go to the Heavenly Martial class. Linen was also helpless. He genuinely wasn't that interested in the Heavenly Martial class.
What nonsense are you talking about? How can this be your fault? As a time traveler, Linen still couldn't adapt to the world's reversed gender concepts.
But Shin Xingdai still couldn't accept it. She didn't say anything more, but silently made a decision in her heart. The floating car continued to travel at high speed.
The Shin family mansion is located in the 3rd district of Hao US City.
Although it is not as luxurious and ostentatious as those newly emerging wealthy families, and appears somewhat old-fashioned, it still retains its cultural heritage. In Linen's previous world, manors also existed, but there weren't many wealthy people there.
In this world, mansions are relatively common.
When the group arrived, the banquet hall was already brightly lit, and many members of the Shin family were already there. Shin Xingxian looked at Linen, who was looking around like a country bumpkin, and felt contempt for him from the bottom of her heart. Ordinary people are inherently low level, and even if they have some ability, their future development potential is extremely limited.
What's the use of being a top scorer in a major exam? He's still just a good for nothing. The banquet hall was brightly lit.
Many members of the Shin family have already gathered here, and the air is filled with the aroma of high-end food and fine wine.
Yes, in any world, alcohol has an irreplaceable value.
When Linen and his group appeared, the lively conversation and laughter quickly subsided, and countless eyes turned to them, mainly focusing on Linen. The man, whose arm was linked with Shin Xingdai's, was very handsome. His clothes were a little dirty, but that did not affect his cheerful and generous temperament at all. They could naturally guess that this must be Shin Xingdai's newlywed husband. That ordinary person with only 5% genetic potential. Chapter 49 let her see what a real powerhouse is like. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became somewhat awkward. No one expected that Shin Xingdai, who hadn't been home since her wedding, would suddenly appear here with Linen at this time.
Shin Shuhong clearly sensed the unusual atmosphere as well.
He puffed out his chest, deliberately raised his voice, and introduced, "Look everyone, who I've brought." As he spoke, he pointed at Linen.
"This is my 3rd brother-in-law, Linen."
This year's top scorer in the Hao US City Grand Examination has also broken the total points record held by instructor Li Jin for 12 years.
The results and the entire video recording were released immediately after the exam ended today. However, most people present hadn't even noticed these things.
So when Shin Shuhong said this, an uncontrollable uproar immediately broke out in the room.
What is Shuhong talking about? The top scorer in the grand exam, that Linen, isn't he just an ordinary person? Why did he also participate in the grand exam? The exam results have all been released.
I took a look, and the first place is indeed someone named Linen.
I never expected it to actually be him. I checked too, 5,537 points. What's going on? Isn't Shin Xingdai's husband just an ordinary person? Is there some mistake?
Since Shin Shuhong says so, he must be right.
I don't think it's easy to say.
We don't know the specific reasons, but the genetic potential is there.
Even if they get into a private university, it might just be a fluke, and their future achievements will be very limited.
Shin Xingdai is the same. She's in such a hurry to delay the solidification of her gene lock, but she can't just marry anyone.
Wouldn't that make our Shin family lose all face?
Although the murmurs were not loud, everyone present was a near martial artist with sharp ears and eyes, so every word reached Linen and Shin Xingdai's ears. Shin Xingdai's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, and the arm she was holding onto Linen's tightened unconsciously. Of course, she had already anticipated that the Shin family members would point fingers at Linen, just as they had done to her before. Fortunately, Linen remained calm.
"Shall we find a place to sit?" He gave a serene smile. Shin Xingdai finally felt a little better.
Shin Shuhong was also surprised that even though he had already introduced his brother-in-law as the top scholar in the imperial examination, these clansmen did not give him any face at all.
"Brother-in-law, let's sit over there."
He awkwardly led Linen and Shin Xingdai to their seats. At this moment, a tall woman with features that resembled both Shin Xingdai and Shin Xingxian walked over. Her gaze lingered on Shin Xingdai for a moment, her eyes clearly showing some complexity. She then turned to Linen, looked him up and down, and a half-smile appeared on her lips, her tone slightly teasing.
"You're the 3rd son-in-law of the Shin family? I heard you really stood out in this big exam?" Linen nodded at the woman. "Sister is joking." "That's right.
Shin Xingdai has a second older sister, so naturally she must have an older sister.
This woman is Shin Xingyi, Shin Xingdai's eldest sister."
Seeing that Linen was somewhat embarrassed, Shin Shuhong immediately defended her, saying, "Big sister, you've all misunderstood. Let me tell you, my 3rd brother-in-law isn't just showing off, he's really incredibly capable."
Shin Xingyi glanced at Shin Shuhong, ignored him, and continued speaking to Linen. "Real skills? I hope so. However, the big exam is just a big exam, a simulated environment. Compared to the real path of martial arts, it's just children playing house. Some people may have a high starting point, but that doesn't mean they can go far. Genetic potential is the fundamental factor that determines how far a person can ultimately go. Her words were practically a direct statement implying that Lin An's future development potential was limited. Shin Xingdai felt very awkward listening to this. She had witnessed Lin An's hard work and growth. Of course, she also knew that her older sister had always been very protective of her since childhood, and that her treatment of Lin An was probably for her own benefit. But Shin Xingdai couldn't help but speak up. "Elder sister, Lin An, he." Lin An gently squeezed her hand, interrupting her. Meeting Shin Xingyi's gaze, he smiled calmly and said, "Big sister is right. Genetic potential is indeed very important. But I think that roads are made by people walking them, and no one can say for sure what the future will hold." He replied in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. This made Shin Xingdai feel like she had punched cotton. She was actually not good with words, and when it came to being sharp-tongued, she was far inferior to Shin Xingxian. Just then, an elderly man who looked like a butler walked over. "The banquet is about to begin. Sir and madam, please take your seats." In addition, to welcome her third son-in-law home for the first time, the madam specially arranged a small family gathering after the banquet. "I hope that the third son-in-law can also show off his skills and let everyone see the strength of this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination." These words immediately created a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Internal family communication? Shin Xingdai's heart tightened clearly. Someone was trying to test Lin An in public. A look of understanding flashed in Lin An's eyes. He just wanted to have a nice meal, why did it have to be so complicated? However, he didn't have anything to be afraid of. Since someone wanted to come closer, he didn't mind stretching his muscles a bit. He nodded slightly to the butler, his tone calm. "Then please thank your mother-in-law for her kindness." "No problem, I will do my best later and not let everyone down." Shin Xingdai looked at Lin An with some concern. Shin Shuhong felt even more embarrassed than before. If he had known that his brother-in-law would face so much trouble when he came to the Shin family, he shouldn't have forced him to come. However, he still comforted her. "Don't worry, third sister. Brother-in-law can even steal Ling Xuanhua's points. How many people in our Shin family can beat him?" Lin An sensed Shin Xingdai's nervousness and whispered, "It's alright, it's a good opportunity to stretch your muscles a bit more." The ensuing banquet began in a rather disharmonious atmosphere. Lin An could feel many eyes on him. But they probably all looked down on him because of his ordinary status, and no one was willing to take the initiative to talk to him. Only Shin Shuhong was asking him all sorts of questions. Lin An, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, as if these people were not talking about him. He continued to eat his high-quality, nutritious meal, quickly replenishing his energy. Shin Xingdai's eyes still held a hint of worry. Although she now knows that her husband is actually quite capable. But at the same time, she also knew that although the Shin family had declined, there were still a few talented young people among them. For example, the second sister is one of them, with a genetic potential of 7.6%. That's already quite high. Lin An could naturally see Shin Xingdai's worries. "Why aren't you eating? Are you worried about me?" he asked with a smile. Shin Xingdai nodded quietly. "Honey, what are your thoughts on the discussion later?" Lin An thought for a moment. He didn't have any specific ideas. If the head of the Shin family wanted to test him, then he would show him what he was capable of. Shin Shuhong spoke first. "Brother-in-law, actually I have a cousin who is definitely coming today, and I've disliked her for a long time. If you run into her later, don't hold back. Make sure she sees what a true powerhouse is." Shin Xingdai rolled her eyes at her younger brother, annoyed. Their cousin's name was Shin Mingyu. She was indeed a bit spoiled, but her character was not bad. Lin An asked speechlessly, "How do you know I can definitely beat them?" Shin Shuhong said matter-of-factly, "Her genetic potential is only 7.9%. Even Ling Xuanhua is no match for you, brother-in-law. How could you possibly lose to her?" That makes a lot of sense. The problem is, Lin An was able to defeat Ling Xuanhua not only because of his strength. Chapter 50. Don't disappoint me too much. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the wine had been drunk and the dishes were served. The Shin family's banquet seemed to be just a simple meal where many people gathered together. The head of the Shin family, Shin Tang, a formal martial artist with a genetic potential exceeding 11.2%, never showed his face from beginning to end. It's not fair to blame the Shin family for being impolite. That's just how the world is.
While men enjoy privileges in this world, they inevitably encounter certain discrimination in middle and upper class societies.
Fortunately, Linen didn't care about any of that.
He and Shin Shuhuang ate about half of the food on the table. That's right, it can no longer be calculated by the bowl or the plate. Both of them expended a lot of energy during today's big exam. After a short rest and some casual conversation, the butler finally reappeared and politely led everyone to the martial arts training room in the Shin family mansion. There was a large arena in the middle, which looked almost identical to the one at the Starry Sky Training Center.
Linen knew that this thing was made of a special cushioning material, and it wasn't cheap. For an ordinary family like mine, it would probably take 3 generations of people's life savings to barely afford it. So the so-called decline of the Shin family was just a relative phenomenon compared to other families with outstanding talents and rising prominence, which were considered to be near martial artists. This is no longer a case of a starved camel being bigger than a horse, it's the difference between a dried-up lake and a puddle. The class divide in this world is just too vast. Looking further behind the arena, there stood a woman who looked no older than Shin Xingdai. She was beautiful yet somewhat ethereal, with a calm demeanor and deep, penetrating eyes. Linen felt like he couldn't see through the other person, so he turned his head and asked, "That wouldn't happen to be your cousin, Shin Mingyu, whom you just mentioned, would it?" Shin Shuhuang was stunned for a moment. Shin Xingdai, her forehead creased with annoyance, whispered, "That's my mother." Linen looked surprised. "No way, she looks no older than 30. You're saying she's Shin Tang, the head of the Shin family?" Shin Xingdai nodded, somewhat speechless. "That's right.
Her mother gave birth relatively early, so the genetic fixation disease was able to be contained in time, which enabled her to successfully become a formal martial artist at the age of 28. Once a person's genetic potential exceeds 10%, the body will undergo a great cleansing, causing life energy to leap to another level, and naturally, one's appearance will become younger. After understanding the reason, Linen felt even more eager to become a formal martial artist. Looks like I need to hurry up and increase my wife's affection so I can have a few more kids. Clearly, Shin Tang had also heard the commotion coming from this side, and her sharp gaze suddenly shifted over. The moment she saw Linen, a glint of light flashed in her eyes, and then she walked over with a smile.
"You must be Linen? Welcome back to the Shin family for the first time. How are you feeling?"
Her gaze was very calm, and at least when facing Linen, she showed no airs of being the head of the family. This is slightly different from how Shin Xingdai and Linen described their mothers. The word she used was huai, not lie. Linen lowered his head slightly.
"Hello, mother-in-law.
I'm so sorry, I mistook you for my cousin Shin Mingyu.
You look so young."
To be honest, he was originally quite indifferent to the Shin family. Linen felt that when members of a family only think about interests, they are destined to have little human touch left. Otherwise, why would they let their own daughter, Shin Xingdai, suffer so much injustice?
But now it seems that Shin Tang's attitude towards him is at least relatively friendly. Flattery will get you everywhere.
Shin Tang had heard Linen say this many times before, but she didn't know why, but when Linen said it, it made her feel so happy. Shin Tang's lips curled up noticeably, and her gaze toward Linen was full of admiration. "I heard that you have become the grand examination manner of our Hao US city today.
Congratulations.
I invited you all here for a friendly exchange within the family, mainly to help you improve.
You don't need to feel pressured.
This is your cousin whom you mistook, Shin Mingyu.
She is currently serving in the Hao US City Resident Defense Force.
It's rare for her to come back, so I was thinking of having you, the top scorer in the exam, spar with her for a few rounds. How about that?" Linen turned his gaze to the woman beside Shin Tang, whose gaze always carried a hint of disdain.
Shan Mingyu.
Even after returning to the Shin family, she still wore that gray combat uniform, which accentuated her almost perfect slender figure, and her skin and complexion were very fair.
"No problem. Then I hope my cousin will go easy on me later."
Linen suddenly realized that it wasn't the Shin family head who wanted to give him a hard time. You could tell from her eyes that Shin Tang still had a good impression of her. So, the person who wanted to test himself in public was probably actually targeting Shin Xingdai. Since she wants to, let's show her what we're made of.
Snort.
Shin Mingyu rolled her eyes, clearly looking down on Linen and not even bothering to fight him.
Shin Shuhuang immediately frowned. "Brother-in-law, you saw that, didn't you?"
I hate her face. Their genetic potential is only slightly higher than ours, and they haven't even advanced to formal martial artists yet.
What's so great about them?
Shin Xingdai reminded him helplessly, "Husband, you must be careful." Linen nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Afterwards, the two of them stretched their bodies, and at Shin Tang's signal, Linen supported himself on the ring with both hands and climbed up. Shun Mingyu then leaped onto the arena with a loud thud. All the Shin family members watching immediately fell silent, their eyes focused on the two people on the stage. However, judging from their presence and aura, it was clear that Linen was far weaker. I have to say, I'm really curious how this ordinary person managed to become the top scorer in the major exam. I think this Linen definitely wouldn't be able to withstand even 3 moves from Shin Mingyu. Since he was able to become the top scorer in the major exam, he must have some extraordinary abilities. I think it's hard to say about this exchange. What's there to be ashamed of? Shin Mingyu is the pride of our Shin family, she has to win. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Shin Qingdai's face showed even greater worry. Shin Qingxian, however, curled her lips into a disdainful smile. Although Shin Mingyu's genetic potential is not as good as Ling Xuanhua's, she is trained in the Haoyue City Defense Force for a whole year and has a wealth of combat experience. She wanted to see if Lin An's underhanded tricks would work as well as they had during the major exam. Shin Mingyu stood on the opposite side of the arena, ready for battle. Her gaze sharpened to the point of being like that of a hawk, as if it could pierce into the heart of her opponent. This is the will she has honed little by little through countless battles. I heard you used some clever tricks in the big exam and luckily got the top score? Even though you're a man, these little tricks have no effect on me. I hope your skills won't disappoint me too much later.